Tantor Audio, an RB Media audio brand, presents Babies for the Big Shot, an age-gap billionaire boss romance by Summer James. Narrated by Cece Diaz and Stephen Bourne. RB Media is the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Find your next great listen and get exclusive offers at rbaudio.com. Chapter 1. Sarah. This is a terrible idea, I say for the third time, stepping over a rogue bra and a pair of sequined heels. Laura doesn't even look up. She's too busy trying to wrestle her boobs into a slinky black cocktail dress with a plunging neckline and enough shimmer to guide ships to shore. You said that last time, and we only barely got kicked out. Exactly. You promised a chill night, I deadpan, and we ended up on a party boat with a mariachi band and a guy named Taser Jeff. Taser Jeff was a vibe. He tried to sell us moon water and then bit his own wallet. Laura shrugs. New York, baby. I sigh and twist my hair into something resembling a sleek low bun, the kind that says I tried, but not too hard. Then I smooth down the dress Laura provided for me, a navy wrap number that hugs in the right places if I don't breathe too hard. Where are we even going? That fancy Midtown ballroom attached to the Armand Hotel. My boss had tickets to some fundraising gala thing upstairs. Bougie, charity auction, free booze, bad jazz. She bailed last minute, said the crowd was too horny and ambitious. Laura smirks. So, naturally, I thought of us. So, it's a fancy shindig, I clarify flatly. Have you seen the apartment I'm moving into next month? It's not fancy. And if I don't get a job soon, there's no way I'll be able to afford even that. She tosses me a sparkly clutch and a pair of earrings that look like disco balls in miniature. It's free food, free drinks, and you've spent the last week in a spiral of unemployment, ramen, and that cursed hoodie that reeks of defeat. I like that hoodie. You cried into it while Googling, can you list Etsy store reviewer as a reference? Okay, I mumble. That was one time. Meatball, my French bulldog, and grumpy emotional support beast waddles into the room with something pink in his mouth. I squint. Did he just eat my Spanx? Laura squawks and runs over. Meatball, no! That's compression technology! He growls, then flops dramatically onto the floor, a picture of cosmic injustice. I narrow my eyes. He's pretending to be dead again. He knows we're going out without him, Laura says, solemn. It's protest theater. Meatball rolls onto his back, tongue out, tail twitching. Fine, I say, stepping over his furry tantrum. I'll go, but one drink. We sneak in, look fabulous, and ghost out before anyone asks us to donate money or dance. Deal. Laura grins, slipping her heels on. Let's show Midtown what two underpaid women in unchewed Spanx can do. 30 minutes later, I'm in a bar clearly designed by someone who's never experienced the soul-crushing despair of an overdraft fee. The ballroom is peak old money opulence. Gilded crown molding, massive chandeliers that probably crushed a debutante or two in their day, and servers weaving through a sea of tuxedos and backless gowns with trays of champagne. It smells like roses and money, and the kind of cologne that costs more than my rent. I clutch my borrowed clutch tighter and try not to trip over my own feet in these criminally high heels. Laura's already halfway to the bar, beelining like a heat-seeking missile in search of vodka. Damn, I love her. This place is so us, Laura yells as she reaches for something in a martini glass that might contain actual gold flakes. I don't think they serve ramen here, I murmur. We wander through the lounge, dodging conversations about portfolio diversification and last season's Milan show, until I need air or sanity, whichever comes first. "Bathroom," I lie. "Don't fall into a hedge this time," Laura calls. I need air, or at least 5 minutes without being judged by people whose napkins are probably monogrammed. I spot a side door tucked between two towering floral arrangements, slightly ajar, with a brass push bar and the faint promise of moonlight leaking through the frame. It has to lead outside. I slip through it, heels clicking, as I step onto what I assume will be some fancy terrace. But nope, no patio, no breeze. I'm in an elevator? And I'm not alone. He's the kind of man who should come with a cinematic score and a 5-second warning. Dark hair, streaked with silver at the temples, a suit that definitely costs more than my rent, green eyes, sharp jaw, and the aura of someone who's permanently 5 seconds from firing someone. He looks at me as if I'm a bug in his champagne. "Wrong elevator," he says, voice low and clipped. "I was looking for the bathroom," I say, backing toward the door. "Is it usually located on the penthouse floor?" I narrow my eyes. "Do you always greet women with passive-aggressive geography questions?" His brows lift slightly. "Are you always this dramatic?" "I'm just lost." "You're in a private elevator." "You're in my personal space." The door slides shut with a soft ding. Crap. I reach for the panel. I'll just get off at the next floor. The elevator jerks. We both stumble. Then stillness. I press a button. Nothing. He sighs the deep, world-weary sigh of a man who can't believe the universe has done this to him. "I think we're stuck," I say. "Brilliant deduction." I turn to face him, trying not to notice the way his shirt pulls at his chest or how good he smells. Wood smoke thick in my throat, spiced with leather and control. "Do you have a phone?" He checks his. "No signal." I check mine. 2% battery, and I used it to Google cheap date ideas involving soup. He stares at me. "You're joking." I gesture at myself. Do I look like I'm joking? Another beat of silence. The elevator hums. The tension builds. I shift awkwardly in my heels, now regretting both the shoes and my entire personality. "Well," I mutter, "at least if we die in here, I'll be wearing a nice dress, even if it isn't exactly mine." That gets him. Just a twitch of his mouth. But it's there. A smirk. "You find this funny?" I challenge, crossing my arms. "You in your $3,000 suit, smirking while I spiral in cheap underwear?" His smirk deepens. "It's at least a $5,000 suit." "Of course it is," I mutter, leaning against the mirrored wall, careful not to wrinkle Laura's cousin's very fancy dress. Trademark. "Let me guess. You own this building." His head tilts slightly. "In part." I blink. I was kidding. "I wasn't." I stare at him, this smug, infuriatingly attractive man. "What, do you collect skyscrapers for fun? Build empires in your spare time? Drown orphans in espresso?" He raises one brow. "Only if it's decaf." I choke out a laugh before I can stop myself. It echoes around the elevator, surprising both of us. He glances over, clearly intrigued now. "What's your name?" I hesitate. "Sarah." "Sarah," he repeats, trying it on. "What do you do, Sarah?" "Currently? Survive." He nods once, almost as if he respects the answer. "I'm Nick." "Of course you are. You look like a Nick. Tall, intense, possibly cursed by some old money ghost and a tragic backstory. I squint at him. You don't smile much, do you, Nick? I'm smiling right now. That's terrifying. Another flicker of a smirk. His eyes trailed down, not in a gross way, more assessing the situation. Or me. So, he says, what exactly were you planning to do before the elevator hijacked your night? Drink something free, eat something on a tiny stick, leave without being hit on by a man who quotes the Wolf of Wall Street. Ambitious, he murmurs. You're not doing a very good job of avoiding men, though. You're the one who trapped me in here. I think you're the one who pressed the button. I huff. Great. So I die in a stalled elevator with a rich stranger who thinks he's clever. He steps closer, slowly, eyes locked on mine. I am clever. We're barely 2 feet apart now, and the air between us is thick, electric. I can feel it crackling under my skin, alive with some charged awareness that I'm pretty sure neither of us intended, but neither of us is stepping back from. I break the silence with a huff and jab the elevator panel again. Nothing. Still stuck. I spin toward him. Okay, are we seriously just standing here while the air slowly turns into soup? When are we being rescued? He pulls his phone from his pocket again, his thumb already moving. He's calm, collected, infuriating. I already paged building security. They'll reboot the system from their end. I blink. You paged security? Who has a pager these days? It's faster, usually. Usually, I echo. How long are we talking here? Minutes? Hours? The length of a full Taylor Swift album? His lips twitch. Somewhere between minutes and folklore. I groan. I can't die in here. This dress is a lie. My heels are a war crime, and I have gum in my bra. He quirks a brow. You store gum there? Emergency mint access. He exhaled sharply, almost a laugh. I catch the faintest dimple on one side, and suddenly I'm too aware of everything. His suit, his scent, his mouth. Is this how you usually respond to a crisis? He asks. I deflect with humor and then panic internally. It's a well-practiced trauma response. I see. And you? Let me guess. You stare judgmentally and wait for the peasants to scramble? He takes a slow step closer. I tend to prefer precision over panic. Well, I prefer freedom over elevators with emotionally repressed strangers. He doesn't flinch, just eyes me, a puzzle he didn't mean to start solving. You're a lot. You're not enough. That does it. The air changes, thicker now, hotter. I don't know who moves first. Maybe it's both of us. But suddenly his hand is on my waist, my back hits the elevator wall, and his mouth is right there, hovering an inch from mine. Still think I'm not clever, he murmurs, eyes locked on mine. I can barely breathe. I think you're a walking bad decision. He smirks. Probably. His hand slides to my jaw, gentle but firm, tilting my face up. Our eyes lock. No more banter, no more quips, just the sound of my pulse roaring in my ears and the heady scent of his cologne making me forget my own damn name. Then he kisses me, and holy hell. It's not sweet. It's not soft. It's the kind of kiss that lights a match and drops it into your ribcage. His mouth claims mine with a hunger that makes my back arch and my toes curl in their too tight heels. One hand tangles in my hair, the other anchors at my waist, pulling me in until there's not a breath of space between us. I kiss him back with the kind of desire that lives in the hollow parts of me, where logic shuts up and need takes over. Maybe I don't have anything to lose. Maybe he's the burning desire and release for a craving I never knew how to cure. Then I pull back, just barely, breath catching, lips buzzing, heart slamming against my ribs, ready to claw its way out. You're a walking Wall Street cliché, I pant. He gives me a dark, satisfied look. And you're clearly into poor decisions. Before he can smirk again, I grab the lapels of his very expensive suit jacket and yank. Buttons fly. One bounces off the mirrored wall with a tiny ping of moral decay. He doesn't flinch. Instead, he growls, a low, dangerous sound that sends a jolt straight between my thighs and spins me around so fast I gasp, my back slamming against the cool elevator mirror with a thud. The mirror shudders behind me. His chest crushes into mine. One hand drags down my leg, gripping hard, claiming, hauling it up around his waist. Possession burns in every touch, every breath. I'm his, right now. There's no question. I suck in a sharp breath. What are we doing? I whisper, half laughing, half melting. His mouth finds the underside of my jaw hot and devastating. Making very poor decisions. I groan as his lips trail down my neck, his stubble scraping just enough to make me gasp. This elevator has a camera, I point out. He lifts his head, eyes hooded and dark. Then we better give them something to talk about. Oh, hell. He kisses me with the desperation of a man starved, devouring me as if I'm the only thing keeping him alive. There's no hesitation, no restraint, just heat, hunger, and hands that claim every inch of me as if they've always known where I needed him most. I claw at his ruined shirt, fingers grazing bare skin, hard muscle, heat. His hands are under my dress, palms sliding up my thighs, finding the edge of my underwear with a sound that's almost reverent. Tell me to stop, he mutters against my mouth, voice hoarse. Not a chance. He groans, something inside him snapping loose, and then I'm lifted, pinned higher against the mirror. My dress rides up, gathering at my hips, my legs lock around his waist, and the room tilts with the rush in my head. Not from fear, from want. From the way every inch of my skin is too tight, too hot, too alive. His mouth is everywhere, jaw, throat, collarbone, like he needs to taste me just to stay grounded. One of his hands fists in my hair, tilting my head back, and I let him. I want him to. This is insane. I don't do this. I don't press myself against mysterious elevator strangers who smell of sin and stare as if they're burning me into memory. But I am. And God, it's so damn good to stop. To shut off the noise, the constant grind of second-guessing, the twitchy, panicked need to stay 3 steps ahead in a game I was never meant to win. Right now, I'm not broke. I'm not stressed. I'm not a girl 2 weeks from eviction and one sad breakup away from becoming a podcast cautionary tale. Right now, I'm just wanting, craving, burning. His hand skims up my thigh, under my dress, knuckles brushing against the damp lace between my legs. Damn, he rasps. You're soaked for me already. Heat explodes in my belly. I clutch at his shoulders, digging my nails into muscle, panting against his mouth. This is so stupid, I gasp, even as my hips grind against him. Yeah, he breathes, lips tracing the shell of my ear. So stop me. But I can't. I won't. I want to feel everything. I want to let go. His belt clinks open. My heart hammers, wild and frantic, a caged thing crashing against bone. Condom, I gasp. His hand fumbles into his wallet, fast, practiced, and oh my God, that should be a red flag, but I don't care. The tear of foil. His mouth finds mine again. And then, oh God, he's inside me in one slow, thick, unrelenting push, and I gasp so loudly I might have scared a bird off a ledge 2 floors up. My head hits the mirror behind me. My back arches. His hand on my ass pulls me closer, deeper. I moan his name, loud, wrecked, desperate, my breath streaking the glass behind me. My body clamps down, greedy and relentless, as if it's trying to keep him buried inside forever. He moves, slow at first, long, deliberate thrusts that make my eyes roll back and my toes curl in their too tight heels. I whimper, clawing at his back, trying to drag him closer, even though he's already buried so deep I can feel him in my soul. My body is a live wire, every nerve ending lit up, every inch of me spiraling into chaos. He kisses me again, rough, consuming, swallowing every reason I ever had for saying no, until there's nothing left but yes and more and please. And I let him. The elevator's too hot, the air's too thin. I've never been this dizzy from sex or anticipation or the fact that I'm finally doing something reckless and raw and totally unhinged, and I don't regret it. Not 1 second. I shatter with a sharp cry, orgasm tearing through me, sudden, brutal, all-consuming. It racks me from the inside out, nerve-ending deep. He's right behind me, groaning into my skin, his thrusts turning frantic before they break apart completely. His body crushes into mine, every muscle straining, as if he's trying to crawl inside and never leave. And then it's quiet. Only the sound of our ragged breathing and the soft hum of the elevator trying to remember how to be a machine, and not a confessional booth of questionable life choices. I'm still trembling, still wrapped around him, still not entirely convinced I didn't hallucinate the entire thing. His forehead rests against mine. I feel everything at once. The delicious ache between my thighs, the wild thrum of my pulse, the sudden cold rush of what the hell did I just do? Well, I say hoarsely, that escalated. You're insane, he mutters, but there's a ghost of a smile on his lips. You're the one with the condom in your wallet. I shoot back, trying to laugh, even though my legs are barely holding me up and my skin is humming. I might as well be touching a power line. You're the one who tore my shirt open. Touché. Ding! The elevator lurches. The doors glide open at the worst possible second, slicing through the moment with surgical cruelty, exposing everything I shouldn't feel. There's a security guard standing outside. He looks at us. I look at Nick. Nick adjusts his jacket as if this is just another Tuesday. I want to die. The guard clears his throat.
Everything all right in there?
Perfectly, Nick replies, calm as a freaking cucumber martini. I grab my clutch. My hair's a rat's nest. My dress is up around my ribs. I can't feel my knees. But somehow, I step out of that elevator with my chin high. Wrecked. Lit up. Not sorry. Not yet. Nick watches me walk ahead, hands in his pockets, clearly a man with no regrets. I don't look back. Not at him, not at the elevator, not at the poor security guard who now probably needs hazard pay and therapy. My heels wobble as I stride down the hallway. I've just defiled a mirrored surface with a man whose name I barely know. My heart thunders, my thighs tremble, and my underwear is still halfway down my thighs. But I keep walking. Because if I stop, even for a second, the weight of what just happened will crash into me. A freight train of terrible life choices. I find the bathroom and slam the door, gripping the edge of the marble sink to anchor myself back to reality. I stare into the mirror. My lipstick is smeared. My hair looks as if it's lost a fight with a leaf blower, and my pupils are blown wide. Raw proof I just discovered the secrets of the universe through orgasm. Holy shit. I just had elevator sex. With a stranger. A hot, arrogant, stupidly rich stranger. Who is absolutely the kind of man who ruins lives and never calls. I cover my face with both hands and groan. What the hell did I just do? This was supposed to be one drink, one free canapé, one polite giggle at a man named Chad's startup pitch before disappearing back into the night with Laura and my dignity intact. Instead, I went up in flames in a penthouse-bound elevator with a man who smells of sweat, musk, and expensive whiskey. Okay, breathe. No one knows, no one saw, and he doesn't even have my last name. I don't have his number. There's no trail, no receipts, just heat and memory and the very real possibility that my entire pelvic floor just ascended to the next plane of existence. I fix my hair, sort of, reapply my lipstick with trembling hands, smooth my dress, and pretend I'm not freshly ruined from the inside out. Then I march out of the bathroom and into the glittering chaos of the rooftop lounge, scanning the crowd for Laura. My chest's tight, my pulse ragged. I need to find her. I need something, anything, to keep from splintering apart right here on this polished marble floor. At least one thing is for certain. I will never have to see that man again. Thankfully.
Chapter 2. Nick. 1 week later. The board meeting wrapped 15 minutes ago, leaving behind the stench of burnt coffee, overstretched cologne, and the unmistakable sweat of men who mistake volume for authority. Half the room spent an hour dismantling my acquisition proposal with the kind of shallow analysis that makes me question the recruitment standards I signed off on. The rest sat in passive agreement, nodding with the mechanical rhythm of people more concerned with protecting their inbox than saying anything useful. I've had 3 coffees strong enough to etch glass, no lunch unless half a protein bar qualifies, and my patience is thinning by the second, unspooling under the weight of incompetence I no longer find surprising. And yet none of it holds my attention. Not the $500 million acquisition stalled in legal, not the brewing turf war between my CFO and R&D over Q3 capital, not the stack of budget amendments I should have signed off on before noon. No, my mind is elsewhere, still caught in a loop. Her, the woman from the elevator. The one with the sharp tongue and sharper eyes that looked straight through the veneer I've cultivated over decades and left me exposed. She didn't flinch, didn't defer, didn't care. She just watched, evaluated, cut straight to the bone without saying a word. And her body, Christ, her body didn't just tempt, it undid. 20 years of restraint fell under her gaze, not with effort, but inevitability. I wasn't a man in control. I was wreckage, peeled open with the taste of blood and surrender already in my mouth. I never got her last name. She didn't offer, and I didn't ask. We both understood the nature of that encounter. It was meant to be anonymous, forgettable, a moment of heat in a city designed to make human connection impossible. But her first name, just Sarah, landed in my mind and embedded itself with the precision of a branding iron. Every time I try to redirect my attention, it resurfaces, and her laugh has haunted every room I've walked into since. It meant nothing. A lapse in control I don't allow myself, ever. My life runs on discipline, on boundaries, on refusal to let impulse win. But I haven't stopped thinking about her. The way she looked at me, assessing risk, not romance. That flash of uncertainty when she whispered my name, strangled by need and something she clearly resented. Nick. No one says my name that way anymore. Not with surprise, not with disbelief. I drag a hand across my jaw. 2 days' worth of stubble catches against my palm. I should have shaved this morning, but sleep's been elusive. Again. I spent the better part of the night staring at the ceiling, replaying that elevator ride in forensic detail. Every glance, every movement, every fractured second when her defenses slipped and something real surfaced beneath the bravado. There's been plenty of women. Their names blur, their faces dissolve before the valet brings the car around. I keep it simple, discreet, clean exits, no mess, no entanglements. But her... wild hair, stubborn chin, eyes that saw too much. She's stayed. She's lodged somewhere I can't ignore. Mr. Ashford? My assistant's voice cuts through the intercom, brittle around the edges. Emily's been managing my schedule for years. Her exhaustion today tells me the parade of interviewees hasn't impressed. Last interview of the day is here. Sarah Brooks, late edition. Bit of a scramble on HR. Tina still cursing about the paperwork. Tina, of course. She runs this floor as if it's a battalion and doesn't get rattled unless someone else has created a mess beyond her control. If she's cursing, there's been a breakdown somewhere upstream. Send her in, I say, leaning back into the leather chair, gaze flicking toward the skyline outside my office. 1 minute to reset. I already know I'm not hiring anyone else today. The applicants have been uninspiring, ambitious on paper, forgettable in person. All bright smiles, hollow answers, eager to please. I've seen it 1,000 times. None of them have it. The door opens. I glance up, expecting another forgettable face, my thoughts already returning to the acquisition timeline and the red lines waiting on my desk. But then my pulse stutters. catches, lodges behind my sternum. No, it can't be. It's her. Same unruly hair tumbling over her shoulders, same mouth, defiant, dangerous, that same chin, lifted in a challenge to anyone with the audacity to underestimate her. She's standing in my doorway wearing a wrinkled blouse, a skirt clinging to her hips with the kind of confidence you can't fake, and a coffee stain blooming across her chest. My eyes track the shape involuntarily, searching for answers I already suspect but can't yet name. She freezes when she sees me, a split-second flash of shock before her expression hardens into something more calculated. And just like that, the world narrows to the space between us. My body remembers the shape of her, the sound she made, the way she gasped into my mouth, breath catching on something she didn't want to admit. I should speak, set boundaries, close the door on this before it opens any further. But I don't, because she's here, in my office, 1 week later, looking every inch the chaos I haven't been able to forget. She blinks twice, her lashes fluttering with a system overload. Oh, no. I lift an eyebrow. I could say the same. You're the... She gestures as if the sight of me in a tailored suit behind this desk doesn't compute. Of course you're the CEO. Why wouldn't you be? Flat, defeated, as if she's waiting for the universe to hand her one final insult before calling it a day. Then, under her breath, I catch something almost too quiet to register. God hates me. She straightens, shoulders back, a subtle shift, but clear. She's bracing for impact. I should send her away. I should draw the line. I should explain the protocol violation, recuse myself, and move this up the chain. But I don't. Instead, I lean forward, elbows on the desk, my hands steepled. I lock onto her eyes the same way I do in high-stakes negotiations, with stillness that unnerves most men. She doesn't flinch, but her fingers twitch on the strap of her bag. Well, I say, voice even and quiet, let's talk about your qualifications. She swallows, composes. I don't think I'm the right fit for this job. Perhaps not, I reply. I watch the flicker of offense flash through her eyes. She didn't expect me to agree. But I'm not ready to let you leave just yet. Her eyes narrow. She looks at me the way someone inspects damage after a crash, cold, methodical, trying to make sense of the impact. She doesn't see me as the CEO now, just the mistake she regrets, or maybe the one she can't forget either. She crosses her arms, her chin tilts up, same posture, same unyielding spine I remember with my hands on her waist. Sit, I say, my voice dropping a note lower. No thanks, she snaps. I won't waste your time. I insist. She hesitates, long enough for satisfaction to edge in behind my ribs. Then she drops her bag to the floor and lowers herself into the chair, spine tight, every movement reluctant, an insult she has to endure. I watch her. Her pulse flutters at her throat, her fingers tap a rhythm on her knee. She's thinking of ways to tear me apart with words. I can see it behind her eyes. Good. So, I begin, letting the silence stretch. Sarah Brooks, That's me. You're here for the junior marketing assistant role. Technically, yes, though this is starting to feel more like a hostile merger. I almost smile. Almost. Walk me through your experience. You mean what's on my resume? She replies dry. Or the parts where I kept a dying campaign alive with caffeine and duct tape? Surprise me. I managed 3 major brand accounts at my last firm, tripled their engagement in under 6 months, rewrote their pitch deck after my boss tried to use Comic Sans in a client presentation. Tragic. Criminal. She's sharp, quick, no pandering, no fluff, just brutal, irreverent honesty wrapped in a blouse that doesn't apologize for the day she's had. You left that job 4 months ago. Why? Her mouth flattens. Let's just say collaborative environment was code for do twice the work and take half the credit. And since then? Freelance, copywriting, too much caffeine, not enough sleep. And now Ashford Holdings. She shrugs. I need a job, you need an employee. I didn't expect this to involve eye contact with my previous mistake. Is that what I am? I ask quietly. A catastrophic idea, she mutters. Her cheeks flush, color blooming high on her cheekbones. She's embarrassed, but holding her ground. Admirable. I let the silence stretch until it hums in the space between us. You're smart, I say finally. Usually. Ambitious. When necessary. Fearless. That's just the coffee. She twists a ring on her finger, then goes still, eyes locked on mine. I make my decision. You're hired. She blinks. Excuse me? You're hired. You can't be serious. I don't make decisions lightly. Her brows knit. Why? Because you're the only person I've seen in weeks who doesn't look at me and see a salary or a stepping stone. You're good, better than good, and I don't let talent walk out of this building. She watches me, searching for the angle. I let her look. There's no angle, just the truth. Finally, she straightens her spine. I want a real title, not junior assistant, and I want a seat at the table for strategy meetings. Bold. Noted. Oh, and I'm not getting your coffee. I wouldn't dare ask. She inhales shallow and quick. Then fine, I accept. I stand, extending my hand across the desk. She hesitates, then takes it. Her grip is small but strong, electric against my skin. This isn't over. We both know it. Welcome to Ashford Holdings, Ms. Brooks. She withdraws, her expression unreadable. For a fleeting moment I see uncertainty there, fear even, before it's masked behind irritation. She turns and walks out without looking back, and I do the one thing I shouldn't. I watch her go. The sway of her hips, that skirt hugging every curve with the quiet confidence of someone who knows the effect she has. Legs toned and long, moving with careless grace, each step a reminder that I've just made the worst mistake of my career. I drag a hand down my face, exhaling a breath that edges into a groan. This isn't just attraction. This is calculated risk with no upside. And I just hired it.
Chapter 3. Sarah. I burst into Laura's apartment, wild-eyed and reckless, driven by something feral and unapologetic. "You are not going to believe this!" I shout, kicking the door open with the same level of restraint I used during my last caffeine detox, which is to say, none. Laura bolts upright on the couch, the blanket sliding off her face as if she's been jolted back to life. Her hair is a chaotic mess, one sock barely clinging to her foot, and she's clutching a pillow with the intensity of someone preparing to defend themselves. "What? What happened? Is someone dead?" she gasps, blinking hard at the afternoon light, scowling dangerously. Before I can answer, a furry missile launches off the armrest and barrels toward me. "Hi, Meatball," I mutter, bending to let the world's chunkiest French bulldog shove his flat little face directly into my knees. He snorts, wheezes, then licks my ankle with the dramatic flair of a soap opera villain. "Okay, no one's dead," Laura mumbles, rubbing her eyes. "Meatball's not trained for tragedy. You woke me up from my intentional nap for what exactly?" I slam the door shut, throw my bag on the kitchen counter, and spin to face her. "You remember Elevator Guy?" Laura frowns. "The hot one-night stand / walking cautionary tale?" "Uh-huh." "The mystery man who destroyed your panties and then ghosted into the night like some kind of capitalist Batman?" "Correct." "Well, yeah. What about him?" I press both hands flat to my chest, trying to manually restart my heart. "He interviewed me." Silence. More silence. Then Laura blinks. "I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I think I just stroked out." I groan and throw myself face first onto the other end of the couch, narrowly missing a sleeping Meatball who makes a honking sound and headbutts me in the thigh in protest. "I went in for the interview today," I mumble into the couch cushion. "Last one. Late edition. The job was supposed to be at this fancy corporate firm I barely remembered applying to, but I showed up because I need health insurance and at least 3 meals a day that don't involve toaster waffles." Laura just stares. I lift my head, eyes wide. And there he was, Nick, in a suit that probably costs more than my entire student debt, sitting behind this giant desk like Mr. Darcy's richer, meaner cousin. And do you know what he said when he saw me? Laura leans forward, fully invested. "Tell me he fainted. Tell me he fainted like a Victorian widow." He arched one judgmental billionaire eyebrow and said, "Well, let's talk about your qualifications." And then, after everything, he hired me. Laura howls. Actually howls. "Oh my God," she gasps between wheezes. "You banged your boss. You elevator banged your boss. And now you work for him? I didn't know he was going to be my boss," I shriek. "I know you didn't. That's what makes this so horrifying and delicious." Meatball barks once in clear agreement. Then he climbs onto my back and plants himself there, claiming the spot without hesitation. "I thought he'd kick me out," I say, muffled under 40 pounds of smug canine. Instead, he hired me on the spot. No second interview, no paperwork, just boom. "You're hired, Ms. Brooks." Like this was a Hallmark movie with slightly more sex and a lot more HR violations. Laura's still wheezing. And then I asked for a better title, I say, flipping over and dislodging Meatball with a yelp. Like a lunatic. Like I had leverage. "You did," she says, wiping tears from her eyes. "You've seen his CEO. Oh, face. That's power." I throw a pillow at her. She catches it, hugs it to her chest, and grins. Okay. Let me get this straight. You had anonymous elevator sex with a hot stranger, thought you'd never see him again, then walked into a corporate office and found out he's your new boss, and now you're working under him, but not like that, at least not yet. And you negotiated your title on day one? I nod grimly. Yeah, that about sums it up. Laura whistles low. You're either living the dream or starting a slow burn office disaster that ends with tabloid headlines and a restraining order. Why not both? Meatball sneezes in agreement. I drop my head back against the couch and groan again. What am I gonna do, Laura? I can't quit. I need the paycheck. But he's him. And I can't stop thinking about what happened. Or what could happen if I'm not careful. Simple, she says, shrugging. You keep your head down, do your job, and absolutely 100% do not sleep with him again. I stare at her. She stares back. We both burst out laughing. Okay, yeah, Laura gasps. That's never gonna happen. I cover my face with both hands. I'm doomed. Completely doomed, she says helpfully. Meatball climbs onto my lap, lets out a long, dramatic sigh, and flops over with his tongue hanging out. I stroke his velvet ears and sigh, too. Tomorrow, I officially start working at Ashford Holdings. My boss is the last man I should ever want. And I have no idea how I'm supposed to get through a single day without remembering the way he said my name, voice low and aching. I'm screwed. But professionally. Probably. The next morning, I slap on makeup like it's battle paint. Foundation, war mask, mascara, false confidence, lipstick, a color I found at the bottom of my bag that says I'm fine, even though I have not been fine since the elevator incident of doom. I yank my hair into the world's most aggressive bun, throw on the least wrinkled outfit I own, a slightly questionable blouse, miracle skirt, and the only pair of tights without a run, and stare at myself in Laura's bathroom mirror, bracing for a verdict I haven't prepared for. You've got this, I mutter to myself. You are calm. You are professional. You are extremely late, Laura calls from the kitchen. The subway's on fire again or something. Better run unless you want to show up looking like a frazzled intern with unresolved sexual tension. I flip her off on the way out the door, trip over Meatball, who farts in protest, and waddles back to his blanket, clearly offended by my hustle. 37 minutes later, I walk into Ashford Holdings. Technically, I sprint in, sweating lightly, already regretting my outfit and praying no one notices the coffee stain that bloomed on my sleeve during the subway sprint-ride-sprint combo. But whatever, I made it. I march through the doors, head high, channeling CEO energy, which is hilarious because I'm basically 3 steps above sad temp on the corporate ladder. Still, fake it till you make it. The lobby is massive, sleek, intimidating in a will crush your dreams and your soul kind of way. A water feature gurgles in the corner, unsettlingly cheerful. The front desk receptionist doesn't look up when I give her my name, just hands me a security badge and a too bright smile that somehow manages to judge my shoes without saying a word. An elevator dings. I freeze. No, not again. Not this time. I eye the elevator doors with deep suspicion. It's not the same one. We're in a different building entirely, but my body still tenses. I swear there's a moan somewhere in the distance, echoing with the weight of bad decisions. Get it together, I mutter, stepping inside. And this time, no billionaire. No button malfunctions, no spontaneous stripping. Just 32 floors of me quietly freaking out while a man next to me coughs into his elbow and someone else plays Candy Crush on full volume. When the doors open, I follow the signs to the marketing department with what I hope is a calm, collected walk and not a panicked speed waddle. The office is open concept, sleek desks, trendy lighting, and employees who probably eat kale on purpose. Everyone's busy typing, talking, existing without scandal. I glance around for my new desk, zeroing in on the lonely cubicle in the corner next to a plant that's lost the will to live. Then I hear it. His voice. Deep, calm, smooth enough to butter toast with. Nick. I freeze. He's standing near the wall of the conference room, sleeves rolled up, talking to a team of people as if he's not the main attraction in every one of my most questionable daydreams. He looks infuriatingly perfect, jaw sharp, tie loose, hair slightly tousled, the kind of tousle that happens after running a hand through it post-firing or post-sex. Possibly both. His eyes flick up and catch mine. Boom. My brain short-circuits. He doesn't smile, doesn't smirk, just looks at me with a level of calm intensity that makes my knees wobble and my ovaries file HR complaints. I immediately walk into the edge of a desk. Shit, I hiss, gripping my shin and trying not to cry in the middle of someone else's fancy hallway. Someone laughs behind me. Someone else offers a polite, "You okay?" which I respond to with a weak thumbs up and the overwhelming urge to disappear into the floor. I finally reach my desk and collapse into the chair, heart pounding and limbs heavy. My pulse is still racing, and I haven't even logged into my email yet. Professional, calm, unbothered. I am none of those things. Not when Nick Ashford looks at me with that maddening mix of calculation and craving, half challenge, half temptation. And the worst part? I think I want to repeat it too. I take my seat and grip my new stapler, the last shred of emotional support I have on this godforsaken corporate battlefield. "Okay, Captain Clippy," I murmur under my breath, patting it with trembling fingers. "You and me. We've got this." My desk is cute, if you like glass, cold lighting, and the kind of energy that says someone's about to be fired. Everyone around me is gorgeous and competent and probably went to Ivy League schools where they majored in not making out with their CEO. The girl next to me has color-coded her Google Calendar and brought in her own ergonomic keyboard. I still haven't figured out how to log in, so I bypassed the portal and found a workaround to access the campaign files anyway. The workload is terrifying. There are acronyms I don't understand, meetings I didn't know I was invited to, Slack channels filled with people saying things like "circle back" and "let's park this for now" without even blinking. By halfway through the morning, I've rewritten a CTA that made the senior strategist do a double take, flagged a broken analytics link no one else had noticed, and figured out how to condense a pitch deck without losing its punch. By 2 p.m., I've had 3 cups of office coffee, 2 panic attacks, and an existential crisis over whether I actually know what marketing is or if I just lied really well in my interview. Also, my blouse is sticking to my back in a way that feels aggressive. Nick passes me in the break room once. He just strolls in, grabs a bottle of sparkling water from the fridge and nods, as if we're strangers at a networking event, as if we haven't done unspeakable things against the mirrored wall of a stalled elevator. I nearly choke on my string cheese. He doesn't even blink. Absolute monster. By 5:47 p.m., I've sent 12 emails, rewritten 1 social caption 14 times, the final one slaps, thank you very much, stared down a cursed spreadsheet, and untangled the logic behind a last-minute client request no one wanted to touch. Sure, I accidentally replied, "Same, LOL," to a message from my new department head, but I also earned a "nice catch" on Slack and got added to a project I wasn't technically assigned to. I think I blacked out sometime around 3. But I did it. I made it. I survived day 1. Barely. I gather my things with trembling hands, whisper a final, "Good night, Captain Clippy," and try not to look directly into Nick's office as I flee the building with all the grace of a wounded gazelle on fire. Tomorrow I'll be better, calmer, more confident. Maybe I'll even wear deodorant before the panic sweats kick in. But right now, I just need wine, carbs, and possibly a ritual cleansing to remove the lingering shame of referring to a stapler as my coworker.
Chapter 4. Nick. It has been 5 business days since Sarah Brooks stepped into my office, wearing a coffee-stained blouse and the kind of confidence that doesn't apologize. 5 days and I still find myself measuring my focus against the precise moments she disrupts it. She sits 23 feet from my desk. I measured it, not out of obsession, but because I value accuracy. Quantifiable variables create stability, distance, positioning, exposure. What can't be measured becomes risk, and risk in my world is not taken lightly. Except, apparently, where she is concerned. She hums while she works, narrates tasks under her breath, argues with her stapler as though it has agency. None of it should matter, but I hear her, fragmented pieces of thought and commentary that cut through the usual monotony of office noise. It's distracting, not because it's unprofessional, though it is, but because it's her, and that presence, undisciplined and unapologetic, continues to take up more space than I've given it permission to. It's not desire. Desire I can compartmentalize. This is something else, something that persists even after I've tried to box it in with polite disinterest and procedural distance. This morning I managed precisely 3 hours of sustained avoidance. Then the espresso machine intervenes. She enters the break room just as I reach for the mug I left on the tray. Her fingers brush mine, nothing significant, a fraction of contact entirely forgettable in any other context, but it lands with the weight of a trigger pulled. My pulse spikes before I can will it back into order. The scent is immediate. Coffee, vanilla, a faint trace of the kind of shampoo that belongs in a drugstore aisle, not an executive office. Familiar. Too familiar. We both remain still. Then her gaze lifts, direct, alert. A flicker of something I can't name passes between us before she speaks. "Wow," she mutters. "Deja brew." I study her. "Did you just—" "Make a coffee pun under duress?" she replies. "Yes. Apparently this is what stress does to my dignity." Humor as deflection. I've seen it often enough in high-stakes rooms to recognize the pattern. She's attempting to disarm the moment before it solidifies into something too real. She leans against the counter, arms folded, shoulders tense, chin elevated. "Relax, boss man," she says. "I'm not going to throw myself at you. We already had our HR violation." The word lands sharply. "Violation," I repeat, tone neutral. "That's how you classify it." She straightens. Her posture shifts, but her gaze holds. "Anonymous elevator hookup, followed by finding out you're the CEO. I'd say that qualifies. I just skipped ahead to the part of the story where everything burns down." There's the joke again, but the heat in her neck and the pressure of her grip on the ceramic says more than the line delivered. You don't strike me as someone who regrets her decisions. She doesn't flinch, but her breath stalls, not visible but perceptible. That's the opening. Her voice is quieter when it returns. You shouldn't say things like that. Why not? Because I already have to try hard enough to treat you like you're just my boss. That holds. No sarcasm, no escape valve, just the truth, delivered without ornament or defense. I step back, barely, enough to give her space, enough to restore control. She doesn't retreat, not immediately. Then she flicks her hair over one shoulder, posture adjusting as she redirects herself toward the hallway. I have a report to finish, she says, and a stapler to rediscipline. She turns. I should let her go. Instead, Sarah? She pauses. You're not the only one pretending. She doesn't look back, doesn't respond, but I hear the breath she lets out, frustrated, clipped, honest. God damn it, she mutters, and then she walks away. I remain where I am, holding the mug I no longer want, with my pulse off rhythm and my instincts trying to reconcile how I just lost control of a conversation I didn't even initiate. This isn't mere attraction. That would be manageable. This is something slower, quieter, far more insidious. And despite knowing better, I find myself wanting it all the same. And if we reallocate 5% from discretionary tech, we can reinforce Q3 margins without drawing from global operations. The CFO continues, his voice flat with practiced certainty. I don't respond, not because I disagree, but because I'm no longer listening. I should be. I called this meeting. I reviewed the deck, approved the budget summary, built the framework they're now dissecting, and yet my attention remains fixed elsewhere. Sarah. She's seated directly across the table, her posture loose, one hand drumming a quiet rhythm against her notebook, the other absently poised near her mouth. Her bottom lip is caught lightly between her teeth, as though she's suppressing a laugh at someone's expense. Possibly mine. She's an ungoverned presence in a room designed for control, unfiltered, unpredictable, disarming in ways I still haven't found language for. The sleeve of her blouse has slipped again, exposing the line of her shoulder, and the skirt she's wearing rides the line between insubordinate and deliberate. It should be irrelevant. Instead, it's all I can see. I glance away, redirect. Margins, forecasts, projections, the language of power. But then she slides a document across the table toward me. Her fingers touch, just barely, a moment so slight it should register as nothing. But the landing is a live wire, a sharp, clean surge that breaks straight through the layers of detachment I've spent a career perfecting. I see it hit her, too, just a flicker of reaction. She draws back a fraction too fast. Her pen slips, skidding across the table toward me. Of course it does. I retrieve it, hold it out to her, unhurried, deliberate. Our hands don't meet this time, but the echo of her mouth on mine flashes back with surgical clarity. The elevator, her gasp, my name torn from her throat in a voice that wasn't meant for the light. I'm unraveling, quietly, precisely, from the inside out. I sit back, attempting to resume the role I've built, measured, unaffected, focused. I look at the screen, pie charts, projections, risk models, and color-coded mediocrity, but all I can see is her. Then she looks up, meets my gaze, and smirks. It's nothing. A slight movement at the corner of her mouth, a reflex, likely not even meant for me. But it lands with impact I cannot quantify. It takes the air from my lungs, the ground from beneath my reason. Because she has no idea what that look does to me. And that is the moment I understand the full scope of the problem. This is no longer residual attraction, no longer a lapse in judgment echoing through my workday. This is fixation, cold, quiet, insistent, and I do not want it to end, even knowing what it may destroy. I built this company from the ground up, defined the rules, fortified the perimeters, enforced the boundaries with discipline most men can't fathom. And now the entire structure is shifting beneath my feet. Because of her, and I can't seem to stop the slide.
Chapter 5. Sarah. I'm fine. Totally fine. Just a normal person at her totally normal job working for her totally not insanely hot one-night stand boss. Cool. Nick Ashford is everywhere. In the hallway, in meetings, in my head, in my dreams, which, thanks brain, have been turning into 3 a.m. reruns of Elevator Gate, the pantsing. I woke up last night clutching a pillow and muttering, "Sir, this is an elevator," like some kind of sleep-deprived retail worker in heat. It's been 2 whole weeks, 10 long, caffeine-fueled, nerve-mangling days of pretending I'm totally fine every time he walks by, opens his mouth, or exists in a suit that honestly shouldn't be allowed in an office setting. I'm running on cold brew, vending machine regret, and pure, uncut denial. The plan is simple. Be professional, do the job, keep my eyes on my screen, and absolutely do not bend over anywhere in his line of sight. In that direction lies chaos and possibly an HR seminar with slides. That plan hasn't been going well. And today might be the worst day of all. First, there's the brainstorm meeting. We're crammed around a whiteboard in one of those tiny feeling meeting rooms that turns everything into a silent performance review. Nick walks in and takes the seat right next to mine, and suddenly I'm aware of every breath, every inch of my posture, every awkward part of just existing. He doesn't even glance over, but he doesn't need to. I can smell his cologne, and it hits hard, which is absolutely not helpful to my current plan of pretending I'm totally fine. I pitch an idea for the fall campaign. It gets nods. Nick doesn't speak, but I catch the faintest flicker of approval, which is somehow worse than outright praise. Then we're back at our desks, and the printer goes full demon mode. I'm standing there, wrestling with the stupid jammed printer using one hand and trying not to drop my laptop with the other. Then a hand appears next to mine, his, and, of course, the machine decides to behave, starts printing as if it's never caused a single problem in its life. Our hands brush. Just a second, just skin on skin. Whatever thoughts I had left, gone. He just hands me the paper and walks off, completely unfazed, while I stand there trying to remember how basic motor function works. I fan my face with the paper and say, "Damn it, Sarah. under my breath for the 15th time today. Then comes the team lunch. It's casual, mostly. A mix of junior and senior marketing folks gathered around a long conference table littered with takeout boxes and half-empty LaCroix cans. I try to blend in, keep the conversation light, make a joke about the brand campaign being so bland it might as well be beige-flavored. Nick, who is seated directly across from me because apparently the universe enjoys playing chicken with my willpower, actually laughs. Not a fake CEO chuckle. A real, surprised huff of amusement that makes me forget how forks work. He looks at me, really looks. Not as the girl from the elevator, not as some mistake. His eyes catch on mine and stay there, steady. There's amusement in them, interest. Something warmer, softer. He's charmed, and I feel it everywhere. Which is completely unfair because he's the one who's all tall and broody and devastating in a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Meanwhile, I'm over here barely holding it together with a Tide pen and a prayer. I leave lunch 10 minutes early and hide in the bathroom. And by hide, I mean lean against the sink, close my eyes, and have a brief but spirited conversation with my reflection. "You are fine," I hiss. "You are a professional. You are not going to melt just because your boss has cheekbones carved by the gods and smells like sin and spreadsheets. You are better than this. You are—" The door creaks open. I go quiet, slip into a stall, wait for whoever it is to leave while I plot my slow descent into insanity. Because here's the truth. I like this job. I like the team. I like the work. I'm good at it. But if Nick keeps looking at me in that way, if he keeps acting as if I'm more than just some random hire, I don't know how long I can keep pretending I don't feel it too. Worse? In the afternoon, he calls me into his office to review a campaign. Totally normal, totally routine. Except it's not. The second I step inside, the air thickens. The door clicks shut behind me, sealing us in. It's just me and him now, and the sexual tension pressing in from every corner, sharp and electric. The lights are low. Not sexy low, just corporate soft. But somehow it's still as if we're back in that elevator, seconds away from a terrible decision that felt too good to be wrong. He's standing near the window when I enter, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a folder with mock-up printouts. His sleeves are rolled up again, of course they are, and I have to force my eyes upward before I start mentally designing a commemorative plaque for his forearms.
"Close the door,"
he asks, voice smooth but unreadable. I do, because I have no spine. And also because my brain has momentarily been replaced with a glittering slideshow of bad choices. He moves to the desk, spreads out the campaign pages between us, pretending this is about work, pretending we're fine. But his gaze lingers, steady, unblinking, taking me in with a focus that says he's already mapped every inch of me and isn't done yet. My throat goes dry. My heart tap dances in my chest. I grip the edge of the desk as if it'll keep me upright.
"I wanted to go over the targeting adjustments,"
he says evenly, eyes still locked on mine instead of the spreadsheets. "Oh, you mean the ones I literally just emailed you 20 minutes ago?" I reply, sarcastic and a little breathless. He cocks a brow.
"Yes, those."
I try to focus. I really do, but my brain's buffering. He takes a step closer. I take a tiny, instinctive step back, bumping into the corner of his desk. He notices. The tiniest hint of a smirk curves at the edge of his mouth.
"Something wrong?"
"Nope," I say too quickly. "I just, had lunch too fast." He says nothing. just studies me, carefully, intently, eyes tracking every breath I take, every shift in my expression, measuring how close I am to coming apart in his hands. "Sir," I add, sarcastic, half under my breath. It's meant to be a jab. But his eyes darken, his gaze narrows, sharp with memory. Every word I threw at him in that elevator, every gasp, every taunt, the way I wrapped around him, breath hot against his skin, a secret he still hasn't let go of. I swear the air tilts. The room narrows. My breath catches and his jaw tenses, and for one long, perilous second, he leans in. Not far, but far enough. Close enough that I can feel his breath on my cheek, warm and quiet and way too full of memory. I lean back, but not far enough. Our eyes lock. Nothing happens. But everything happens. The moment stretches, tight, bright, charged, heat humming in the space between us, sharp enough to cut. Then he clears his throat, takes a small step back, adjusts a paper on the desk with sudden surgical precision, as if control is something he can summon with his fingertips. My lungs seize before unlocking, air dragging in rough and shaky, too loud in the silence. "Well," I say, voice wobbly, "that was informative." He glances at me, all calm composure, but his eyes betray him. They're not calm, not even close. "Let me know if you need anything else," he says. "Sure," I say, somehow managing to move my legs toward the door. "I'll just go breathe oxygen somewhere else now." I don't look back. Because if I do, I'm not sure I'll leave at all. Thank God the day is over and I can finally leave this nightmare. My brain is mush. My libido is a traitor, and my self-control is hanging by a thread made of recycled Post-it notes and shame. The lobby is quiet, the late summer sun casting gold across the marble floors. I'm halfway to the exit when someone steps in my path. "Oops, sorry," I say, nearly colliding with her. She's striking, tall, glossy dark hair, tailored ivory coat over a green silk dress that probably costs more than my monthly rent. She doesn't move right away, just looks at me with a small, strange smile. "Not your fault," she says smoothly, her eyes skimming over me with clinical precision. Not rude, just measured, calculated, cataloging details she has no business knowing, but clocks anyway. She cocks her head. "You're new here, aren't you?" I blink. Yeah." She hums, a sound too knowing for the silence that follows. "Well, enjoy your evening." Then she turns and walks toward the elevators, leaving something unspoken hanging in the air between us. Weird, but not alarmingly so. I shake it off. Probably someone from upper management, or legal, or HR, or a very judgmental ghost. Whatever. I survived the day again. I deserve a reward. Back at Laura's apartment, I drop my bag, kick off my shoes, and collapse onto the couch, every muscle finally giving in to the weight of the day. Laura looks up from her laptop. "You look like you fought God and lost." I had to make eye contact with the man I dry-humped in an elevator while discussing ad targeting. She winces. "Oof, spicy." It was not spicy. It was HR illegal, with a side of "please bury me under the floorboards." She tosses a popcorn kernel at me. "Okay, but Hear me out. No, just hear me out, I groan. Laura, you clearly want to climb him like a corporate ladder, and he clearly wants to get lost in your blouse. So why not have a little fun? Because he's my boss, and you're not planning to fall for him? Exactly. Then what's the problem? She says, as if this is simple math instead of emotional calculus. You have insane chemistry. You're both adults. Let off some steam, flirt a little, have fun. It's not like you're going to fall for him, right? I laugh. It sounds suspiciously like a lie. Laura arches a brow. Oh my God, you like him. No, I don't. Uh-huh. I throw a pillow at her and sink deeper into the couch. I should start packing soon. I mumble. The landlord said my unit will be ready in a week or so. Laura grins. Aw, I'm going to miss our roommate era. I think Meatball will miss you more. At least we'll still be in the same building. From his spot by the fridge, Meatball lets out a snort, agreeing in his own way. Or maybe he's just waiting for cheese.
Chapter 6. Nick. If hell exists, it looks a lot like this. 42 floors above Manhattan, encased in polished steel, the air filtered to surgical sterility, the agenda dominated by men who think market share is the apex of human achievement. But none of that is what brands today as hell. No, this particular circle is reserved for me alone. It is defined by one presence, Sarah Brooks. She enters my boardroom with unstudied confidence, wearing a pencil skirt that borders on indecent, not by design, but by the simple biological fact of her body within it. She takes her seat, crosses her legs with effortless composure, and when she speaks, the room stills. Her ideas are clean, strategically sound, and delivered without performative flourish. Each point lands with the quiet precision of a blade, cutting through half-baked assumptions and derivative strategies with a clarity that leaves the entire table silent in her wake. And then she looks at me. Just a fleeting glance, accompanied by the faintest curve of her mouth, not a smile, not quite, and the entire machinery of my mind seizes. Words fracture in my throat. For a split second, I'm not Nick Ashford, CEO of Ashford Holdings. I'm just a man, wrecked by the mere fact of her existence. She doesn't even realize it. That's the cruelty. She isn't playing a part. She isn't teasing. She's simply herself. Competent, unapologetic, alive in a way that has undone every bolt holding me together. By the time I return to my office, I'm running on adrenaline and restraint. I close the door behind me and remain there for a moment, leaning against it, trying to breathe through the electric chaos under my skin. You look 2 seconds from putting your fist through your own desk. The voice comes from my left, calm, amused, infuriatingly observant. Jonah, Chief Operating Officer. Oldest friend, occasional moral compass I ignore at my peril. He's seated in the visitor chair, ankle resting casually on my coffee table, peeling the wrapper from a protein bar with the indifference of a man who has trespassed here so often the notion of knocking is obsolete. You ever consider waiting for an invitation? I ask. He shrugs one shoulder, takes a bite. You ever consider not pacing the executive floor like a predator trying to chew off its own leg? I glare at him. He only raises his brows in quiet triumph, unbothered. You're going to have to address it eventually, he continues, chewing slowly. Or at least stop looking at her with the haunted desperation of a man being denied oxygen. I'm not, you are, he interjects with a finality that brooks no argument. You've been orbiting her for weeks with that expression. It's uncomfortable for everyone involved. If this were Regency England, I'd be taking bets on which corridor your restraint finally fails in. She works for us, I say, keeping my tone flat, unwilling to let him hear what simmers beneath it. This is neither appropriate nor professional. Jonah leans forward, eyes pointed. You can frame it however you want, but you're not fooling anyone, least of all yourself. This isn't about propriety, it's about control, and you're losing it. I drag a hand across my jaw, stubble catching against my palm. Exhaustion presses against my temples, born not of late nights, but of relentless internal argument. He's right, and I hate that he's right. I am trying to be responsible, I say, each word ground out with careful precision. She's intelligent, capable. She deserves a workplace that doesn't compromise her. She deserves a boss who doesn't stare at her like she's a glass of water and you've been crawling through the Sahara for a week. He replies, voice quiet now, stripping back the humor to expose its foundation. She's not a casual distraction. If she were, you wouldn't look the way you do right now. I don't answer, because silence is safer than confession, safer than admitting that the mere mention of her name has heat pooling low in my spine and a hollowness blooming in my chest. Then comes the knock at the door. I don't need to look to know who it is. The certainty lands in my gut with the impact of a body blow, and when she enters, carrying a folder clutched in hands that remain steady despite the faint flicker of nerves in her eyes, my pulse fractures under the weight of her presence. Sarah, all sharp edges and quiet vulnerability, masking herself under professionalism that does nothing to hide what I already know. The room constricts around her, around us, and I remain silent, holding on to the last fragile threads of discipline I still possess. She's been working late almost every night. I notice it without intending to, the subtle indicators of exhaustion layered beneath her focus, the slight drag in her gait when she thinks no one is watching, the faint shadows under her eyes that speak to long hours spent revising campaign decks long after the rest of her team has left the building. She isn't merely competent, she's hungry, determined to prove her worth in an environment that devours the weak and resents the strong in equal measure. And I am the obstruction in her path, the immovable force standing between her and her ambitions. Worse than that, I am distracted by her. Not her strategy or her numbers or the angles she identifies that elude others, but by the tilt of her mouth when she challenges me, the hollow at the base of her throat, the quiet ferocity with which she exists in every space she enters. My attention should be on her budget projections. Instead, it's caught on her presence, anchored there by something I refuse to name. Jonah rises from his chair, stretching with deliberate indolence. "Miss Brooks? Mr. Miles?" She replies evenly, though amusement flickers in her eyes as she acknowledges him. "Enjoy your campaign review," he says, injecting far too much implication into the word review. As he passes me, he claps a hand to my shoulder with calculated force. "Try not to burn the place down, Romeo." Then he is gone, leaving silence in his wake. We're alone. She approaches with the folder in her hands, fingers braced against its edges with quiet purpose. When she hands it to me, our fingertips brush. The contact is brief, barely more than static, but my chest tightens with instinctive urgency. Inside the folder is the fall launch breakdown. A single misstep in this rollout will compromise Q3 projections, undermining every assurance I gave the board last month. They're watching this campaign as a bellwether for long-term viability in an increasingly volatile market. Her work is precise, sound, and positioned with a clarity I have rarely seen at her level. "You're good at this," I tell her. She glances at me. "You wanted to review the launch budget?" I nod once, opening the folder, deliberately focusing on the printed spreadsheets. I shouldn't look at her. I know this, but my gaze shifts regardless, drawn to the exposed edge of her collarbone where her blouse is slipped half an inch lower than professional decorum recommends. My restraint falters, fails. She smells faintly of burnt coffee and whatever shampoo carries that clean, subtle scent that reminds me of unguarded early mornings and decisions made in darkness. "You're good at this," I repeat because it's the only safe truth I can offer. A short, awkward laugh escapes her. "Careful, I might start expecting compliments, sir." That word, sir, spoken without irony, devoid of flirtation, yet carrying an undercurrent I feel vibrate down to my bones. My grip on the folder tightens. Neither of us moves. For a moment that is elongated beyond measure, we remain suspended in a silence filled with possibility and consequence. Her lips part slightly. Her posture shifts imperceptibly backwards, but not far enough to sever what has sparked between us. I remain absolutely still, because if I speak, if I shift toward her even a fraction, it will be done. There will be no returning to professionalism. No amount of discipline will salvage what follows. Eventually, the moment recedes, though not entirely. We continue the meeting, my focus fractured, hers resolute. I force myself to remain contained, to behave as if I'm not standing on the edge of something that threatens to consume us both. It's late by the time we finish. The office lies in semi-darkness, shadows pooling against partitions, the quiet hum of the HVAC system amplifying the unnatural stillness. The absence of other voices makes the space feel closer, more intimate, dangerously so. She closes her laptop with a soft, weary sigh. "I think that's everything." I nod, the motion clipped. "You produced strong work." "Careful," she says again, her voice gentler this time, devoid of the earlier levity. "That's 2 compliments in one day. People might start thinking you like me." I don't smile. I can't, because if I do, the words waiting just behind my teeth will emerge. Truths that cannot be spoken here or anywhere without destroying everything I've spent a lifetime building. I remain silent instead, watching her gather her things with quiet efficiency, knowing that this isn't over, that silence is the only refuge left to a man standing on the edge of something he can't afford to want. We leave the conference room together, falling into step without discussion, our strides aligning in silent accord as we move down the long corridor lined with offices and dormant workstations. Neither of us speaks as we enter the lobby. The hush between us isn't uncomfortable, but charged in a way that tightened something low in my chest. We continue walking until, almost in unison, we slow to a stop in front of the elevators. She glances at me then, her expression composed but edged with something I cannot name. "Going down?" she asks, one brow arching with subtle amusement. I exhale a short, humorless sound. "Unfortunately, yes."
"Don't sound too enthusiastic,"
she murmurs, the corners of her lips twitching in faint mockery. "It's not—" I start, but the words falter. I drag a hand across my jaw. "It's not about you." She tilts her head, eyes glinting with that quick intelligence I've come to expect from her.
"I know. You'd probably prefer being trapped in here with an over-caffeinated intern and a stale tuna sandwich."
"Actually, that has happened," I mutter, the memory surfacing with reluctant clarity. "It was worse than this." She laughs then, quiet and genuine, the sound catching me off guard. It slices through my composure with surgical precision, leaving behind an ache I don't want to examine too closely. I reach forward and press the call button. The doors slide open in a smooth metallic whisper, revealing the empty elevator waiting beyond. We step inside together, and the instant the doors close, the atmosphere shifts. The air thickens around us, silent but weighted, vibrating with something neither of us acknowledges, but both of us feel. She stands beside me, her body angled forward, her arm brushing mine in a fleeting contact that is almost nothing. Almost. But it sparks through me with ruthless efficiency, igniting every nerve ending I've tried to numb with discipline. She exhales, a quiet, unsteady breath that betrays what her posture tries to conceal. Her gaze remains fixed on the illuminated floor numbers ahead, but I see the tension in her jaw, the rapid pulse at her throat, the way her fingers tighten around the strap of her bag in a futile attempt at self-command. My hands remain at my sides. I don't move. I don't allow myself the indulgence of turning toward her. But internally, I am chaos. When I speak her name, it comes out low and deliberate, a private invocation spoken into the charged silence. "Sarah." She turns to me immediately, eyes wide and unguarded, expectant, cautious, and beneath both, wanting. The force of it hits me with brutal certainty. The memory of her against me, the taste of her, the fractured sounds she made as she came apart in my arms. I feel her sway toward me, not enough to close the distance, but enough to destroy my equilibrium. I almost do it. Almost reach for her, almost drag her against me with a ferocity I know would leave neither of us untouched by consequence, almost reclaim what I've spent every day since trying to forget. But I grip the safety bar behind me instead, my knuckles whitening around the cold steel. "You should get out on the next floor," I say, my voice stripped raw. She wets her lips, and the small, unconscious movement fractures my restraint further.
"Why?"
she whispers. I inhale, my chest tight. "Because if you don't—" The words die in my throat. I'm breathing hard now, struggling to keep my expression neutral when every instinct I have is screaming to touch her. "If you don't," I finish quietly. I'm going to make a mistake. The elevator hums around us, mechanical and indifferent. The numbers blink past in silent succession. She doesn't respond. She doesn't step back. She simply watches me, eyes dark and steady, and the knowledge is there in her gaze. She wants the mistake, and I want it too. Want it with a desperation that trembles through every muscle in my body, coiling deep and dangerous in my gut. But I remain still. I don't reach for her. I don't stop the elevator. I don't taste her mouth the way I'm dying to. The doors open. I step out into the empty hallway, leaving her behind. My shoulders are tight, my pulse a riot beneath my skin. She remains standing where I left her, silent, unmoving, but her eyes follow me as the doors close. I keep walking, each step pulled from somewhere deep within me that still remembers how to choose discipline over desire. But it costs me. Because as I move down the corridor, each stride heavy with restraint, there is no doubt in my mind that next time I will not stop.
Chapter 7. Sarah. I might be hanging on by a thread. A thin, fraying, caffeine-soaked thread that's doing its absolute best to hold me together while the rest of me spirals into corporate crush hell. After Elevator Moment 2.0, aka the sequel no one asked for but everyone with a libido is still thinking about, I've been useless. My skin still buzzes from the way he looked at me. Not just looked, devoured. He memorized me molecule by molecule. One more second, and we'd have been back where we started, pressed against a wall, forgetting how to breathe. But then he walked away. Which, fine, great, perfect. Walk away, Mr. Brooding Morality Clause. I can walk away too. I can be just as cool and collected and professionally aloof as he is. Spoiler alert, I cannot. Because now it's 6:48 p.m. The office is empty. The lights are on that weird motion sensor dim, and I'm still here. Not because I'm trying to impress anyone. Not because I'm dying for another chance to bump into Nick Ashford and his rolled-up sleeves and deadly forearms and unfair jawline. No. I'm here because the client revisions on the fall campaign are a flaming dumpster fire, and someone has to fix it. And apparently that someone is me. I groan and rub my eyes, blinking at the last slide on my screen. The font's off, the tagline's flat, and I'm 90% sure the stock photo we used of a woman holding a pumpkin latte is the same one I used on a meme in college titled White Girl Autumn. I save, close the laptop, and head down the hall toward the print room because, of course, I need to grab the backup copy I forgot about. That's when I see it. His office light is still on. Drawn forward, powerless, I drift closer to the world's hottest flame. I don't go home to my own apartment that I've finally moved into. No, I edge nearer to him. He's alone, leaning over his desk, tie gone, top 2 buttons undone, sleeves rolled up, forearms flexing as he scribbles something in the margins of a printed report. And there goes my last functioning brain cell. Seriously, I say, because apparently I've lost the ability to walk away silently, normally. He glances up, surprised. Sarah, do you sleep here now? Or is that just a CEO thing? He straightens, setting the pen down with an exaggerated calm that does not match the heat in his eyes. Late night. Lots of moving parts. I cross my arms. Right. Like ignoring all my edits and sending the deck back to creative without telling me? His brow lifts. Because your edits pushed us 20% over budget. They also added structure and narrative flow. But sure, let's nickel and dime the one thing the board is actually excited about. He walks around the desk slowly, careful not to spook me. You think this is about the board? I blink. Isn't it? No. His voice is quiet, too quiet. It's about you. My pulse stumbles. Excuse me? You're amazing at this, he says, stepping closer. Smart, sharp. You've taken a campaign on life support and made it compelling. But when you steamroll a budget, I have to rein it in. Oh, I snap. So now I'm impulsive and reckless? I didn't say that. You didn't have to. The room is too quiet again. His gaze drops to my mouth and lingers. I don't want to argue with you, he says finally, his voice rough around the edges. Then stop giving me reasons to. The words come out harsher than I mean, louder. Clearly, they've been sitting on my tongue all day, waiting for a moment to detonate. His jaw tenses, just slightly, but it's enough. And then he steps forward. Too close. Not touching me, but close enough that I can feel the heat radiating off him in waves. Close enough that I can count the flecks of gold in his eyes. Close enough that I forget what we're fighting about. Hell, that we were even fighting at all. This is a bad idea, I whisper. He nods. I know. My back hits the door. I hadn't even realized I'd moved. Or maybe he moved. Maybe gravity just tilted in his direction and I never stood a chance. His hand lifts and brushes my hip. His fingers graze the fabric of my dress. A question already answered. I don't flinch. I don't move. I should. But my body's gone traitor. Frozen, trembling, tuned entirely to the space between us. Every nerve ending stretched tight, waiting, wanting. He's so close, I feel the heat of his breath on my cheek. His pulse thunders in my ears. Or maybe it's mine, a warning I'll never heed. His eyes lock on mine. They drop tantalizingly slowly to my mouth. And just like that, the air turns combustible. The tension snaps, wrapping us in barbed wire, waiting to draw blood. My breath hitches. His hand brushes my hip, just the faintest graze, and I swear I see his restraint fracture right in front of me. One beat, two, and then we detonate. Our mouths crash together, raw and urgent, as if kissing is the only language left between us. It's a collision, firestorm, an explosive fuck it spoken through lips, teeth, and restless hands. His fingers dig into my waist, dragging me flush against him with desperate hunger. My hands clutch his shirt, pulling, anchoring, craving more, deeper, right now. He groans into the kiss, low and guttural, and it reverberates through every inch of me. My back presses hard against something, maybe the wall, maybe the spinning world, and I stop caring about anything except his mouth, his hands, the way he's kissing me, as if I'm the only thing keeping him alive. There's nothing soft here, nothing slow, just weeks of want breaking loose in a single blistering moment that neither of us survives intact. By the time we break apart, we're wrecked, breathing hard. His tie hangs undone, a casualty of the night. He leans in, forehead pressed to mine, still too close, still not close enough. "We shouldn't," he whispers, voice rough as gravel. "I know," I breathe. But neither of us moves, not an inch. We stay there, suspended in the aftershock, trembling with everything we just unleashed and everything we still haven't. If we move, the whole room might ignite. Maybe that's what we want. A sudden clatter jerks us apart, guilty teenagers caught in the act. Footsteps. I freeze, breath snagged in my throat, heart pounding. Nick's hand tightens into a fist at his side. Then, from around the corner appears the office cleaner, a short woman in a bright pink hoodie, completely oblivious to the sexual meltdown that nearly happened in this room. She's wearing huge noise-canceling headphones, singing loudly and off-key to Lizzo as she pushes her cart past the doorway without even glancing inside. "Feeling good as hell," she wails, spinning her duster baton style. Nick and I stare after her, wide-eyed and silent. "Shit," I whisper. He lets out a low breath. "We need to go. Now." Yeah, before we ruin both our lives. We practically trip over each other to reach the door, the awkward tension thick and suffocating as we escape the scene of the crime. My heels click too loud on the polished floor. His hand brushes the small of my back, steadying me, or maybe steadying himself, and that stupid electric zing shoots straight through me all over again. "Get it together, Sarah." I suck in a quick breath, forcing oxygen into my overloaded brain. This is the best job I've ever had. The first job that made me feel I could actually do something, be someone, make a real mark instead of fetching coffee or fixing someone else's broken pitch deck. I am not going to throw it away just because my boss smells of smoky cedar and cold leather and kisses me with the dark heat of sin itself. Nope, not happening. I need to keep my head, my distance, my sanity. I need to forget the burn of his mouth on mine, the low drop of his voice when he said my name, the weight of his body pressing me against the door as if he'd been starving for it. I need to remember what's actually at stake here. A career I busted my ass to build. A paycheck that finally lets me afford my own apartment. Stability. Respect. Damn. I'm so screwed.
Chapter 8. Nick. You poured espresso into your water bottle this morning? That isn't a power move, Nick. That's a clinical sign of collapse. I lift my gaze from the contract spread across my desk and glare at Jonah over the rim of my actual coffee cup. If you're finished diagnosing my caffeine intake, feel free to get back to your job. Unless you'd like me to schedule time in your calendar for a follow-up evaluation. He doesn't flinch. Instead, he tilts his head slightly to the left and gives me that infuriatingly calm, perceptive look that's made me want to punch him at least once a week for the better part of 25 years. You kissed her, he says, his tone casual as if he were commenting on the weather forecast. Or she kissed you, it hardly matters which. Look at yourself. I don't answer him. The silence is louder than words. Jonah lets out a low whistle, long and edged with something almost sympathetic. He leans back in the chair opposite mine, lacing his hands behind his head in a gesture of lazy superiority I find especially intolerable today. Well, that explains the caffeine overload, the permanent scowl, and the fact that you've read the same paragraph in that contract 3 times since I walked in. It was one kiss. I say, my voice clipped. It didn't go any further. This time. But you wanted it to? Of course I did. She had looked up at me with those wide, furious eyes, her mouth swollen from the force of what we were doing, her breathing ragged in the quiet space between us. When I leaned in, when she closed the remaining distance and pulled me down with a desperation that eclipsed reason, everything else fell away. Control fractured, logic disintegrated, restraint ceased to exist. Now I'm here, sitting behind my own desk, feigning interest in projected earnings and pipeline metrics, when the only thing occupying any real estate in my mind is her. The taste of her, the feel of her, the sound she made when she kissed me back with the intensity of someone fighting for breath. "Damn, Nick," Jonah mutters, his voice stripped of sarcasm now. "You're deeper in this than you realize." "No," I say quietly. "I have it contained." He snorts without humor. "Is that what you think? Because from where I'm sitting it looks more like you're circling the drain with no plan to stop." I push back from the desk and cross to the window because staying seated is suffocating. Outside, the skyline stretches in a perfect grid of steel, ordered and cold, a panorama of everything I've built and controlled. Under any other circumstances, its precision would calm me. Today, it only reminds me that I'm standing in a sealed box, pretending I'm not coming apart at the seams. "She works for me." "So?" he replies without pause. "She's younger. Still not hearing a problem. She deserves better." Jonah exhales through his nose, an irritated, restrained sound. He rises from his chair and stands with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Your problem is that you've spent your entire life controlling everything. The boardroom, the company, your time, your mind, your own goddamn heart. Now you're standing here shocked that someone exists who makes all that control look like the facade it is." I don't respond because he's right, and the truth of it settles into my chest with punishing weight. "She isn't a fling," I say after a moment, my voice subdued. "She isn't someone I can fuck and walk away from without consequence." "Then don't walk away," Jonah says simply, his tone stripped of judgment. I turn my head just enough to glance at him over my shoulder. "It isn't that simple." "It's exactly that simple. You want her, she wants you. Either do something about it, or stop looking like you're dying by inches." I drag a hand down my face. The burn of rough stubble against my palm is grounding, but it does nothing to ease the ache spreading through my chest. "If I touch her again," I say, my voice low and final, "I won't let go." Jonah watches me for a long, silent moment before he shrugs once, unapologetic. "Then don't let go." He turns and heads for the door, pausing in the frame with his hand braced on the edge. "Figure it out, Nick, before she decides to figure it out without you." The door closes behind him with an audible click. I remain standing by the window, staring out at the city I've mastered, unable to move, unable to breathe, because the reality is I have always known what I want. I knew it the night she walked into that gala wearing a dress that should have been illegal, her eyes lit with defiance and something far more dangerous. She didn't falter when I pushed her, didn't shrink away or bend to accommodate my intensity. She pushed back with equal force, meeting my challenge without hesitation or fear. And in that moment, I knew I want her in every possible sense. It isn't about sex, though God knows I want her in my bed. It's about everything else. I want her in my mornings, with her hair tangled from sleep and her eyes heavy with dreams she hasn't shared yet. I want to know the sound of her laughter when she's tired and unguarded. I want her sharp wit, her irreverent observations, her ridiculous notebook filled with color-coded lists and tiny looping handwriting. I want to hold her steady when the world strips her defenses away, and I want to see if she curls into me the way she did that day in my office when she kissed me with a desperation that stripped me of my own armor. That's what terrifies me. Because wanting her isn't a casual decision I can compartmentalize and manage. It isn't safe. It's the kind of wanting that consumes, that rewrites everything I thought I knew about desire and purpose and consequence. It is, quite simply, everything. And the thought of what it would do to me if I lost her, if I let myself reach for this only to fail her, I'm not certain I'm strong enough to survive that kind of failure. I spend the entire day avoiding her. I reroute meetings to other managers. I send clipped, sterile emails in place of direct requests. I remain locked in the executive suite under the guise of strategic planning, but the truth is simpler and infinitely weaker. I'm hiding. The entire day is an exercise in silent humiliation because I know exactly what I'm doing and I hate myself for it. Yet every time I think I've regained control, she infiltrates my periphery. I catch sight of her ponytail disappearing into a conference room down the hall. I hear her voice through a partially open door during a client call, cool and professional, unshaken by any of what has occurred between us. She sounds infuriatingly competent, unbothered, focused entirely on her work, and somehow that only deepens the ache clawing through my chest. I want her more for it, for that composure, for that strength. By mid-afternoon, I have abandoned all pretense of productivity. My eyes track data across my screen without comprehension. My hands curl into fists against the desktop, twitching with the need to do something. Call her, text her, leave this office and demand we finish the conversation we have never allowed ourselves to begin. But I remain seated. I grit my teeth against the urge. I let it burn its way through me, hollowing out everything that makes me civilized. And then the door opens. No knock, no courtesy, no polite announcement from Emily over the intercom. She just walks in, as though the space belongs to her, as though the air I'm struggling to draw into my lungs is hers to claim. Technically, she has every right to be here, but the instant my eyes land on her, the world reduces to a single point of focus. She's wearing fitted black trousers and a soft ivory blouse that draws attention to the curve of her neck. Her lips are slightly parted, as if she's been mouthing the words she plans to say before stepping in. Her eyes, those eyes that undid me the first time I met them, are sharp with purpose and something far more resolute.
"Apologies,"
she says briskly, her tone efficient and cool.
"I didn't realize you were occupied."
I cannot speak. I watch her mouth move, shaping words I cannot absorb. She's saying something about the Hamilton pitch deck, updated revenue projections from McKenna's team, a clarification on the Q3 launch timeline. Each word is delivered with precision and composure, yet none of it registers, because all I can hear is the echo of her breathing when she kissed me. All I can feel is the memory of her mouth under mine, soft and desperate and demanding, tasting of coffee and challenge and surrender. All I can think about is how badly I wanted her then and how impossibly more I want her now. And then she speaks again, her voice dropping lower, her chin lifting in that small, stubborn tilt that I've come to recognize as her last line of defense.
"If this is too complicated,"
she says quietly, her gaze meeting mine without flinching,
"I can request a transfer or something."
No. The word tears through me with the force of a detonated charge. I rise from my chair so abruptly the legs scrape across the polished floor, the sharp sound echoing in the silence between us. No. She flinches at the tone, but barely. She holds her ground with that quiet, unyielding resolve I've come to expect from her, the same resolve that both infuriates and undoes me in equal measure. I step around the desk, closing the distance between us with a deliberate precision I no longer bother to conceal. The pull between us is undeniable. It is magnetic, elemental, and I'm too exhausted to keep resisting what has already claimed me. Don't, I say, my voice low and rough with the effort it takes to remain controlled. Don't leave. Her eyes narrow slightly, her arms folding across her chest in a gesture I have learned means she is bracing for impact.
"Nick,
I don't want you to go." The words land between us with a finality that silences everything else. For a moment, there is only the two of us in this office, stripped of titles, stripped of pretense, stripped of every defense I've spent my life cultivating. She parts her lips as if to speak, but no sound emerges. Her gaze remains locked on mine, wide and unguarded, and I watch her draw a careful breath, as though trying to steady herself against something too large to name. For the first time, I see it, the flicker of vulnerability that tells me I'm not alone in this, that whatever this is, it's consuming her too. She takes a small step forward. My hands twitch at my sides. Every instinct in me screams to reach for her, to touch her, to finish what began weeks ago in an elevator and hasn't stopped tightening its hold since. I already know that if she comes any closer, if I allow myself even a single taste of what I am denying, I won't stop. But before either of us can move, the knock comes. 2 sharp raps against the door. It opens without waiting for permission.
"Nick, do you have a minute?"
Tina from HR, with her unshakable cheer and her infuriating efficiency, walks into the room holding a folder under one arm and a cup of yogurt in her other hand, as if the world isn't currently collapsing around her feet. I step back so abruptly my body jolts with the violence of it, the loss of proximity almost painful. Sarah's expression shudders instantly. I watch her rebuild her composure in real time, smoothing her blouse, clearing her throat, straightening her posture until nothing remains of the woman who stood before me a moment ago with parted lips and unguarded eyes.
"I'll circle back once you've reviewed the deck,"
she says, her voice clipped and professional. I open my mouth to stop her. I should tell her to wait, to stay, to give me a moment to gather what remains of my sanity before she walks out that door and leaves me here with nothing but the echo of what almost was. But I can't speak past the panic clawing its way up my throat. She leaves without looking back. Tina smiles as if we're about to discuss staff appreciation banners or inter-office birthday policies.
Sorry to barge in. I know you didn't want meetings this afternoon, but this will only take a moment.
I sit down heavily in my chair because standing is suddenly impossible. What is it? She blinks at my tone, then seats herself across from me without invitation.
We've had a couple of anonymous complaints about employees adjusting the thermostat on the 21st floor. Facilities is installing a digital lock tomorrow, but since your office is up there, I wanted to give you a heads up.
I stare at her, my pulse still hammering hard enough to leave me breathless. That's it? Thermostat complaints? I'm sitting here, skin burning, chest aching with the force of everything I didn't say, and she's talking to me about air conditioning. I nod once, tightly. Understood. She beams at me, oblivious to the violence of the moment she interrupted.
Great, I'll let them know.
She leaves before I can formulate a response capable of justifying her termination. I remain seated for a moment, hands braced against the arms of my chair, the echo of Sarah's presence still thrumming in the air around me. My pulse remains erratic, my chest tight, every part of me vibrating with the knowledge that this won't stay contained much longer. This could have been about us. It will be eventually if I continue down this path, if I keep pretending the ground beneath us is solid when it's already fractured beyond repair. I push back from my desk with more force than necessary, the chair wheels skidding against the floor. I stride out of my office and into the corridor, each step sharp with purpose. Remaining in that room is impossible. Breathing the air she just vacated feels dangerous. I need out. Now. The second the doors close behind me, I press the button for the lobby and lean back against the cool metal wall. My eyes close, not in pursuit of peace or calm because I know better than to expect either. This is an act of escape, temporary, ineffective, a pause that changes nothing. Because the moment I allow myself to exhale, she's there. Not in front of me, but embedded in every corner of my mind, every unguarded moment when I lose focus for even a fraction of a second. I see her as clearly as if she were standing here beside me. I imagine her stepping into this elevator with that composed determination she wears like armor, her shoulder brushing mine, her scent enveloping the confined space until the air becomes heavy with everything we refuse to name. I see the way her chest rises and falls, subtle but telling, the small involuntary hitch in her breathing when I turn to look at her, holding her gaze until she looks away as if that will save her. The flush creeping up her neck in betrayal of everything she tries to project. Because I know the truth now. She wants this. She wants me just as relentlessly as I want her. In my mind, the elevator jolts to a stop, frozen between floors, the hum of electricity dimming into silence, the world falling away until nothing remains but her and me and the force of what lies between us. I look at her, really look. I take in every line of her body, every slight tremor in her posture, the way her fingers curl tighter on the strap of her bag, as if to ground herself against what she already knows is coming. When I step forward and brace my hands against the wall beside her head, effectively caging her in, she doesn't flinch. Her gaze lifts to mine with something between challenge and surrender, her lips parting in a shallow breath. She reaches for me, her hands gripping the lapels of my suit jacket, pulling me closer with a desperation she doesn't attempt to disguise. There's nothing tentative in the way she touches me, nothing hesitant in the way her hips shift forward, aligning her body with mine as if she has already made her decision and is simply waiting for me to catch up. In my mind, I kiss her without restraint or caution. There's no measured pressure, no careful control. I claim her mouth with the kind of need that renders all other considerations irrelevant. Her lips part instantly, a broken sound slipping from her throat into mine, and the taste of her nearly buckles my knees. The small, desperate noises she makes reverberate down my spine until every nerve in my body is flayed open. My grip shifts to her hips, hard enough to elicit another gasp from her parted lips. I lift her easily, bracing her against the elevator wall, feeling the tremor in her legs as she wraps them around my waist without hesitation or modesty. Her head falls back against the metal panel, exposing the delicate curve of her neck. I drag my mouth down to that vulnerable skin, tasting the salt and heat of her, feeling her pulse flutter wildly beneath my tongue. When I bite down just enough to make her flinch, a low, broken curse spills from her lips, and her fingers dig into my shoulders as though she needs an anchor to survive the force of what is happening to her. She whispers my name, hoarse and unsteady. Nick. The way she says it unravels something at my core I thought long dead. Then the bell chimes. The elevator doors slide open. I jolt back into reality as though submerged in ice. My pulse is thunderous, my chest tight with the echo of what I almost allowed myself to feel. This is dangerous, far beyond what I've allowed myself to acknowledge until now. The certainty of that knowledge settles heavy in my gut. I straighten my jacket, step into the lobby, and force myself to move forward. Because if I don't regain control soon, there will be nothing left of me she hasn't already claimed.
Chapter 9. Sarah. Meatball is trying to eat my sports bra. Again. I yank it from his mouth and throw it across the room. It hits a messy pile of throw pillows with a thud. He huffs, flops onto his back in full protest, every ounce of drama spilling out as if I've just ripped away his last lifeline. His tongue droops from the corner of his mouth, slack and ridiculous. He might as well be starring in some absurd canine soap opera. Get a grip, I mutter, stepping over him to grab my laptop off the kitchen counter. You had breakfast, you had a walk, you don't need to destroy my underthings for attention. He kicks one leg in the air in half-hearted defiance before deciding belly rubs are the greater good. I oblige because I'm weak and he's cute and I need something to ground me right now. Because otherwise, I'm just going to sit here in my new, suspiciously adult apartment, surrounded by untouched furniture and half-unpacked boxes, and spiral. Again. It's been over a week. Days have passed since that kiss in Nick's office, the kiss that hit me with unstoppable force and still reverberates through every part of me. Just one kiss, one moment, but it shattered everything. I felt it in my knees, in my lungs, in the way my brain completely short-circuited and hasn't returned to factory settings since. It doesn't help that it's been almost 2 months since our first accidental, wine-fueled, very bad idea hookup, and we've been tap dancing around it like a couple of idiots ever since. But this kiss, it was different. This time it wasn't an accident. This time I knew exactly what I was doing, and so did he. I flop onto the couch and pull my knees up, laptop balanced precariously as I try and fail to write a campaign pitch for athletic socks that don't ride down into your shoes. The product manager wants something catchy but grounded in emotional resonance. I stare at the blinking cursor. Fall in love with your feet again? Stay up, like your standards. Because saggy socks are a cry for help. Honestly, I'm a cry for help, I mutter, stabbing the delete key and sighing so hard Meatball looks mildly alarmed. My phone buzzes on the coffee table. Laura, I know you're ignoring me, and I'm letting you have your sad spiral moment, but I will appear outside your window with a boombox if you don't answer in the next 30 seconds. I stare at it, then sigh and answer. Her voice comes through instantly. There she is, my emotionally repressed corporate sex pot. I hate you, I mutter, but the corner of my mouth twitches anyway. Are you still pretending that kiss didn't turn your brain into confetti? I'm fine. You're not fine. You're using your dog as a security blanket, and your emotional support coping mechanism is sock-related wordplay. I glance at Meatball. He barks. That's uncalled for, I say. So is pretending like you didn't make out with your boss, like it was the last scene in a Nicholas Sparks movie, and now you're both avoiding each other like you caught feelings in a gas station. I groan and flop backward, phone pressed to my ear. I can't stop thinking about it, Lo. About him. I know. Like, my body is still buzzing. It's been over a week. What the hell is wrong with me? Nothing, she says gently. You want him, and you care. That's not wrong. I cover my eyes with one arm. It is when he's my boss, when I have to see him every day and pretend like I'm not mentally replaying the way he sounded when I kissed him like I was on fire. There's a beat of silence. Then Laura says, he sounded like something? Don't make me say it. Oh, I will absolutely make you say it. I groan louder. Like he was falling, like he couldn't stop. There it is, the truth of it, out loud, and it's like stepping into traffic. Damn, she whispers. Yeah, and since then, he's been distant, professional, like it never happened. And you? Same, obviously. I pick at a loose thread on the couch cushion, except for the part where I'm not sleeping, can't concentrate, and keep getting hot every time someone says the word spreadsheet. Laura laughs so hard, I hear her nearly drop her phone. You're such a disaster. I'm trying not to be. I pause. And it doesn't help that I've been feeling weird all week, jittery, off, like butterflies. But on steroids, I really need to get it together. Laura hums thoughtfully. Maybe it's not just emotional, babe. Maybe it's physical. Stress does weird things to your body. So does sexual frustration. Wow, I deadpan. Thanks, Dr. Phil. Seriously, she says, do something that calms you down. Take a hot bath. Light a candle. Bzzz. I blink. Then sit up so fast I nearly catapult Meatball off the couch. My phone lights up. Nick Ashford. You up? I stare at it, then whisper, oh no. Laura gasps. What was that? Who just texted you? Is it him? I gotta go, I say, already hanging up. My heart pounds for a full 7 seconds. I stare at his name on the screen, frozen, waiting for the letters to twist into, just kidding. They don't. Nick. You up? Nick. Still thinking about you. I don't even realize I'm holding my breath until I exhale all at once. My fingers hover over the screen. Sarah, you shouldn't text me. 3 dots appear, then disappear, then come back again. Nick. I know. Nick. But I can't stop. My stomach flips. My skin prickles. Every nerve in my body is suddenly awake. I scan my apartment, searching for eyes on me, hoping it makes this feel less dangerous, less real. Sarah. Really? What am I doing? There's a pause, longer this time. I watch the dots dance, typing, not typing, typing again. Nick. I haven't stopped thinking about that kiss, about how you tasted, the sound you made, how soft you were. My breath catches. Nick. I should be thinking about Q3 projections, but all I can picture is you in my office again, against the wall, saying my name like that. I make a sound in the back of my throat that would deeply embarrass me in public. Meatball cocks his head, eyes asking, "You okay, ma'am?" Sarah. You can't say things like that. Nick. I already did. Nick. And I meant every word. My hands tremble. Heat coils deep in my belly, heavy and restless. I've been holding back a rising tide for weeks, and now it's crashing free. Sarah. What do you want, Nick? Another pause. Then, Nick. You. 2 seconds later, Nick. In my hands, on my desk, on my mouth. Nick. Anywhere I can have you. Nick. Everywhere. I press my hand against my chest, desperate to slow my racing heart, but it doesn't budge. There's no calm left in me, no professionalism, no safety. And God help me, I don't want to be safe anymore. Sarah, tell me what you'd do if I was there right now. His reply is instant. Nick, I'd ruin you, softly, slowly, until you forget why we're pretending we shouldn't. I drop the phone. Actually drop it. It lands on the carpet, and Meatball sniffs it like, "Girl, what are you doing?" I scoop it up again, fingers trembling. Sarah, I'm not wearing pants. Nick, fuck. Nick, now I'm not breathing. Nick, I want you in my bed. Under me, above me, doesn't matter. As long as it's you. Nick, I haven't touched anyone since that night, not once, and I don't want to. My throat tightens, not just from the words, but the truth of them. I believe him, and that terrifies me more than anything, because I haven't either. I must be losing my mind. I don't know what comes over me as I type, Sarah, come over. He shows up at my apartment 15 minutes later. I barely have time to throw on a clean shirt and light a candle before there's a knock at the door. I open it, and there he is. Nick Ashford stands in a dark coat, hair tousled by the wind, eyes fixed on me with a knowing intensity. His jaw tightens, fists clenched at his sides, and he looks wrecked. ravaged, controlled only by the thinnest thread. "Hi," I breathe. He doesn't answer. He steps inside, shuts the door with a solid thud, and pulls me into him with desperate hunger. We barely make it past the entryway. Clothes scatter, my shirt hits a lamp, his coat ends up God knows where. I think one of my shoes ends up in the kitchen sink, but I don't care. I can't care, because his mouth is on mine and nothing else exists. It's not soft. It's not careful. It's need. Hands clutching fabric, teeth grinding. I'm slammed against the wall before I register it, legs curling around his waist, my body moving before my mind can catch up. He groans into my neck, raw and urgent, as if this restrained fire finally erupted. "You don't know," he growls into my skin, lifting me effortlessly and carrying me toward the bedroom. "What you do to me." "Show me," I gasp, fingers tugging at the hem of his shirt, nails dragging across his stomach. He does. Nick sets me down in the middle of my bed, his possession. His eyes roam over me slowly, not just looking, but claiming. Hunger burns in them, tempered by restraint. He savors the anticipation, stretching the moment before unleashing everything we've been holding back. His voice is dangerously low. "Strip for me." The command punches the air out of my lungs. I blink up at him, throat dry, pulse thudding in places I didn't know could throb. He doesn't move, just stands there, arms crossed, eyes dark and hooded, watching. I should be nervous, but I'm not. I'm on fire. I rise slowly to my knees on the bed and pull my t-shirt over my head. His expression tightens when he sees me bare beneath it. I roll my shorts and panties down in one smooth motion, sliding them past my hips and tossing them aside. Heat blooms in my chest as his eyes devour every inch, hungry enough to consume me whole. "Lie back," he says, arms above your head. My breath catches, but I do it. Something about his voice, rough and low and wrapped in velvet sin, melts every coherent thought. I stretch back across the pillows, arms overhead, heart pounding so hard it rattles the bed. His eyes trace every curve of my body, searching for the answer to a question he's been silently asking for months. Then he moves, fast. He's on the bed in one smooth motion, pulling something from his pocket. A tie, navy silk. He meets my eyes with a look that makes my thighs clench. "Say stop and I will," he murmurs, voice brushing over my skin. "But if you let me, I'm going to ruin you tonight." I nod, breathless. "Yes." His fingers are gentle but sure as he binds my wrists to the headboard with the tie, tightening it just enough that I can feel the hold, but not enough to truly restrict. It's not about control. It's about surrender. And I've never wanted to surrender so badly in my life. "You're so fucking gorgeous like this," he growls, kissing a line from my collarbone to the valley between my breasts. "Laid out for me, trusting me." He sucks a nipple into his mouth and I moan, back arching, thighs tightening. But he doesn't linger. He kisses lower and lower until he's settled between my legs, hands spreading my thighs apart as if he owns every inch of me. "Nick, please." He exhales hot against my center and grins, wicked and devastating. "Beg prettier." I let out a helpless, needy sound, humiliation and arousal tangling in my stomach. "Please," I whisper, squirming beneath him. "I need you." "Oh, sweetheart," he murmurs, "you have me." And then his mouth is on me. He licks with a fierce hunger, his tongue flicking over my clit, then sliding down to tease my entrance before thrusting in. His nose presses just right, and I cry out, arching into the tie binding my wrists, hips grinding into his face, chasing a craving I've been denied for far too long. I am. His hands grip my thighs hard, holding me still as he devours me. Tongue, lips, teeth. He uses all of it, sending heat crackling down my spine with every movement. And when I start to tremble, teetering on the edge, he doesn't stop. He slides 2 fingers inside me, curling them just right, and moans against my skin, his breath heavy with need. My body unravels under his touch, and I can feel how much he's been craving this. Me. "Nick, oh my God." "Come for me," he growls, voice rough and tight. "Let me taste how good I make you feel." And I do. I come so hard I forget my own name, crying out as pleasure explodes behind my eyes, pulsing through my limbs and making my whole body shudder against the restraints. He doesn't stop until I'm gasping, limp, twitching from overstimulation, and completely wrung out. He crawls back up, fingers tracing the curve of my jaw, eyes locked on mine. He kisses me, filthy and deep, letting me taste myself on his tongue. And I moan into his mouth because I've never felt more wanted, more taken, more his. Then he unknots the tie. "Now," he says, tugging his shirt over his head and reaching for the waistband of his pants. "My turn." His shirt hits the floor, then his belt, then his pants. And oh, damn. He's big, hard, thick and flushed, and already dripping at the tip. My mouth actually waters. "You're staring," he says, voice as dark as honey and smoke. "You're perfect," I whisper, dazed. He strokes himself once, slow and rough, eyes never leaving mine. "So are you." Then he reaches into the pocket of his coat on the floor, pulling out a small foil packet. His gaze flicks to mine as he tears it open with his teeth, deliberate, filthy, and utterly in control. Then he's crawling over me again, braced on his forearms, the heat of his body pressing into mine. His mouth tilts over mine in a kiss that burns with sin and sweetness, edged with something dangerously close to devotion. He's already hard and hot against my inner thigh, and I shift, trying to get him where I need him. But he doesn't give in. Not yet. He bites my bottom lip and pulls back just far enough to look at me. His voice drops. "Do you want me to go slow?" he rasps. "Or do you want it the way I've been imagining since the second I saw you again?" I'm panting. My wrists are free, but I don't move them. I don't want to move them. "I want you," I whisper, "the way you want me." His jaw flexes, barely leashed restraint. "Be sure, Sarah." "Nick," I whisper, wrapping my legs around his hips. "Ruin me." His breath hisses between his teeth as if that broke him. Then he's pushing into me in one deep, hard thrust. I cry out, back arching, hands fisting in the sheets, vision blacking out for a second from how full I feel. He doesn't move, just stays there, buried inside me to the hilt, breathing like he just ran a goddamn marathon. Fuck, he growls against my neck. You're so tight. You feel like heaven, like you were made for me. My nails dig into his back as I writhe beneath him. Then move, Ashford. Take what's yours. That does it. He starts to thrust. Hard, deep, relentless. Each stroke knocks the breath from my lungs, presses filthy little sounds out of me I didn't know I could make. He shifts my legs higher on his waist and grinds, hitting that spot that makes me gasp. I might as well be drowning. The headboard starts to thud against the wall. The sheets twist around us. I'm soaked and shaking, and everything is too much and not enough. And, touch yourself, he pants. I want to watch you come again. I reach between us with trembling fingers, rubbing tight circles over my clit as he pounds into me, watching his favorite fucking movie. Good girl, he groans, just like that. Let me see you fall apart for me. It's not long. I spiral fast, hips jerking, toes curling, mouth open in a silent scream as another orgasm crashes through me hard as a freight train. I shatter, legs clamping around him, back arching off the mattress, and he loses it. Fuck, Sarah! He drives into me harder, deeper, hands gripping my thighs tight as his rhythm stutters, breaks. He buries himself one last time and growls into my neck as he comes, hot and deep and endless. We're both shaking when it's over, sweaty, tangled, breathless. He doesn't pull out, doesn't let me go. He stays there, forehead against mine, both of us gasping for air as if we've survived something fierce. His hand cups the side of my face, thumb tracing my cheekbone with a hesitation that holds onto me, unwilling to let go. Then he kisses me, softly this time, like I might disappear if he moves too fast. Maybe he's trying not to mean it. Bang! Followed by barking, surprising the both of us. Meatball launches himself onto the bed with all the grace of a furry cannonball. Nick flinches. I yelp. The mattress bounces violently as Meatball bulldozes his way between us, as if he's decided now is the time to enforce the no boys allowed policy. Oh my God! I gasp, trying to wrestle 40 pounds of stubborn Frenchie off Nick's very naked chest. Meatball, no! Get down! He lets out a gleeful snort and promptly licks Nick's face. Nick blinks, then laughs. Actually laughs. It's startled and deep and boyish in a way I've never heard before. Something just cracked open inside him and sunlight poured in. His eyes crinkle, his teeth flash, and I can't help it. I start laughing too. And just like that, the room shifts. The tension melts, the chaos settles, and I realize I'm curled up naked next to my very grumpy, very powerful boss, while my dog uses his abdomen as a throne. And weirdly, it feels okay.
Chapter 10. Nick. Thursday morning. Too early for anyone sane to be awake, let alone functional, yet I walk through the doors of Ashford Holdings with an expression I cannot seem to control. a private, feral satisfaction curling through my chest. I should feel guilt. I should feel regret. I should be dissecting last night with clinical detachment, filing it under mistakes made and lessons learned as I have done with so many other lapses in judgment throughout my life. But none of that comes, because when I close my eyes, I still see her. She opened the door barefoot, her hair unbound and unruly, her eyes wide and uncertain in a way that stripped every ounce of control from my body. I hadn't even spoken before stepping inside, pressing her back against the wall and finally releasing everything I had spent weeks forcing into submission. There was no strategy, no calculation, no pretense. There was only her, and the way her body arched into mine with a desperate honesty that has left me wrecked in ways I cannot begin to articulate. This morning the world is altered. Nothing about my reality has changed, yet everything is different. She remains my employee. She remains untouchable by every professional and ethical standard I've built my life upon. Yet after last night, the distance between us has narrowed into something dangerous and irreversible. I can still smell her on my skin, threaded beneath the expensive leather of my jacket and the muted wood smoke of my cologne. The knowledge of her is embedded so deeply within me, it's cellular. I step off the executive elevator, tugging my tie loose in a futile attempt to force my expression back into something neutral. But it must be clear on my face because Jonah is waiting the moment the doors open. He doesn't bother with a greeting, doesn't offer a sardonic observation or perfunctory insult. He simply looks at me, his jaw set, eyes narrowed, and jerks his head in the direction of my office. The leaden thud in my chest tells me everything I need to know. I follow him down the corridor in silence, my pulse already beginning to hammer. He doesn't speak until the door closes behind us. Even then, he doesn't look at me. Instead, he tosses his phone on my desk with a flick of his wrist that carries a brutal finality. "Enjoy your morning press." I glance down, unprepared for the impact. My stomach sinks with a sickening twist. There, illuminated in high-resolution pixels already watermarked by two separate gossip sites, is last night captured in ruthless, unforgiving clarity. Me in my suit and overcoat bent over her doorstep, kissing her with both hands framing her face, her bare foot visible behind the cracked door. The intimacy of it is undeniable. Raw, unvarnished, exposed. The caption beneath it reads, "The city's notorious bachelor CEO Nick Ashford locked in late-night lip lock. But who is the woman in his arms?" I force myself to exhale, though it's more like expulsion than relief. Jonah finally lifts his gaze to mine. "It's viral. Entertainment outlets, Reddit threads. One of the celebrity blogs recognized you, cross-posted it with your Billions and Bachelor highlight reel. You're trending under hashtag CEO Heartbreaker if you wanted a reason to vomit before lunch." I close my eyes briefly, pressing my thumb and forefinger to the bridge of my nose. God damn it. He nods, pacing to the bar cart in the corner and pouring himself a glass of water with uncharacteristic restraint. "You want the good news or the bad news?" "There's good news?" "No," he replies flatly. "I just thought it might soften the blow." He takes a long drink, sets the glass down, and turns to face me fully. "The board is already asking questions, quietly for now. HR has been instructed to review any documentation related to her employment file. You're fortunate she hasn't filed a complaint, but if this escalates, it won't matter." I lift my gaze to his, each word landing with surgical precision against the raw edges of my control. It was consensual. I'm sure, but the public doesn't care, Nick. Optics are everything. You're the CEO. She's a subordinate. This isn't simply a public relations issue. It's a legal liability with the potential to escalate beyond your control. The words land with the weight of inevitability, but I react on instinct, my tone clipped and final. I'll fix it. Jonah turns toward me, his expression caught somewhere between frustration and pity. You can't bulldoze this into submission. This isn't the boardroom. You may run the company, but there are other voices at the table. You don't get to override protocol just because you fear the outcome. I'm not ashamed of her. I say, voice low but steady, the only truth I can offer without unraveling entirely. That's not the point, and you know it. His tone softens, only slightly, but enough to remind me why he's the only person allowed to speak to me this way. Listen, I know you care about her. Anyone with eyes can see that. But this isn't about how you feel. It's about the company. Your reputation, hers. The interns are already whispering, and it's not even noon. I drag a hand across my jaw, feeling the rough stubble burn against my palm, grounding me in the cold reality I've spent my entire life anticipating and outmaneuvering. But not this time. I didn't prepare for this. This isn't how I wanted it to happen. Not with her name on the tip of every gossip reporter's tongue. Not with her reputation leveraged against mine. I should have been more careful. I should have remembered that in this city someone is always watching, always waiting to turn a private moment into public currency. My mind flickers back to her face this morning, still drowsy with sleep, her smile slow and unguarded, the small hitch in her breath when I kissed her goodbye before stepping out into the darkness. She didn't see the camera. She didn't know what was coming. And the knowledge that I failed to protect her from this makes something in my chest twist with sharp, nauseating regret. I'll deny it, I say finally. Jonah blinks, taken aback. You'll what? To the board, to the press, I'll say it's not her. Say it was someone else. A friend, a date. The photo's grainy, the lighting's poor, it was raining. Let them chase shadows. He exhales a quiet, humorless laugh. You seriously think that will work? I shoot him a hard look. Do you have a better plan? He doesn't answer immediately. He just watches me, silent and inscrutable, the way he has done for 2 decades of my worst decisions, assessing the trajectory of my downfall with clinical detachment. Finally, he sighs and runs a hand across his face. Honestly, maybe not. The admission surprises me. He gestures toward the phone still lying on my desk. She's not named in any of the coverage. There's no direct link back to her unless someone leaks it internally, and she won't. You know that as well as I do. If we refuse to confirm it, the press won't have enough to make it stick. They haven't speculated? I ask, my voice low, measured. Not by name. Some Reddit threads think it's an actress you dated 5 years ago. No one credible has identified her. Perfect. The word lands heavy with grim finality. Let them chase that. Jonah lifts a shoulder in a half shrug. We stonewall, issue no comment. The firm will draft a holding statement if the board forces it, stating that your private life has no bearing on operational integrity. You'll look like an arrogant bastard, but that's hardly out of character. Thank you for the morale boost, I mutter. He smiles faintly, though there is no amusement in his eyes. Just doing my job. I turn my gaze back to the image still glowing on the screen. The way I'm holding her, the way she's holding me in return, unapologetically close. There's nothing accidental in it, nothing I can wave off as impulse or error. It carries weight, consequence, a quiet gravity pulling everything in its path toward a point I may not come back from. And in another life, a different world, I wouldn't hide it. I would claim it, claim her. But this isn't that life, and I won't be the reason her name is dragged through public filth. I will not allow her ambition to be reframed as seduction. I won't let her brilliance be reduced to gossip fodder in the hands of men who see women as nothing but leverage. Damage control, I say quietly. We let the photo fade. We give the board a version that protects the company. Meanwhile, she and I keep our distance. No contact at work, no personal interactions, at least until this dissipates. Jonah tilts his head, studying me with the weary acceptance of a man who knows exactly how this ends. Can you actually do that? I hold his gaze. I have to. He studies me, silent, calculating, measuring the margin between instinct and impulse. He doesn't challenge it, just nods once. I look at the image again, a still frame with teeth, a single moment, caught and frozen, already pulling at the edges of everything I've kept contained. "Where are you going?" he asks. I don't stop moving. To handle the fallout. The hallway feels longer than it is. Every glance, every half-swallowed whisper tells me the photo is moving faster than we'd hoped. I ignore it. Focus sharpens into a single objective. Sarah. She wouldn't have seen it yet, not unless someone showed her. Even then, she wouldn't grasp the scale, not immediately. I turn the corner. Her department is quieter than usual, tense. Someone fumbles a stapler. Another pretends to read an email with intensity no email deserves. I barely register them. And then I see her. She's standing outside the break room, coffee in one hand, phone in the other. Her posture is rigid, her expression locked, pale, still. She's seen it. Too late. "Sarah," I say, voice low, steady. She looks up slowly. Her voice is thin. "It's me," she says. "In the photo." I nod. "Come with me." There's hesitation, the kind that comes when the floor shifts under you and you don't know what to grab. I take one step closer, not touching, just presence. She follows. I lead her down the hall and into the nearest office, closing the door behind us. She turns to face me. She sets the coffee down with both hands before it slips through her fingers. "There's a photo," she says, still processing, "online of us this morning." "I've seen it. It's already circulating." Her breath catches. She drops into a chair, slow and mechanical, pressing the heel of her hand to her forehead. "I don't do this. I don't want attention. I don't know how to live under that kind of scrutiny." "I know." "This morning I was barefoot in an oversized shirt walking my dog, and now people are arguing over my body and your hand and calling it breaking news." Her eyes find mine, wide, uncertain.
What do I do?
I'm handling it.
How?
I'm denying it's you. She blinks.
You're what?
The image is dark, no clear facial ID. No statement has been made. I'll tell the board it's someone else. We let the ambiguity work for us. There's a long pause, then...
You'd lie for me.
I lower myself to her level, voice even, expression stoic. Yes. She exhales, shaky, the panic's still there under the surface. I'll take the speculation, I say. Let them assume, let them talk. No confirmation from me, none from you. It burns out eventually. It always does. She nods once, slow, then she lifts her eyes again. This time her voice is softer, not afraid, just exposed.
And what about us?
I don't answer immediately. The weight of the question deserves more than reflex. We stop, I say. At work, no contact, no involvement, not until this passes. She doesn't speak, but the shift in her expression says enough. I see it, the sting of the line being drawn, and I hate that it's necessary. For now, I say, voice level, we don't cross paths. No contact at the office, no appearances together outside of work, nothing that can escalate this. She leans back, folding her arms, constructing distance. The armor is familiar. I've seen her wear it before.
So what? You just want me to ignore you in the hallway? Pretend last night didn't happen?
No, I answer. I want you employed. I want you protected. And I want the chance to revisit this when it isn't framed by scandal, HR protocols, or internet commentary on your wardrobe. That earns me something real, a small smile, unguarded at the edges. She exhales, nods once.
Okay. No contact at work. We keep our distance.
I straighten, locking down the instinct to reach for more. I'm sorry this happened. She rises too, brushing a hand through her hair, the movement revealing more steadiness than she probably feels.
You didn't take the photo, and you didn't leak it.
No, but I should have anticipated it. I should have protected you better. She studies me for a long beat, then says quietly,
You're trying to, now.
I hold her gaze. Let me handle it. She lifts her chin.
I trust you.
The weight of that word lands in the center of my chest, heavy and absolute. She doesn't give it lightly, not to someone like me. I nod once and step back, giving her space. It's the right decision, but it doesn't feel right. Not when every part of me is still aware of her presence. Not when I already know the distance won't hold. By the time I'm back in my office, the decision is made. It goes against every protocol I've enforced over the last 2 decades, but none of those rules were built with her in mind. I've built a career on calculated risks, and this, her, is the one I'm willing to take. Later that afternoon, once the noise in the building softens and the cycle shifts to newer distractions, I type out a message and send it before I can second-guess the impulse. Nick, there's a charity event Saturday night. It's mine. Private guest list, no press, quiet venue. come with me. 5 minutes pass, then 10. The silence isn't surprising. She's weighing consequences. Then finally, Sarah.
Does that seem like a good idea, with everything going on?
Nick. No press, no one from the office. Just a night away from all of this. Sarah.
I have nothing to wear to a fancy event like that.
I exhale through a grin. Nick. That's the easiest problem I've solved all day. A car will pick you up Saturday at 6. I'll handle the rest. There's a pause. Sarah.
You're impossible.
Nick. I know. See you Saturday. I close the chat window and lean back in my chair. She's coming, and I don't care what the board says, or Jonah, or the internet's relentless appetite for blood. I need to see her again. In my space, on my terms, on my arm. Not as a rumor, not as a scandal, not as my subordinate. Just as her, and for one night, undisturbed, undisputed, mine.
Chapter 11. Sarah. This is a scam. I know it's not, technically, but it's unreal. Any second now, I half expect Ashton Kutcher to pop out from behind a rhinestone clutch and announce I've been punked by capitalism. I'm standing in the middle of Little Black Book, this absurdly bougie boutique in Soho that smells of vanilla, power, and generational wealth. Everything is silk. Everything is shiny. Everything costs more than my car insurance. I do not belong here. I feel like an unpaid intern on a makeover reality show. You know, the before girl, the one who cries into a scarf while a team of well-moisturized experts debates her eyebrows. And over in the corner, Nick, of course. Final boss energy, posted up against a velvet chair with the quiet confidence of a man who's never had to try twice. His jaw could cut glass, his suit looks impeccable, and he's just there, completely unfazed, typing on his phone as if dragging a woman off the street and into a luxury boutique is just another Tuesday between boardroom takeovers and leaving emotional wreckage in his wake. Meanwhile, a sales associate, dressed in head-to-toe black, watches me with cool detachment. She introduces herself as Bianca, her voice even and edged with the kind of calm that comes from surviving wealth, chaos, and more than one celebrity breakdown over couture. She moves toward me with practiced grace, judgment in her eyes, the scent of Chanel No. 5 trailing behind her. Her clipboard rests in one hand, her mouth set in a smirk that doesn't waver. "I can just tell you're going to be fun," she says, in that syrupy, smooth voice reserved for cashmere clients and insecure women trying not to choke on the price tags. "You have such potential." Potential? Great. I've been here 90 seconds, and I'm already a pity project. Bianca gives me a once-over, her expression calculating, then gestures toward a rack of glimmering gowns that I know I could never afford on my own. "Let's start with this," she says, pulling out a silver strapless number that somehow manages to look both aggressive and flimsy. "This silhouette is very forgiving, especially with a fuller bust, and silver is so fresh on someone with your complexion." My complexion? Bianca says it with all the warmth of a weather report. I don't know what's happening, but I'm nodding, stiff and awkward, barely holding it together. She hands off the dress, and I vanish into the dressing room, a velvet-draped box where the walls seem to press in, heavy with silence and scrutiny. I peel myself out of my hoodie and jeans, pull on the dress, and immediately regret every life decision that's led me to this moment. It's crunchy, weirdly loud, like if tinfoil and rejection had a baby. I step out, trying not to trip over the hem. The bodice is doing something alarming to my chest, and not in the sexy, confidence-boosting way, in the shoved a cantaloupe into a Ziploc way. Bianca's eyes light up with fake enthusiasm. Ooh, now that is something. Something. The ultimate non-compliment. I catch a glimpse of myself in the triple mirror and, yeah, no. I might as well be a futuristic baked potato, a haunted disco ball, one of those birthday balloons you find under the couch a week later, sad and half deflated and inexplicably sticky. Nick glances up from his phone just long enough to blink once, slowly. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to. I retreat, tense and twitchy, every step a scramble to reclaim whatever dignity I have left. Inside the dressing room, I stare at myself in the mirror and feel like shit. Not in the superficial, bad outfit way. In the bone-deep, you don't belong here and everyone knows it way. This boutique isn't for me. It's for heiresses and influencers and women who own garment steamers, not broke 26-year-olds who live off ramen and have to Google what dry clean only actually means. I try not to cry, or sweat, or puke, possibly all three. Bianca taps on the door with what I assume is dress number 2. "Let's try something a bit more elevated, darling," she coos, sugar slick and coaxing, the verbal equivalent of a gloved pat on the head. "We're just getting warmed up." Warm's not the word I'd use. I'm overheating under the crushing weight of self-doubt and very expensive lining. But I take the next dress anyway, because apparently I hate myself. The second one's worse, somehow. It's red. Bright red. Emergency exit red. This will stain your soul red. Slippery satin clings to every inch of my body with the insistence of a bad ex, the kind who shows up at your apartment at midnight just to talk. I tug at the fabric, trying to ease it down my hips, but it grips my skin, desperate to stay. The front slit cuts high, more a threat than an invitation. The neckline plunges deep and drapes low, a style made for superheroes and fearless women, neither of which I am as I stumble through my own shadow. But no, I look like a blood-stained shower curtain. Still, Bianca knocks expectantly, and I panic, so I step out. Nick glances up from his phone again, and I catch it, just a twitch, a tiny, almost imperceptible lift of his left eyebrow, barely there. Most people wouldn't even notice, but I notice, because it's the universal male sign for what in the actual hell is she wearing? I freeze, every nerve prickling with sharp embarrassment. Heat rushes through me, raw and unwelcome. It's just a look, I tell myself, but in this red dress, I become the unwanted spotlight, bright, glaring, impossible to ignore. I clear my throat. Nope. Then I spin on my heel so fast I almost faceplant into the dressing room wall. Back inside, I slap both hands over my face and groan. Loudly, dramatically, as if I'm auditioning for a telenovela titled She Died as She Lived, humiliated in retail lighting. I press a shaky hand to my lower belly. It's not pain, not exactly. Just this weird, low, twisty pressure that's been tagging along for a few days now. An uninvited guest. A clingy suspiciously quiet ex who shows up at your favorite brunch spot and just lingers. Maybe it's stress, or bad sushi, or a cursed cheese stick from the back of my fridge. Ugh, I need a distraction. I grab my phone and start furiously texting. Sarah, I'm stuck in a silk sausage casing and Nick just gave me an eyebrow. Laura, what kind of eyebrow? Sarah, the eyebrow. Laura, OMG, do you need to fake a fainting spell? Tempting. But I can't even pretend to faint in this thing. If I fall down, I might not get back up. I'll be trapped in a puddle of red satin and crushed dignity until Bianca and her clipboard gently poke me with a hanger. There's a rustling outside, probably Bianca coming to check on me with another designer death trap. I whisper a prayer to the gods of elastic and body tape and prepare to be emotionally steamrolled by whatever's next. Dress number 3 is a situation. There's a neck ruffle, a big one. Elizabethan court drama meets high fashion neck ruffle. The dress is black and sharply structured, the kind that probably once strode a runway to polite applause and lofty compliments about its architectural design. I look vampire-esque, refined and dark, brooding on a wind-swept castle balcony, reciting poetry to the moon, sipping blood from a vintage crystal coupe. Halfway through struggling with the zipper, I black out. Between twisting my shoulder into unnatural positions and smelling my own panic sweat, I catch a glimpse of my soul slipping away, hovering near the ceiling light. I stagger out anyway, dizzy and breathless, and fully dead inside. Bianca lets out a sound. It might be approval or concern. Hard to tell with her. She says, "It's very editorial," and I want to crawl into the coat rack and live there. Nick's glance lasts only a blink. No raised eyebrow. He leans against the velvet chair, the picture of effortless control, calm, detached, absorbed in his phone while I spiral through a fashion meltdown in real time. I drag myself back into the fitting room and peel off the Vampire's Revenge, muttering curses in 3 languages, 2 of which I made up. Then comes dress number 4. By the time I force the dress over my hips, my deodorant has given up. My bangs plaster against my forehead, and sweat beads beneath a suffocating mix of Chanel No. 5 and shame. I step out, but even Bianca looks hesitant this time. That's when you know it's bad. I turn, look in the mirror, and lose it. Not a loud, frantic breakdown, more the silent kind, the kind where my spirit slips away and quietly weeps into a forgotten heap of tulle and regret. I retreat to the dressing room and collapse onto the tiny velvet ottoman, every inch of me drained, swallowed by the weight of a private defeat no one else sees. I sit there in my underwear, surrounded by sequins, silk, and moral decay, and question every life choice that led me here. This was supposed to be fun. This was supposed to be sexy. Instead, I'm having a full-blown identity crisis in a luxury boutique that smells of money and intimidation. I'm shiny, sticky, and vaguely glittery in places I shouldn't be. Meatball wouldn't have let this happen. He would have barked at Bianca, peed on one of the overpriced ottomans, and dragged me out the front door with the kind of conviction only a stubby little dog with anger issues can muster. I sigh and flop backward dramatically. "I'm dying," I whisper to the ceiling. "Tell my hoodie I loved it." There's a knock at the door. Bianca again. I brace myself. "Darling," she says gently, "I think we found the one." And then, She hands me gown number 5. The dress is deep emerald green, satin smooth and unforgiving. Its sharp cut commands attention, the slit running high enough to spark whispers and cause chaos. This is the kind of dress a femme fatale wears to a black tie gala, ready to seduce, steal, and strike with precision. I don't even know why I try it on. I'm delirious, desperate, lightheaded from hunger and crushed self-esteem, probably still emotionally compromised from the vampire dress. I slip into it expecting more pain, more shame, more fashion-induced trauma. But then it fits. Really fits. As if it was made for me in a secret European atelier by blind couture monks who specialize in miracles. The fabric glides over my skin with effortless luxury. The neckline is understated yet striking, framing me in a way that demands attention. The color sharpens my eyes, setting my imposter syndrome ablaze. I hesitate, afraid to face my reflection. And when I do, I startle. Because I don't look like me. I look like the woman I'm pretending to be. The one who commands a room the moment she steps inside. The one who seduces a billionaire in an elevator without losing her nerve and without breaking down over pad thai 3 days later. The one who's not afraid of how badly she wants things she's not supposed to have. I blink and step out. Nick looks up, mid-scroll, and stops. His phone stills in his hand. His eyes move slowly, tracing every inch of me with quiet intensity. I'm not just a woman in a dress to him. I'm something rare, something he never expected to find again, something he's determined to hold on to without blinking. The air shifts. My heart skips a beat, my knees weaken, barely holding me upright. I clutch the doorframe, desperate for something steady. He doesn't say a word, just stares. His gaze starts at my heels and climbs upward, every inch measured with fierce restraint. When our eyes lock, hunger flashes there, raw and silent. He wants to speak, but the words catch somewhere between wanting and needing. The sales associate, Bianca, bless her immortal vampire soul, lets out the most delicate little cough, the kind rich people probably train for. It's the sound of someone politely excusing themselves from the blast radius of whatever this is. He lifts a brow. That's the one. I don't need a dress this expensive, I blurt too fast. I need socks, and a therapist, and maybe a Costco membership. Bianca chooses that moment to reappear, breezing in with a tablet and a terrifyingly efficient smile. Shall I wrap it up? Nick doesn't look at her. His eyes are still locked on mine, quiet, steady, intense enough to short-circuit logic. He reaches into his jacket and pulls out a sleek black card, never looking away from me as he hands it over. Wrap it up, please. Oh, God. This gala is going to be interesting.
Chapter 12. Nick. Charity galas are a polished kind of hell. Overfunded, overlit, overpopulated by men who think philanthropy is a shortcut to moral high ground. The same empty laughter, the same strategic compliments, the same auction items recycled from last year's tax write-offs. I show up, stay visible long enough to justify the donation, and leave before the speeches begin to loop. It's never personal, it's business with canapes, a handshake parade dressed in black tie. But tonight, the calculation is skewed. She's here. Sarah Brooks, seated next to me in the back of the car, quiet, composed, completely unaware of the effect she's having. Or worse, completely aware. The dress is green, satin, minimal fabric, maximum impact. Her legs are crossed, her posture effortless, her gaze fixed on the window as if I'm not watching her. But I am. More than I should. I've had to reset my expectations of what counts as control. She clears her throat.
You're staring.
I'm not.
You are.
I exhale. Fine. She adjusts the clutch in her lap, one subtle shift that turns my restraint into something barely functional. My pulse kicks. I've chaired $1 billion negotiations with less physiological fallout.
You're quiet,
she says. I'm thinking.
About the gala?
Not exactly. She doesn't press, but I feel her attention shift, just enough to register the tension, not enough to name it. The car slows, headlights sweeping the facade of the museum. Private entrance, no press, no red carpet, just a valet, 2 discreet guards, and the low vibration of a string quartet echoing through the doors. A contained kind of elegance, one that costs more than it appears to. She glances at me as the door opens.
Still time to change your mind?
Not even slightly. I step out first, she follows, and when she takes my hand, I don't let go. We walk in together. No explanation, no excuse. She's not my employee tonight. Not a one-night lapse, not a problem to be solved. She's just here, with me, and I'm letting it happen. No one questions it. They see the suit, the name, the reputation. The assumption is simple. Men in my position can bring whoever they want. It's not scandal, it's power. They don't recognize her. Not yet, but they notice. And so do I. The ballroom is all soft lighting and curated wealth. Gold-leafed molding, oil paintings no one actually looks at. Glass flutes circulate on silver trays untouched. I don't eat at these events. I don't drink unless I need to. I watch. A jazz trio plays in the corner. It's tasteful. Background noise for strategic alliances. Sarah's grip tightens slightly on my arm. Nervous? I murmur. She doesn't look at me when she answers.
I've been in tougher rooms.
I believe her. She wears that truth like armor. We move through the crowd in lockstep, her fingers resting lightly on my forearm, her posture easy, confident. Her presence draws attention, but not questions. She belongs here. That's not up for debate. She makes conversation with ease, wry, warm, precise in a way that keeps the tone just this side of disarming. The bankers laugh a little too loudly. The wives pay attention. She knows how to hold a room. She doesn't overreach. She doesn't posture. She simply is. And that's more effective than anything they're used to. No one asks who she is. They don't need to. I'm standing beside her. That's enough. She leans toward me, voice low.
This feels like a date.
It is a date. That slows her, just slightly. I feel it before I see it. Her eyes lift to mine.
You're serious?
I nod once. Her breath catches. She looks away, but the flush in her neck gives her away. For 1 second, this stops being calculated. It's just us. Tonight, I say. You're mine. Her gaze drops to my mouth.
And tomorrow?
We go back to pretending. She doesn't argue, she just nods. There's acceptance in it, not surrender, just realism.
Then let's make tonight count,
she says. For the next hour I do what's expected. Shake hands, trade market predictions with men who treat crisis as opportunity, smile when prompted, exchange updates with former associates who pretend to miss the grind but don't. They talk about wealth the way athletes talk about old injuries, still proud of what it cost them. I do my part, but my attention doesn't settle. It stays fixed on her. Her laugh reaches me from 20 feet away, but I feel it before I register the sound. She's standing with a group of wives now, older, composed, surgically preserved, and they're listening. Actually listening and laughing. Real laughter, not the brittle kind these nights are known for. She's magnetic, and I'm proud of her in a way that catches me off guard. It's not professional, it's personal, it's dangerous. Because she's unforgettable in this light, because they'll remember her now. And because if this night turns, if someone connects the dots, if even one person decides she doesn't fit the narrative, they won't come for me. They'll come for her. I watch the room differently after that. I read the glances, gauge the curiosity, and listen for tone shifts. Look for the one person who thinks they've uncovered something. Nothing yet. Still, I keep track. She excuses herself to the restroom. No announcement, just a touch at my arm, a small glance, and then a kiss pressed to my jaw. Quick, precise. No one else sees it, but it lands with full force. I watch her walk away. Green silk moves around her legs with a confidence that's not learned, it's built in, and for a moment I let myself feel it. Not ownership, not possession, just the fact of her, here with me, and what it's costing me to not reach for more. I'm still steadying from the warmth she left behind when I hear the voice.
I see the rumors were true. Nick Ashford in the flesh.
It's immediate. Recognition without emotion. I turn. Rebecca. Immaculately styled, a designer gown that announces intent, hair calculated, expression cool and performative. Her presence, as always, demands attention without asking for it.
I didn't think you did these anymore,
she says. I don't. Her gaze moves toward the hallway, toward where Sarah disappeared. She doesn't need to say it. I already know what she's circling.
I didn't recognize you at first. She's different,
Rebecca adds.
Young, open. That kind of optimism never lasts in this circle.
I don't engage.
She seems sweet,
she continues.
Bright-eyed, a little unseasoned maybe, but charming. You always had a talent for finding things just before the world tarnished them.
Enough. She raises a hand.
You know I mean well.
No, you don't. She lets that hang, then adjusts her posture, softening her tone.
It's strange seeing you like this, attached, smiling, playing the part. I always assumed that side of you was selective.
She makes me happy. There's a flicker of disbelief.
Since when has that been a priority?
What do you want, Rebecca? She steps closer, not touching but violating the boundary anyway.
To observe, confirm, and offer advice if you're interested.
I'm not. She ignores it.
Be careful. Women like her don't last in rooms like this. They shine too visibly. They attract attention, not all of it welcome, and they break faster than we do.
The warning isn't a kindness, it's a test. She knows what she's doing, and she doesn't need your approval. Rebecca gives a slow, quiet nod.
Then I wish you the best.
She finishes her drink, places the glass on a passing tray, and turns without ceremony. She leaves the space changed. That's always been her talent, disrupt and disappear. I check the room, faces, posture, attention. No one's listening, no one's curious enough to be a threat. Then I see her. Sarah, scanning for me as she re-enters the ballroom. Her expression shifts the moment she sees me. That smile. No artifice, no angle, just trust. And I know with absolute clarity, she's the risk. And I've already chosen it.
Chapter 13. Sarah. This whole night is going way better than I expected. I mean, sure, I've watched enough old movies to know how to walk in heels and smile politely while someone describes their summer in Gstaad as if it were a simple weekend in Jersey. But this is something else entirely. I'm on Nick Ashford's arm. In public. In satin. We are almost a couple, and it's amazing. This rare air of curated elegance and whispered stock tips isn't my world, but it's fun. Mostly because Nick's hand is warm on the small of my back. His thumb brushes my bare skin every time we shift direction, grounding me, branding me. Our chemistry hums between us in a way that's impossible to fake. And the way people look at us, they think I belong here because he looks at me the same way. And I let myself enjoy it, even just for one night. I excuse myself for another bathroom break. Something about champagne and Spanx makes it necessary. And as I make my way through the crowd, I spot her. Someone I recognize. But why? Who is she? It takes me a moment, but then it hits me. I saw her in the office lobby one time, and she was a little strange. She asked me if I was new, but I've never seen her again. My stomach dips. What is she doing here? Is she from work? Oh, shit. What if she's some executive's wife, or worse, someone from HR? Someone who can definitely recognize me and report that I'm here on Nick's arm like this. I freeze for a breathless second near the marble fountain, gripping my tiny clutch bag as if it's some kind of shield. My mind races. My heart's thumping so hard, it's a wonder my dress isn't pulsing with it. Nope, not tonight. I can't deal with this tonight. I pivot on unsteady heels and push through the crowd toward the restroom, moving with a forced ease that hides the chaos thrumming beneath my skin. Every step pounds with urgency, my breath catching in tight, uneven bursts. Panic hangs thick in the air around me, even if no one sees it. The bathroom is blissfully empty when I burst in, heart still galloping in my chest. Cool marble, soft lighting, and the faint scent of expensive hand soap. I grip the edge of the sink and stare at myself in the mirror. Get it together, Sarah. Breathe. Maybe I imagined her. Maybe she's just someone who looks familiar. Maybe... The door creaks open behind me, and I jerk in alarm. But it's not her, it's someone else. She leans against the marble counter, owning the space. the bathroom, the gala. The entire building revolves around her presence. Blonde, sleek, stunning in a blood-red dress. "You're braver than I was," she says lightly, as if we're old friends catching up. My stomach knots. "I'm sorry?" She doesn't smile. Her brow arches sharply, a single raised line that carries equal parts judgment and amusement. "Coming here with Nick. It's bold." Oh, okay. This is happening. "I didn't realize it was controversial," I manage, careful and polite. My voice sounds thin in the huge, echoing bathroom. She tilts her head, eyes narrowing, as if weighing my value, deciding if I'm worth the trouble. "You don't recognize me, do you?" I blink. Should I? Another not-quite smile curves her mouth. "Not unless you follow luxury real estate gossip, or care about who Nick dated for 3 years. The words land like a slap. My stomach drops to my heels. "Oh," I say softly. She steps forward, unhurried, casual, but with the grace of something wild stretching before the pounce. "We used to come to this gala together every year. He hated them, couldn't stand the crowd, but I could usually bribe him with the right dress." She flicks a glance at mine, assessing its bribe potential. I stay quiet because what the hell do you say to someone who just laid claim to your date in the middle of the restroom? She sighs, dramatic and tired. "You're cute. I mean, obviously. That dress is doing more work than the waitstaff." My fingers curl around the edge of the counter, gripping the cold marble to keep me from blurting something regrettable. She leans in slightly, her voice dropping just enough to make my skin prickle. "Just don't get comfortable. Nick always needs someone. Until he doesn't." A hard twist yanks low in my belly. "I'm not," I start, meaning to defend myself, to tell her this isn't whatever she thinks it is. She cuts me off with a soft shrug and a smile that cuts deep, precise as a blade sliding between ribs. "You don't have to explain. I've been you, once upon a time, the one who thought she mattered." And with that, she turns, smooths her lipstick without looking in the mirror, and saunters out, as if she didn't just detonate a grenade and leave me standing in the shrapnel. I stare at the door swinging gently behind her, my heart a frantic thud in my chest. 3 years. 3 years. And she's still this bitter? Shit. I splash cool water on my wrists, trying to breathe past the tight, awful lump building in my throat. "She's just noise," I whisper to myself, "just echoes from someone else's history. A relic in red heels." But the way she said it, I'm a placeholder, a novelty, a warm body waiting to be replaced. The words cling to me as I leave the bathroom, stubborn and suffocating. I make my way back to the ballroom, heart hammering hard, every beat a drum signaling battle. I need to tell Nick. Maybe not the whole weird bathroom ambush, but something. I need to know what she meant, why she's here, why she thinks she can talk to me in that way, like she still has some kind of claim on him. He's standing near the bar when I spot him, tall and devastating, in that midnight black tux, glass in hand, listening politely to an older man whose name I can't remember. When his gaze finds me across the room, something flickers in his eyes. Concern, heat, possession. His brows lift a little in silent question. I give the smallest nod toward the far hallway, the quiet corridor near the coat check where nobody lingers this late into the evening. His mouth curves in the faintest smile. I think he's already thinking dirty thoughts. But I want answers, not sex. I think. He excuses himself and crosses the room in long, purposeful strides, weaving through the glittering crowd with a claim that demands attention. He owns this space. He owns me. By the time we slip into the quiet space behind the ballroom, I've forgotten half my words. "Sarah," he murmurs, stepping close, too close. His hand slides to my waist, his thumbs stroking the satin curve of my hip. "What's wrong? You disappeared." I swallow hard, my heart doing dangerous things. "I saw someone." His brow furrows. "Who?" "In the bathroom. She said some things." He stiffens. "What things?" I lick my lips, suddenly unsure. "She said she used to come here with you for 3 years. Nick exhales slowly, his jaw tightening. "Rebecca." So it was her. My chest tightens. She made it sound like this was a mistake. Like I'm a mistake. His eyes darken. "You are not a mistake." I press my palm against his chest, feeling the hard beat of his heart beneath his shirt. "Nick, I don't want to be something temporary, some distraction until you get bored." His fingers close over mine, pulling me closer. "You're not temporary, or a distraction." His voice roughens. "You drive me out of my goddamn mind, Sarah." I open my mouth to answer, to push for more, but then his mouth crashes down on mine, hard, hot, desperate. The words die in my throat. His hands grip my hair, pulling hard, tipping my head back as he devours my mouth with a desperate hunger, needing this kiss as if it's the only thing keeping him alive. I gasp as my back bumps against the wall, the cool surface sending a shiver down my spine. His thigh presses between mine, pinning me there. And suddenly my questions dissolve in a rush of heat and wanting. "Nick." "Shut up," he growls softly, his mouth trailing hot kisses along my jaw, down my throat. "Don't ever let her put doubt in your head. You belong here, with me." His hand slides down, catching the slit of my gown, dragging it higher up my thigh. I whimper, torn between sense and sensation, but he's already parting the fabric, his palm skating up my bare leg with slow, dangerous intent. "Nick," I gasp, trying again, but my voice breaks as his thumb grazes the lace edge of my panties. "You're mine tonight," he murmurs against my skin, his breath hot in the hollow of my throat. "No one gets to touch this. Not anymore. Not ever." His fingers tease, sliding under the thin fabric, stroking where I'm already aching for him. Oh, God. I grip his jacket, dizzy, helpless against the wall as he strokes fire into my veins. "If you want me to stop," he whispers, "I will." But I don't want him to. I shake my head, breathless. "Good girl." His mouth crashes onto mine before I can speak again, fierce and urgent, as if every second without this was unbearable. Cool air brushes my bare skin as he strokes along the curve of my hip, fingers slipping under the lace edge of my panties, owning me. "Nick," I gasp, but my protest is breathless, weak, dissolving under the slow grind of his thigh between mine. "Say you're mine, Sarah." He growls against my neck, his teeth grazing my skin. "Say you belong to me." God help me. I want to. Because right now, I do. I arch into him, shameless, needy. "I'm yours. I whisper. For tonight. His hand fists in my hair, tilting my head back so I have to meet his eyes. His stare is dark, dangerous, pure male possession. Not just tonight, he says softly, a velvet threat. You are mine. You'll learn that, one way or another. Heat pools low in my belly. My thighs clench around his, desperate for friction, for relief. But then an idea flickers, a wicked, reckless spark. If he wants to own me, maybe I want to own him right back. I slide my hands down his chest, over his rock-hard stomach, down to the sharp line of his belt. His breath catches. What are you doing, little one? He murmurs, low and dangerous. I drop to my knees, and his eyes go black. Proving I belong to you, I say softly, undoing the buckle with trembling fingers. Letting you forget her, forget everything but me. A muscle jumps in his jaw. His hand cups the back of my head as I free him from the expensive fabric, hard and thick and already straining for me. Fuck, Sarah. I kiss the tip, slow and soft, teasing, tasting him. His hiss of breath curls through the quiet coat room. You're so good like this, he mutters, fingers tightening in my hair. On your knees for me. Look at you. I flick my tongue over him, swirling, slow and sweet, until his hips jerk, until his control starts to fray. His hand tightens, gently holding, guiding, but letting me set the pace. I slide him deeper, savoring the weight and heat of.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
him, my pulse racing as he groans, low, dark, rough. "That's it, sweetheart," he breathes. "Take me, just like that." I hollow my cheeks, working him with my mouth, my tongue, loving the way his body shudders, the way he braces his hand against the wall as if he might fall apart. Power hums through me. I've undone Nick Ashford in a coat room at a gala, and he's loving every second. "Fuck, you're perfect," he growls, voice raw, wrecked. "So fucking perfect." I pull back slowly, letting him slip free with a soft, wet sound, looking up at him, my lips swollen, my breath unsteady. His stare could burn me alive. His mouth crashes against mine as he drags me to my feet. My legs are shaky, my lips wet from him, my heart pounding so hard I feel drunk on it. Nick spins me, pressing my back to the wall, his big body pinning me in place. His hand cups my throat, just enough to remind me who's in charge, as his other hand slides up my thigh, dragging the dress higher, bearing me. "No more teasing," he mutters, voice dark and rough against my ear. "I need to fuck you, Sarah, right now." I gasp, breathless. "Nick, we can't. Someone could come." "Let them." His lips curl in a wicked smile as he nips at my jaw. "Let them see who you belong to. Let them hear you fall apart for me." Oh, God. I should say no. I should, but my body arches into him, desperate, reckless. I want this. I want him. His fingers hook in the delicate lace of my panties. The soft fabric gives way with a sharp rip that echoes in the small room. The foil crinkles as he tears the condom wrapper open with his teeth, his dark eyes never leaving mine. I bite my lip, heat flooding my cheeks, and lower at the sheer sinful care he takes sliding it on over his thick length. Slow, controlled. Even this moment is his. One hard thrust, and he fills me. I gasp, biting back a moan that threatens to echo down the hallway. "Quiet, baby," he murmurs, dragging his mouth along my ear. "Be good. Be silent. Can you do that for me?" I nod, helpless, eyes fluttering shut as he pulls back and drives into me again, deeply, perfectly. The sound of his hips slamming into mine is obscene in the quiet of the coat room. Each stroke pushes me harder into the wall, my dress bunched around my waist, his hand clamped over my mouth to smother the little cries I can't hold back. "Feel how tight you are," he mutters, teeth scraping my neck, "like you were waiting for this, needing it." His free hand grips my hip, holding me open for him, using me. I moan against his palm, my body burning, clenching around him as heat coils low in my belly, dangerous and fast. "That's it," he growls. "Come for me, sweetheart. Right here, right now. Let go." His hand slips between us, fingers finding my clit, circling mercilessly as he fucks me into the wall, deeper, harder, until my body snaps. The orgasm hits like a firebomb tearing through me, and I sob against his hand, shuddering, breaking, falling apart while he keeps driving into me, his own control slipping. "Fuck, Sarah," he groans, jerking, losing rhythm as he buries himself deep one last time and shatters, pulsing hot and hard inside me. We collapse against the wall, gasping, shaking. His forehead presses to mine. His hand strokes my cheek, gentle now, reverent. Mine, he whispers again. And God help me, I want to stay his, even if someone is right outside that door. I am absolutely not freaking out. Nope, not me. I shut the door behind me with a quiet click and lean against it for a minute, breathing in the familiar smell of my apartment. Coffee, lavender, and the faint scent of Meatball's dog bed. He lifts his head when I walk in, gives me a judgmental blink from his squished little face, and promptly flops back to sleep. At least someone in this apartment knows how to relax. I yank off the satin heels, desperate to be free of them. They scatter across the floor, ending in a sorry pile by the couch. Poor shoes. They didn't sign up for this night. Neither did I. I press my fingertips to my lips, still tasting the burn of Nick's kiss, his hands, his heat, the way he whispered in my ear as if I was the only thing he'd ever hold on to. God help me, I liked it. I really liked it. I groan softly and drag myself toward the kitchen, unzipping the green satin gown as I go. It slips off my shoulders and puddles onto the floor. Probably shouldn't leave it there, but whatever. The dress and I have been through enough for one night. As I pass the mirror in the hallway, I catch a glimpse of myself. Wild hair, smudged lipstick, marks blooming along my collarbone where Nick's teeth were far too enthusiastic. Great. I look like I've been debauched by a billionaire in a coat room. Which I guess I have. I groan and grab an oversized t-shirt, my ancient pizza graphic one, and pull it over my head, burying all that satin and temptation and bad ideas under soft cotton and elastic. Better. Safer. Less likely to invite more disasters. I pour a glass of wine, settle onto the couch, and fix my gaze on my phone resting on the coffee table, feeling every bit of the silent challenge it throws at me. He said he'd text when he got home. He hasn't. I stare at the screen, dark, blank. It's probably fine. Maybe something happened on the way home. Maybe he's sorting corporate crises. Maybe he forgot. Maybe he meant to forget. Ugh, stop it, Sarah. I pick up the phone, check again. Still nothing. Just don't get comfortable. Nick always needs someone, until he doesn't. A strange flutter twists low in my stomach, tight and sour, as Rebecca's words flood through me once more. Champagne and nerves, probably. Or maybe those 2 sad shrimp puffs I wolfed down while pretending to be rich and comfortable. I set the wine glass down. My mouth tastes weird anyway. The flutter turns to a flip, a slow, unpleasant roll. No, nope, not this, not tonight. I bolt for the bathroom just in time, dropping to my knees. Great. Fancy dress, billionaire boss, secret coat room, grope fest, and now this. The glamorous life of Sarah Brooks, everybody. When I'm done heaving, I sit back against the wall, sweating and shaky. Probably stress. Definitely stress. Nothing else. I swipe the back of my hand over my mouth and try to breathe. No, not even going there. I need to go to bed, to sleep this night off, to stop wondering what the hell I'm doing all the time.
Chapter 14, Nick. There was a time when this office gave me clarity. Hard edges, clean surfaces, no variables, a space built for execution, not chaos. Now it's compromised. I should be reviewing the Q3 projections, preparing for the board review, finalizing terms on the European expansion before markets shift. There are 24 urgent matters in motion, any one of which could cost millions if left untended. And all I can see is green satin. Sarah in that dress, her hand on my arm, the look she gave me at the gala, unguarded, tentative, as if some part of her had decided to trust me, as if she didn't see the damage coming. I press a hand to my face, exhale, and glance at my phone. Another message. Rebecca. Of course. As if the engineered run-in at the gala wasn't enough. As if her words to Sarah, coded in venom behind a smile, hadn't made her position clear. Now she's back in my inbox, just like before. False charm, thinly veiled control, a performance she's perfected. Rebecca.
We should talk, Nick, about old times, about what you're doing.
Rebecca.
I saw the way you looked at me, even if you were with her. You think no one else noticed? You forget I know you better than anyone.
She doesn't, not in any way that matters, but she knows enough. Enough to damage me, enough to hurt Sarah. I grip the edge of the desk, grounding myself in the grain of wood, the structure, the weight. I hear her voice again, too easily, soft, rehearsed, precise.
You ruin things, Nick. That's what you do. You destroy everything you touch.
She said it often enough that it found a permanent place in my memory, and on the worst days, I believe her. The phone buzzes again. Rebecca.
Does she know about Evelyn? About what happened to her?
Cold slices through me, the kind that precedes impact. I put the phone down hard, face down, a breath short of shattered glass. But I don't sit still, not this time. I unlock my private contact list and pull up half a dozen numbers. Legal, PR, crisis management, the old fixers from my London days. My thumb hovers over one name, Catherine Lee, the best non-disclosure lawyer in Manhattan. I start a draft. Former partner threatening reputational blackmail. Leverage includes private history and current employee. Need NDA, threat containment, options for preemptive response. Another part of me wants to call her, to rip into her, end this the way I used to, fast and ruthless. I type her number in, let it ring. She picks up. Her voice is smooth poison.
Missed me?
You mention Evelyn again, I say, voice flat, and I will bury you in litigation so deep you won't see daylight until you're 80. Stay away from Sarah. A pause, then a laugh, soft, cruel.
Oh, sweetheart, I was hoping you still had teeth.
The line goes dead. I stare at the phone. For a second, I let myself believe it worked, that she'll back off, that the threat landed. Until another message appears. Rebecca.
Interesting, by the way, to learn about that little thing on your arm Saturday. I did some digging. Cute dress, cuter resume. She works for you, doesn't she? Lower-level admin in your gleaming New York office? God, Nick, how predictable. You're fucking the help now? What a cliché.
Then another, worse, so much worse. Rebecca.
You really should be more careful about the girls you pick. Sarah Brooks, 26, student loans, spotty employment history, a father who's disappeared with a petty theft conviction. Cute. So very salt of the earth.
Rebecca.
People don't just hire girls like that unless they're sleeping with them. That's the story I'd tell, and I've already found someone who's very interested in listening.
My stomach drops. Every word is acid, every detail precise. She's dug into Sarah's background, found what little she has, and twisted it into something rotten. The fury is instant, total. I could end her. I've done worse with less provocation. But this isn't about me anymore. It's about what she'll do to Sarah. The story writes itself. The narrative is irresistible. A junior assistant caught in an affair with her powerful boss. The media won't hesitate. They'll tear her apart, turn her ambition into seduction, her success into scandal. Her name will become ammunition, and it will all trace back to me. My history, my decisions, my recklessness. She will suffer the fallout. Rebecca.
Be smart, Nick. Cut her loose before I decide to make this messy. You know how good I am at that.
I close my eyes, jaw locked. There's no winning here, no outplaying her, not without dragging Sarah through the fire first. And she wouldn't just endure it. She'd try to protect me. She'd go down swinging, and I can't allow that. Sarah Brooks, the woman who walked into my building without fear, without calculation, without any idea what kind of man was waiting for her behind the walls. She's too good for this, too real, too principled. Another message. Rebecca.
Just doing my civic duty, darling. Wouldn't want your assistant's little secrets getting out, unless they have to.
I pick up my phone, type one line. Nick, this ends now. Stay the hell away from her. But the message isn't for Rebecca. It's a directive for myself, because if I don't walk away now, I won't be able to later. The knock comes before I see her, that quiet tap so professional it hurts. Sarah steps into the office with the same smile she's worn all week. Executive polished, a woman at work, a woman protecting herself. She appears composed, untouchable, and for the first time that's the only version she gives me. It should be enough. It isn't.
Good morning, Mr. Ashford,
she says, holding a printed agenda.
Your 9 o'clock with development is confirmed. The updated pitch deck is in your inbox. I included the notes from last week.
I keep my eyes on the screen in front of me. Data, graphs, nothing I actually see. Understood, I say. Thank you. She lingers a beat, then she turns and walks out. Each step taking her further away from something neither of us are ready to admit was real. My phone buzzes again. Rebecca.
So you will take my advice? She doesn't strike me as someone who could handle a fall from grace. Soft girls rarely do.
I slam a hand against the desk. The sound echoes. I should cut her off, block her, burn it all down. But Sarah is the leverage, and Rebecca knows how to use it. So I sit, still, silent, seething, playing the part of the man who never let anything touch him. If I want to keep Sarah safe, I have to let her go, at least until I can get Rebecca off her case and as far away from me as possible. I have to let her believe none of it mattered, that I was only ever one thing to her, her boss, a name on her paycheck, a decision she regrets, and nothing more.
Chapter 15. Sarah. Laura slides a glass of water into my hand and takes my phone out of the other like I'm a toddler who needs a distraction. I don't stop her. "Okay," she says, flopping onto the couch beside me. "You're cut off. No more rereading the same texts like they're tea leaves." "They kind of are," I mumble. "If you squint, you can almost see the part where he cared." Laura gives me a look. "He did care. You're not crazy." I stare down at my lap, at the tiny crack in the water glass that I've been running my finger over for the last 10 minutes. The silence buzzes in my ears. I don't feel crazy. I feel like someone abandoned in silence by a man who once looked at her as if touching her was the only thing keeping him alive. One day, I was orbiting his world, caught in the pull of his gravity, stolen glances, brushed fingertips, heat in every loaded silence. The next day, nothing. No texts, no good mornings, no more Nick at all. Just a CEO in a suit, perfectly unreadable. I texted him Saturday night, I admit, even though Laura already knows. Just something casual. Asked if he made it home okay. No response. Then Monday after work, I sent him a link to that article on donor engagement. Thought maybe he'd, reply to that. Still nothing. I shake my head. "And this week," she presses, "at work?" I let out a laugh, but it sounds brittle. "He's avoided me in the break room, rescheduled our check-ins, and during the leadership meeting, I made a joke, one he always laughs at, and he didn't even flinch, just kept typing like I was background noise." Laura winces. "Okay, yeah, that's deliberate." "Right?" I say too fast. "It's not just in my head. I'm not being dramatic." "No, you're being heartbroken," she says soft but firm, "and probably gaslit by your own nervous system, which is normal." I stare at the dark screen of my phone on the coffee table. "Do you think—" I swallow. "Do you think he regrets it? Like maybe it was just too much too fast and now he's panicking and pretending it didn't happen?" Laura doesn't answer right away. I love her for that. She chews her lip, thinking. Then she says, "I think he's freaking out emotionally. That man is not built for vulnerability. He probably hasn't been touched in years by someone who didn't want something from him. And now you come along and he melts. You saw it, didn't you?" I nod. "It wasn't just sex, Laura. I know it wasn't. The way he looked at me—" "I know," she says gently. "But now—" I trail off, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. "Now it's like I don't exist." Laura puts her hand over mine. "You're not imagining it. He's pulling away. But that doesn't mean you imagined what you had. People run when they're scared. Doesn't make what they felt any less real." I want to believe her. God, I do. But when I walk into that office tomorrow, I have to pretend none of it happened, that I'm okay, that I'm focused, that I'm not cracking open a little more every time he won't meet my eyes. I have to sit through meetings and sort schedules and say, "Yes, Mr. Ashford," with a voice that doesn't shake. I have to pretend my heart isn't shredding with every cold reply and every glance he refuses to meet. I don't know how much longer I can do it. And apparently, neither does my body, because 2 seconds after I say the words, the room tilts. I press my hand to my stomach. A hot wave rolls through me, nausea, sharp and sudden, and very much not the emotional kind. My skin goes clammy. I blink hard, trying to focus, but the edges of my vision are already going fuzzy. Sarah? Laura sits up straighter. Hey, you okay? I push off the couch, but my legs barely hold me. I think I'm gonna be... I don't finish. I stagger to the bathroom, barely reaching the toilet before everything erupts. My stomach twists painfully, ribs threatening to break under the pressure. Tears spill over, uninvited and raw. Laura's there a heartbeat later, crouching beside me, pulling my hair back gently. Okay, that's it. You're officially done diagnosing yourself with heartbreak. Something's off. Stress, I pant, or food poisoning, or... Laura is already halfway out of the bathroom. Nope, I'm going to the pharmacy. Do not argue with me. I don't. I can't. My body slumps sideways, cheek pressed to the cool tile. I hear the front door close behind her, the click of the lock, and then it's just me, alone, curled on the bathroom floor of my best friend's apartment, sick, sweating, gutted. I close my eyes just for a second and try to block everything out, but Nick's face surfaces anyway. That half smile he only ever gave me. The way his voice dipped when he used my name. The feel of his hand on my waist as if it belonged there. And now, he's gone. Not technically, not physically. He's still showing up to work and sending morning agendas. Still moving through the world like nothing happened. But for me, everything has changed. I curl tighter, nausea simmering again, not just in my stomach, but in my chest, in my throat, in the hollow place where all my hopes were living just a week ago. The bathroom light hums overhead. A speck of lint floats just past my nose. The world hangs silently, cold and unyielding, as if waiting for a punchline I'll never understand. 10 minutes pass, maybe more. I don't move. Then the door opens again, the sound of footsteps and rustling plastic bags. Okay, Laura calls out. I panic bought like 5 different brands because I didn't know which one was better. Also ginger chews and electrolyte packets in case this is actually a stomach bug. I hear her heading down the hall. Also crackers and saltines and this weird seaweed thing I don't remember buying. I blacked out in aisle 5 apparently. She rounds the corner, breathless and full of chaotic empathy, sees me still on the floor. Oh, babe. She kneels again, pushing the bag toward me. Inside, 3 pregnancy tests. For accuracy, she says softly. I stare at them, waiting for them to hiss and bite. My hands won't stop shaking. I reach for the first one, then pull back. My palm is damp, cold, useless. I can't, I whisper. Laura doesn't move. You can. I'll be right here. I nod, pretending to believe her. It changes nothing. Inside, my thoughts spiral, tight, burning, nauseous, every possible outcome shouting over the next in a relentless storm. I fumble with the box, almost drop the wrapper, finally manage to wrestle the test free. It takes less than a minute to pee on the stick, but the seconds stretch out, heavy and unbearable. I place the test on the edge of the sink and step back as if it's a live grenade ready to detonate. 3 minutes. That's forever. I can't look. I pace. I wipe my hands on my thighs, then on a towel, then back on my thighs. Catching my reflection in the mirror makes me flinch. I look hollow. a version of myself fraying at the edges, barely holding together. "Do you want me to check it?" Laura offers. "No," I breathe. "No, I have to." I force myself to lean in. And there it is. Pregnant. One word, clear as day. No ambiguity, no mercy. I gasp, breath ripping out of me in a sudden rush. Laura stands, her face paling as she takes in my expression. My fingers tremble as I grab the second test and tear it open, desperate for some kind of loophole. 2 pink lines. Bold, certain, final. The third test slips from my fingers, clatters to the floor unopened. It doesn't matter. I already know. I'm pregnant. I clutch the edge of the sink, searching for something solid to hold on to. The version of my life from 10 minutes ago. The version where heartbreak was all I had to face. Now, I'm heartbroken and pregnant. A sob rips through me, raw and unguarded. I collapse to the floor, knees giving way under the weight crashing down. My back presses against the cabinet as I curl inward, arms tightening around my stomach, trying to hold myself together against the coming storm. Laura kneels beside me, no words, just her hand finding mine, holding steady. The silence stretches, heavy and complete, ready to consume everything. "I can't tell him," I whisper eventually, voice splintered. "I know," she says, gentle as a bruise. "I don't even know what to do next." "You don't have to," she replies. "Not yet." But I do. Because something is already growing inside me. And it's not just mine anymore. It's his, too. Even if he's already gone.
Chapter 16, Nick. I should be working. There are contracts waiting for review, a quarterly report that needs to be rewritten after someone in finance, likely Reynolds, decided projected losses could be reframed for board optics, and a cluster of flagged emails from legal that will only get worse the longer I ignore them. I've already raised my voice twice today. Once at Jonah, once at myself internally, which is less productive. None of it is occupying my attention because I can't stop thinking about her, the woman I should have walked away from the moment the elevator doors opened, the one I shouldn't have touched, shouldn't have pursued, shouldn't have let in. And yet, she's still in my head, still under my skin, still inhabiting every room I enter, even when she isn't there. She's not far, just down the hall, in a conference room with her department, leading a presentation she wasn't technically asked to lead. She's efficient, unshakably composed. She listens more than she speaks, but when she does speak, the room pays attention. Her questions are precise, her notes are thorough. She's already rewritten half the onboarding decks, corrected errors in a campaign that wasn't assigned to her, and according to Emily, knows every intern by name. She smiles at everyone, except me. Not that I blame her. I'm the one who drew the line, the one who decided without consultation or courtesy to sever the connection as if it hadn't meant anything, as if it hadn't been the most vivid moment I've experienced in years. It's been a week, 7 days of avoidance, 7 days of not texting her, not calling, not saying a word that might undo the damage I inflicted by saying nothing at all. I've drafted messages, too many, deleted them all. They never said what I meant, or they said too much. She deserves clarity. I've given her silence. I'm in the middle of writing another apology I won't send when the knock comes. "Package for you, Mr. Ashford." The voice is young, male, possibly one of the new summer interns. I don't look up, just nod once. The envelope lands on my desk. No return label, no sender. That makes me pause. I open it, expecting a vendor sample or a pitch from an overzealous agency. It's not. It's a photograph. One glossy 5x7, studio-grade stock, professional print, of me and Sarah in the gala cloakroom. She's leaning into me. Her hand is on my chest. My face is too close to hers. Intimate. Definitive. There's no mistaking what's happening in that moment. No chance of explaining it away as anything other than what it was. Private. Except now it isn't. There's no note, no context, no warning, just the image. I turn it over. Nothing. No writing, no watermark, no message, no threats, not yet. Just a picture. But it's enough. My jaw tightens, my chest contracts, my pulse climbs. Who took this? Why have they sent it to me now? The photograph goes into the drawer and I shut it. Hard. What the fuck? Is this evidence? Someone building a case against me? I need to do something, anything, even if it ends up being something I might regret. So I reach for my phone, not to call Sarah, not yet. Instead, I scroll through my contacts and land on a name I've been deliberately avoiding. Rebecca. The phone rings twice, then she answers.
"Well, this is unexpected," she drawls. "Nick Ashford calling me during business hours. Let me guess, you've finally realized how dull your life is without me."
Rebecca? My tone is flat, measured. I need to ask you something.
That sounds serious. Is this foreplay or a trap?
A bead.
Or are you calling to schedule lunch? You never contact me during the day unless you need something.
I do need something, I say. Information. She sighs, theatrical, bored.
How disappointingly transactional. And here I thought you missed me.
I exhale through my nose. Did you send me a photo? A pause, just long enough to register.
What kind of photo?
She replies, too light, too unconcerned.
Because if it's the one from Maui, I told you to delete that years ago.
I don't respond to the bait. Someone sent me a picture, I say, of me with someone else from the gala. Private, taken from a distance. No note, no return address, just the image. Her pause is slight, calculated.
Only one?
I stiffen. What do you mean?
Nothing,
she says lightly.
Just surprised they're not playing a stronger hand. Yet.
They? So it wasn't you.
Nick?
Her voice sharpens. The flirtation disappears.
If I had something like that, I'd sign it, and if I were trying to blackmail you, you'd already be trending on Twitter.
She's not wrong. Rebecca's never preferred subtlety. She operates in full view for maximum spectacle. If she intended to damage me, she wouldn't do it anonymously. But she hasn't exactly kept her disdain for Sarah secret either. Then who did? How the hell should I know? She snaps, then exhales softer. Look, if someone's circling you again, you need to get ahead of it. You know that, better than anyone. I'm handling it, I say, knowing full well I'm not. A pause. Come to lunch. I close my eyes. I don't have time for games. Who said anything about games? Her voice turns syrupy, dangerous. I might have something useful. My jaw tightens. You just told me you didn't know anything. Oh, Nick, she replies. I know everyone. I can find out anything. The question is whether I feel like sharing. Cut the theatrics. This isn't theater, she says, unbothered. This is the part where you acknowledge that you're not in control of the situation. Not completely. I don't answer. I don't need to. She can hear it in the silence. She always could. She presses in. Do you remember how quickly things escalated last time? Her tone is lower now. With the press, with Evelyn? I sit back, exhale once. If you want the truth, she says, or if you want to keep it from going public, I'm your best chance of getting it. And the worst part is, she might be right. Delancey and Orchard, 1 o'clock, she says. I'll order something strong for you. Rebecca, come or don't, but if you wait too long, the window will close. And you know how fast things move in this city. She disconnects. I stare at the screen, waiting for it to offer clarity it can't provide. Then I glance back at the drawer. If she's bluffing, she's more skilled than I remembered. But if she's not, then this just got significantly more dangerous. I grab my coat. If Rebecca knows who's behind this, I need to hear it from her before anyone else does. Before Sarah becomes collateral damage. Delancey and Orchard is a nightmare. Trendy, loud, crowded with people who pretend not to stare. Exactly the kind of place Rebecca prefers. Somewhere curated to feel exclusive, where secrets are passed like amuse-bouches between overpriced mezcal cocktails and waitstaff trained in discretion. She's already seated when I arrive, naturally. She looks ready for a fashion editorial, sharp blazer, high-gloss boots, sunglasses large enough to double as armor. Her drink's half gone. Darling, she says, rising just long enough to brush her mouth across my cheek. It's not affection, it's a message, a performance for the room. We've shared more than a meal. I sit across from her. I ordered you a Negroni, she says, nudging the glass toward me. You look like you need one. I need answers, I say, not alcohol. She leans back, settling in for a show. You used to be more fun. I don't respond. She sighs, loudly. Fine, let's get to it. Your little scandal in progress. Although, if I'm honest, your taste in women has declined. My jaw tightens. This isn't an invitation to insult her. Oh, relax. I'm not insulting her, she says, lifting her glass. I'm just saying it's bold, risky. The intern,
You always like to live on the edge, but this is practically cliché.
She's not an intern. Rebecca hums.
Still, very pretty, very combustible, and apparently not very hidden.
I watch her carefully. Is someone digging?
There's always someone digging, Nick. The only question is, who gave them the coordinates?
Have you heard something specific? She swirls the ice in her glass, drawing it out.
Whispers, your name, her name, the usual suspects. Power imbalance, HR violations, termination-worthy behavior.
My pulse flares. So no denials.
If I'd sent that photo,
She says, setting her glass down,
I would have left a signature. I don't do shadows.
And yet here we are. She smiles.
Here we are.
What do you want? Rebecca doesn't flinch.
A conversation.
With Sarah? Absolutely not. She arches an eyebrow.
Afraid I'll say something illuminating?
I don't want you near her. That makes her smile wider. It seems I confirmed something.
She's already in the blast zone, she says. You think keeping her in the dark is going to protect her? It won't. If that photo exists, others might too. And whoever's behind it, whoever wants to use it, isn't finished.
I don't answer. I don't need to. The silence says enough. Rebecca leans forward, her voice lower now.
I didn't send it, but I might know someone who knows who did.
You said you might know.
I might find out.
Her gaze hardens.
Big difference.
Then why bring me here? She shrugs, unapologetic.
Because I wanted to see your face when you realized you're not in control. And maybe because I missed you.
I stand. I've had enough of her games. If you find out who sent it, I say, and you give me something useful, I'll owe you. Keep away from me until then. Rebecca's smile turns cold, triumphant.
Oh, sweetheart, she murmurs, you already do owe me. You should be more careful where you press your luck, because right now someone out there has a lighter, and you're walking around soaked in gasoline.
I don't respond. I walk out into the noise of the city, coat collar up, head down, every step weighted. If she's right, if someone is targeting me through Sarah, I need to shut it down. Now. Before they do more than send a photo. Before they take the one thing I've never had the guts to hold onto.
Chapter 17. Sarah. I should have just told him, I mutter again, sinking into the couch until I feel buried beneath my own mistakes. Laura doesn't look up from her laptop. Told him when exactly? Before or after he disappeared into his office like a brooding vampire CEO? I groan and cover my face with the nearest throw pillow. This is such a mess. I had a whole plan, sort of. A loose outline. Okay, fine. It was just catch him in the hallway and blurt out. But still, now he's actively avoiding me like I'm a walking HR violation. Maybe he's just busy? I peel the pillow away to glare at her. He's been busy for 2 weeks straight. The man used to find excuses to accidentally bump into me during coffee breaks. Now he's basically a ghost with a calendar. Okay, yeah, he's pulling back. Laura sighs, closing her laptop. You think he suspects something? No. Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I've definitely caught him looking, but every time I get close enough to say anything, he practically moonwalks away. Men are cowards, she mutters. I'm a coward, I counter. You're growing an actual human. You get a pass. I glance down at my stomach. Still flat-ish, but my genes are starting to rebel. I don't even look pregnant. I just look like I had a large bagel. Laura grins. A bagel with a secret? I snort, then sigh, then hug a cushion to my chest because it's that, or cry into my popcorn again. It's just, how am I supposed to tell him if he won't even look me in the eye? I mumble. I can't send a Slack message like, hey, FYI, remember that time we defiled a coat room? Or perhaps it was the elevator. Surprise baby! Laura cackles. I mean, you could. Very on brand. I already wrote it in the Notes app like 4 times, I admit, but it always sounds too casual or too dramatic or too much like a cry for help. Maybe because it is a cry for help. I groan and bury my face in the cushion. And to make it worse, I keep having dreams about him, like emotional ones. One of them involved pancakes and a stroller and him wearing a soft sweater. A sweater, Laura. That is disturbing. Right? Like my subconscious is trying to trick me into believing he's some cozy dad type, when in reality, he's more emotionally constipated Bond villain. Hot, though, she adds. Ugh, I grumble. I know. After Laura leaves for work and Meatball starts aggressively snoring on my feet, I try to unwind. I fail spectacularly. My boobs hurt. My stomach's bloated. My brain's running on a loop of what if and don't panic and maybe just move to Canada. I'm halfway through drafting another mental monologue about letting it go, really letting it go this time, when my phone buzzes. I glance over, assuming it's Laura sending me another TikTok of a raccoon making pancakes or something equally chaotic. It's not. Unknown number. Green really is your color. I freeze. No name, no emoji, no punctuation, just those 5 words. I stare at them as if they might spontaneously clarify themselves. Green. The green dress. From the gala. From that night. My stomach flips, and not in the morning sickness way. Is it him? It has to be him, right? Unless it's not. Unless it's someone else, someone who saw us, someone who knows. I reread the message 3 more times, willing it to come with a follow-up, a name, a punctuation mark, a damn carrier pigeon with context. Nothing. I chuck my phone onto the couch, betrayed by it, which is apparently the exact moment Meatball chooses to launch into full-blown gremlin mode. Without warning, he rockets off the armchair, muscles coiled and eyes blazing. He barrels across the apartment, a storm of cream-colored fury and betrayal, then crashes into my shins, stumbling awkwardly to the floor. Ah! What the hell, Meatball? He lets out a sharp, indignant honk snort, then collapses onto his side as if his entire world just shattered. I look down at him, chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. You good, buddy? Or pissed I threw the phone instead of a snack? He rolls onto his back and starts dramatically air-pedaling his legs, letting out the kind of wheezy, high-pitched whine normally reserved for haunted toys and ghosts with asthma. Oh my God, I mutter, crouching beside him. Are you sulking? Are you seriously staging a protest over what? My vibe? He kicks one paw against my leg and lets out a long, guttural groan like an emotional accordion falling down a flight of stairs. Okay, chill, tiny Daniel Day-Lewis. I moved your toy basket one time, and suddenly you're an art house film about grief? Meatball grunts, then pulls himself upright, every movement heavy with stubborn resolve. He snorts loudly, full of judgment, and jumps onto the couch, curling up on his throw pillow with all the flair of a tiny drama king. Once settled, he slaps a paw down on my phone as if staking his claim. I blink. Seriously? Now you're guarding it? He meets my gaze, unblinking, ears at full, disappointed parent tilt. Wow, I say. Mystery texts and a canine coup? I'm so glad I got pregnant at the exact same time my emotional support animal decided to become a sentient ball of petty. He lets out another nasal groan, louder this time, more Shakespeare in the Park, and slowly turns his back to me, nose in the air. Classic Meatball. Zero empathy, maximum performance art. I sigh and sink back into the couch, pressing both hands to my stomach. Is it him? It has to be. Who else would remember the green dress? But if it is Nick, why now? Why this? Why send a cryptic compliment that's pulled from the shadows of a black and white French detective film? And if it's not him, then someone saw us. Someone knows. And I don't know which possibility makes my stomach lurch more, Nick playing games or someone else playing spy. The second one comes not long after. Unknown number. You think Nick is different with you? I go completely still. That one hits differently, a cold finger dragging slowly down my spine. This can't be Nick, which means my stomach drops fast and hard, because I feel like I'm being watched. I sit up straight, dislodging Meatball, who groans in protest and flops dramatically across my thigh, a fuzzy weighted blanket of judgment. But I barely register it. My heart's hammering. My palms are sweaty. My brain is busy drawing connections in Sharpie. Rebecca. She's the first person who pops into my mind. The look she gave me at the gala, the tight smile, the venom behind her words. That vibe wasn't just ex-girlfriend jealousy. That was war paint. And now, this? These messages? It could be her brand of psychological warfare. Elegant, ice-cold, sprinkled with just enough truth to get under your skin and fester. I wouldn't put it past her to have spies in every corner of Manhattan, or at least an intern or two on her personal payroll. Hell, she probably Venmos bartenders for intel. I don't know how the wealthy live. My finger hovers over the screen. Block. I do it before I can spiral further. No response, no drama, no letting her know she got to me. Just a digital door slammed shut. I tell myself that's the end of it, that it'll stop now, that Rebecca just needed to mark her territory and move on. I can't focus on her. Not now. Not when things with Nick are already spiraling toward emotional chaos. I'm unraveling completely, and he's become a cold, impenetrable wall. What I really need to do, besides deep breathing into a couch pillow and stress-eating pickles at 11 a.m., is figure out what's going on with Nick. Because if he's pulling away because he suspects something, if he knows and he's just too terrified to say it, or worse, if he doesn't know and still wants distance between us anyway, then I'm not just scared, I'm screwed. Meatball lets out a soft, grumbly sigh and licks my elbow, trying to comfort me and insult me at the same time. Same, buddy, I whisper. Same. I rest a hand on my stomach, on the small, stubborn life I haven't told him about. Not because I don't want to, but because I don't know what will happen if I do.
Chapter 18, Nick. Q4 numbers don't justify the spend, I say, flipping to the next slide. If the burn rate holds, we'll bleed profit by January. The door slams open mid-sentence.
Darling.
Rebecca. Perfect. Chairs swivel, interns stiffen. One of the junior VPs makes a choking sound. I finish my sentence, then and only then I look up. She's dressed as if she's a model. Tailored black blazer, long legs, red lipstick weaponized. She doesn't enter the room, she takes it. Rebecca, I say, flat, neutral. We're in the middle of a meeting.
Oh, I know,
she says, gliding forward.
But I couldn't resist.
She kisses my cheek loudly, a warning shot. I don't move. That's the only defense with her, stillness. The room tilts, the air tightens, every eye pretends not to watch. She turns to the table as if she just remembered it exists.
Don't mind me, I won't keep him long, although...
She lets her gaze drift back to me.
You all do realize he's allergic to rest, right? Exhausting just being near him.
Someone laughs. Someone else pretends to type. I need a minute, I say, rising. Keep going without me. The tension unspools as I lead her out. I don't speak until we reach my office. I open the door and gesture her in, and she takes her time walking past me. She's acting as if this is all hers, including me. I shut the door behind us. This isn't what we agreed on, I say, voice clipped. You said you'd find out who sent the photo, not stage a performance in my boardroom. She just smiles, unfazed. Was there a purpose to that little entrance, or are you just bored again? She turns in a slow circle, surveying the room.
Still so corporate. Doesn't anyone in this building believe in art?
Rebecca? She drops into a chair across from me, crossing her legs, settling in for the day.
Relax, I was nearby.
You live in Tribeca. She shrugs.
Maybe I missed you.
No, you didn't. She smiles, pleased I still know the difference.
You're grumpier than usual.
I don't rise to it. Why are you here? She tilts her head.
Can I say hello to an old lover without being accused of sabotage?
Not you.
Well...
Her eyes rake over me, amused.
Still sharp, still unfairly attractive, still pretending we weren't great together.
I take my seat behind the desk. You're wasting my time. She leans back, all mock offense and real provocation.
Don't say that. We had fun in this office, didn't we? All those late nights, that desk.
We didn't. Maybe she made a habit of mixing business and pleasure, but I never did. Not here. I don't correct her. There's no point. Is there a point to any of this? She shrugs again, casual as ever.
Maybe I just wanted to remind the room how far you and I go back.
Loud way to do it. She bares her teeth in something approximating a smile.
Subtlety was never my strong suit.
Neither was honesty. She places a hand to her chest, faux wounded.
Cruel, cold. No wonder your little brunette looks like she's in over her head.
My jaw tightens. Leave Sarah out of this. Rebecca's eyes glint, a predator scenting blood.
Did I say her name?
You didn't have to. She leans in, voice dropping.
Relax, Nick. I'm not here to burn the house down, just leaving breadcrumbs.
For who? She gives a shrug, sweet and venomous.
People talk. Assistants, interns. Gossip has value. I'm just adding to the circulation.
There it is. It clicks why she barged in, why she made a spectacle, why she kissed me, planting a flag. It's not about me. It's about rattling Sarah. I rise. We're done. She follows, unhurried.
You've gotten so serious.
Get out, Rebecca. She adjusts her blazer, composed.
Fine, but do give her my regards. Context is everything.
Finally, she exits, head high, heel sharp, performance complete. The door closes behind her. A beat later, Emily appears, hesitant.
She said she was just dropping something off.
She wasn't.
No, she agrees quickly. She was asking questions about Sarah, where she works, her schedule.
Of course she was. She's not allowed back up here. Not ever.
Yes, Mr. Ashford, it's just...
Emily hesitates.
She doesn't exactly take no for an answer.
I grit my teeth. This needs to end, now. I don't wait. I walk past her, past the elevator, straight to the street. If I know Rebecca, and I do, she wouldn't have gone far. She likes to linger, to observe the damage firsthand. I find her 2 blocks away, exactly where I expect her. Bleecker and Bond. All reclaimed wood, hanging plants, and $12 pastries. The kind of place that thinks character is a mood board. She's outside, oat milk cappuccino, massive sunglasses, smiling smugly to herself. I stop in front of her. She doesn't even blink. You're predictable, I say. She lifts her cup in salute.
You always liked my taste.
I don't sit. I don't blink. I'll ask once, I say quietly. Are you the one snooping around Sarah? Rebecca tilts her head, innocent on the surface.
Snooping? Darling, I wouldn't even know where to start.
You know exactly where to start, I say evenly. You always said there wasn't a secret you couldn't dig up. She smirks, lazy and pleased with herself.
Flattering, really, how much faith you still have in me.
Cut the theater. You were supposed to be digging, not meddling. She reclines in her chair, perfectly composed.
And here I thought I was being helpful. One dramatic entrance, and suddenly everyone's awake again.
Don't dodge, I say. Did you find anything out or not?
Nothing actionable, she says lightly. Just whispers. You know how these things go.
But I see it. A hesitation, a blink that takes too long. A sliver of silence where usual precision should be. I don't let it go. You told me you weren't behind the photo from the gala, that someone else sent it, that you just happened to know the source. Still sticking to that? Her fingers tighten on the coffee cup.
Mm-hmm,
she hums.
Is this where you start interrogating me over oat milk and pleasantries?
Why lie?
I don't lie,
she says with that practiced flip of her hair.
I curate.
My arms cross, my jaw locks. You're slipping. Her smile twitches, too taut. I lean in just enough. She walked into your territory, and you didn't like it, so you went for the jugular.
You're giving me more credit than I deserve.
Or less than you want. Silence, and then she looks up. Not the smirking version of her, the one she shows the world. No, this one cracks around the edges, just enough for me to see it. The calculation behind the charm, the fury behind the calm.
I wanted you to remember, she says quietly, what we were.
We were a mistake. Her eyes flare.
You didn't always think that.
I say nothing. She hates that. After a moment, she lets out a sigh, deliberate, attention-seeking, calculated to land. It's always a performance with her.
Fine,
she says, lips pressed into a line.
Yes, I sent it.
Flat, unapologetic.
I took it the night of the gala.
I stare at her, the rage quiet and simmering. So while I was waiting on you to help me figure out who was behind it, you were sitting on the answer. She lifts a shoulder.
You wanted intel, I gave you impact.
You lied.
I pivoted.
Fucking hell, Rebecca.
I saw the way you looked at her that night, like she was the axis of the fucking earth, and I knew if I didn't act, you'd vanish into her.
My pulse spikes, my hands curl against my sides. You wanted to drive a wedge.
I wanted her to understand the playing field. She's 26, Nick. She carries tote bags with slogans. You think that's built to last?
I think I'm done here. I rise. Her voice follows me.
I was trying to bring you back, that's all.
I pause, turn halfway. You didn't bring me back, I say, quiet and final. You made damn sure I'd never come near you again. Her expression stutters, and then I walk. I leave her there, sitting in the sun, calm and composed, sipping her coffee as if nothing happened. She calls my name, but I keep walking, steady and unbothered. Her laughter follows, intentional, meant to sound triumphant. Let them speculate. Whatever version of me she thinks she reached, she didn't. She never will. My mind's already 3 steps ahead. She admitted it. She took the photo, sent it, delivered the confession without hesitation, polished and purposeful. Not out of guilt, but satisfaction, as if inflicting damage wasn't a consequence, but the objective. I take the elevator to the executive floor, moving without hesitation, my jaw locked and my stride measured, each step a response to the storm already unfolding in my head. Emily looks up as I pass her desk. She doesn't speak, only watches with wide eyes, aware enough to read the temperature without needing a forecast. I enter my office and close the door behind me, the light still on from earlier, undisturbed in my absence. I cross to the cabinet and reach for the drawer, second from the top left-hand side, the one I secured this morning before the board meeting, knowing exactly what it contained and why it needed to stay hidden. The lock gives without resistance. I open it. The contents are missing. Not displaced, not buried under files or shifted by accident. Removed. The photograph, the single, glossy, undeniable piece of evidence I'd kept buried beneath a stack of acquisition reports, is no longer there. I had intended to revisit it only once I knew who was behind it, once I had enough leverage to ensure it couldn't be used again. I had taken every precaution to keep it secured, out of reach, and beyond casual discovery. Now it's gone. My pulse doesn't surge, it constricts, methodical and unyielding, a precise tightening that signals control, not panic. I search again, methodically this time, removing every file, examining each layer of the drawer's contents with the same scrutiny I'd applied to a contract I didn't trust. I run a hand along the underside as well, the concealed compartment I use when something needs to remain completely inaccessible, even from my own staff. There's nothing. Whoever was here didn't stumble onto it. They knew exactly what they were looking for, and they knew where to find it. I press the intercom. Emily answers without delay, her voice professional but strained.
"Yes, Mr. Ashford."
Has anyone entered my office since I left for the conference room? There's a hesitation, not long enough to be obvious, but long enough to matter, before she responds, her tone cautious.
"Only the journalist, from Edge. She said there was a scheduled interview for the fall feature. I assumed it had been cleared."
I remain still, not out of surprise, but because stillness is the only thing preventing a sharper reaction. I never authorized an interview. This time the silence on her end carries weight, the kind that only follows a realization that comes too late. When she finally speaks, her voice is subdued.
"Oh."
There's no need to answer. She already understands the implications. My thoughts are already assembling the pattern with a kind of grim efficiency. Rebecca's uninvited performance in the conference room, the photograph disappearing from the drawer it should never have left, and now a supposed journalist gaining access under false pretenses. This wasn't the misunderstanding. It was orchestration. I end the call without another word, the quiet that follows somehow louder than anything she could have said. And for the first time and longer than I cared to admit, I can't tell whether the deeper fury is directed at Rebecca for lighting the match, or at myself for giving her the gasoline.
Chapter 19. Sarah. I tell myself it's nothing, just a weird coincidence. A shape in the corner of my eye, a shadow that lingers too long, a woman standing across the street from the office who looks a little too much like Rebecca in oversized sunglasses and a trench coat that screams, "Don't look at me, I'm trying not to be seen." But when I turn to look again, she's gone. Of course she's gone. I stand on the sidewalk, clutching my takeout bag tightly. My heart hammers fiercely, shaking my earrings with every beat. I pick up my pace, weaving through the early evening crowd, glancing over my shoulder even though I know it makes me look frantic. It's unreal, like I'm trapped in a cheap thriller that lost its budget halfway through. By the time I reach the second crosswalk, I cave. I pull out my phone and hit Laura's name. She answers on the third ring, slightly breathless. "Hey, can I call you back? I'm in the middle of—" "Wait, no, just, can I ask you something really quick?" My words come out too fast, too sharp. She pauses. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," I say, trying to keep my voice low even though I want to shout. I keep seeing this woman. I think she might be following me, or maybe I'm losing it. I don't know. "Sarah, I'm probably being dramatic, right?" I ask, but I don't even believe myself. It's just, I saw her outside the office. Beige coat, sunglasses. Could have sworn it was, "Okay, babe, I really have to go. Someone just dropped a tray of shrimp cocktails and the CEO's allergic. But we'll go for breakfast in the morning, okay? Talk it through. Lock the door. Breathe. We'll figure it out." Click. Just like that, she's gone. I'm still here, jittery, sweating, eyes fixed down the street as if waiting for something to jump out at me. I hate this. I hate being that girl in a horror movie who hears a noise and walks toward it, even though every instinct screams to run. Because this time, I really do feel like someone's watching. By the time I reach my apartment, I'm so worked up, I fumble my keys twice before I get the door open. Meatball barks from the couch, welcoming me to my own anxiety spiral. "Same, buddy," I mumble, dropping my bag by the door. He trots over with his ears back as if he knows something's off. Or maybe he's just hoping I brought snacks. I scratch behind his ears and try to remember how to breathe normally. Slow, in and out. No big deal. Except it is a big deal. Because that look Rebecca gave me at the gala wasn't just jealousy. It was something worse, something calculating. And those texts, the green dress, the "you think he's different with you," that wasn't someone messing around. That was personal. I head straight for the kitchen and pull out a container of leftover pasta I know I won't eat. I microwave it anyway. Something about going through the motions helps, keeps my hands busy, keeps my brain from short-circuiting. My phone buzzes once on the counter and I flinch. It's Laura. Just a meme, a duck in a sombrero. Text says, "Me trying to stay positive during my villain origin story." I snort, then immediately feel guilty for laughing. Because this doesn't feel funny anymore. This is real. Something sharp around the edges. I keep telling myself it's just my brain playing connect the dots with coincidences, but the more I ignore it, the louder it gets. I reheat the pasta. I try to eat it. I fail. Then I sit on the couch with Meatball in my lap, my emotional support bowling ball, and stare at the wall. I keep my phone face down. I keep the lights on. I check the locks on the windows twice. I even peek out through the peephole once. Nothing. But when I close my eyes, I see her. That shape, that coat, that lipstick, watching me from across the street, a ghost who didn't get invited inside. Meatball shifts on my legs, lets out a low, sleepy snort. "I'm being paranoid, right?" I whisper. Like, definitely not on a government watch list level, but maybe a WebMD page about stress-induced delusions. He lifts one paw and plops it on my arm, saying, "Yes, you're crazy, but I live here too, so you need to pull it together." I let out a shaky breath, then another. And then I say it out loud for the first time. I need to tell him. The words fall into the silence, heavy and unforgiving. I press a hand to my stomach. Meatball shifts in my lap, exhales sharply, then settles again, absorbing the tension like only he can. I don't even know what I'm waiting for. Maybe the right time, maybe the right way, but whatever it is, I can't wait anymore. I'm about to grab my phone and call Nick when there's a soft slap at the front door. Not a knock. Something sliding through the slot. I freeze. Meatball lifts his head and growls. My pulse slams against my ribs. I set him down, tiptoe to the door, and peek through the peephole. Nothing. Not a soul in the hallway. Just a flickering ceiling light and the stale smell of old carpet. Still, I wait a second longer before unlocking the deadbolt. My fingers shake as I reach down and pick up the envelope lying face down on the floor. It's unsealed, heavy stock, no address, no stamp. Inside, there's a single sheet of paper, no greeting, no context, just one line typed clean across the middle. "I think we should talk. You deserve to know the full story." Beneath it, a name. Isla Vale, Edge Magazine. My stomach drops. I rush to the hall and yank the door open. I scan the corridor. The elevator remains shut. The stairwell holds its silence. No footsteps echo. No one waits in the shadows. Gone. Whoever delivered it is gone. Okay, I whisper, backing into the apartment. I close the door, lock it again, double-check it. Okay. This is too much. This isn't just paranoia anymore. This is real. A journalist at my door, uninvited, unannounced. And no part of me believes this is a coincidence. This isn't curiosity. They know where I live. My fingers move before my brain does. I call Nick. He picks up on the second ring. Sarah? His voice is alert, tense. I need you to come over, I say. My voice is shaking, and I don't try to hide it. Right now. A pause. Then, are you okay? No. That's all it takes. I'm on my way. The line goes dead. I let the phone fall to the couch cushion beside me and slide down to the floor with Meatball curled tight at my hip. I press the envelope to my chest, closing my eyes. Because whoever Isla Vale is, she's not just chasing a story. She's sending a message, and I don't think I'm going to like it.
Chapter 20. Nick. I don't bother with traffic lights or rules. I break every one of them between Midtown and the Upper West Side. Horn blaring, lights flashing, red turning into green, it doesn't matter. The second I hear her voice on the phone, tight, shaky in a way Sarah Brooks has never been before, it snaps something inside me. It's not just protective, it's possessive, something primal, something raw. My blood boils, and all I can think is that if anyone laid a finger on her, I'll burn this city down to find out who. By the time I reach her building, I'm already out of the car before it's fully parked. The door hasn't even clicked shut when I'm halfway up the stairs. She opens the door before I even knock. She's trying to hide it, but I see through the act. The smile too even, the hand on her hip appearing fine, but I see the panic in her eyes just beneath the surface. "Hey," she says, her voice a little too controlled. "Thanks for coming." I don't answer immediately. I just walk in and shut the door behind me. She's barefoot, hair half up, that messy twist that probably took more time than she'd ever admit. A half-eaten takeout container sits on the table. Meatball glares at me from the couch as if I'm late. "I didn't like the way you sounded," I say, my voice low. "I know," she exhales shakily. "I almost didn't call. I wasn't going to." "What changed?" She hesitates, then she walks to the table and picks something up. A thick envelope, no stamp, no address. She hands it to me without a word. I take it from her, open it. One line. "I think we should talk. You deserve to know the full story. Isla Vale, Edge Magazine." I blink once, then look up. Who the hell is Isla Vale? "I don't know," she replies, her voice small. "But she left that. Slid it under the door maybe 5 minutes before I called you." The knot in my stomach tightens. "You didn't see her?" "I checked the hallway. It was empty." I glance back at the note, my grip tightening around it before I toss it back onto the table. But I know it's not over. There's something else there, something else lurking in her eyes. I step closer to her, my voice sharp. "Sarah, talk to me. Start from the beginning." She closes her eyes for a beat, then nods. "I didn't tell you before," she begins, her voice small, "because I didn't want to sound paranoid, but a few days ago I started getting texts from an unknown number." Every muscle in my body goes still. What kind of texts? Her lips press together and she pulls out her phone, scrolling through it before handing it to me. Green really is your color. You think Nick is different with you? I read each message twice, then again a third time. Cold fury burns through me, sharp and steady, carving through everything in its path. And this was after the gala? I ask, my voice quiet but dangerous. She nods.
I blocked the number. I thought it would stop.
But it didn't.
No, it just got worse. I started feeling like I was being watched. I saw a woman outside the office, trench coat, sunglasses, not once, 3 times, always standing just far enough away so I couldn't be sure.
You mean Rebecca?
I think so.
She shrugs, a helpless motion.
I don't know. I keep second-guessing myself. I wanted to believe I was imagining it.
You weren't. I say it as if it's a fact, because it probably is. I know Rebecca well enough to recognize her methods. She's always playing the long game, making you question everything just before she strikes.
And then the envelope tonight,
she says, her voice dropping.
That was it. That's when I called you.
I walk over to the table and pick up the note again, the words still sharp, still dangerous. I had a run-in with a journalist, too. Someone told Emily they were here for a PR thing, but I didn't clear it. I don't mention the photo, not yet, not when she's already drowning in this mess. Her face falls.
You think it's Rebecca?
I think it's likely she's behind it, I say, moving closer to her. I crouch in front of her, keeping my voice low but firm. She's doing this to mess with your head, but you're not in this alone, you hear me? Sarah blinks, her chin trembling slightly.
Nick.
I mean it. I say, the words rough, the promise solid. This ends now. I'm going to handle it. The journalist, Rebecca, everything. Her throat works as she swallows, her fingers twisted in the hem of her sleeve.
I feel stupid.
Don't, I say, my voice fiercer than I intend. This isn't your fault. None of it. I stand, move a piece of her hair behind her ear, the touch soft but lingering. Let me handle the rest. She leans into my hand just for a second, but it's enough to crack something inside me, because all this time I told myself keeping my distance was for the best, that pulling back would keep her safe. But staying away hasn't protected her. It's only left her scared, alone, and I won't do that to her any more. Sarah, I murmur, her name barely a whisper, but the weight behind it is undeniable. She looks up, her eyes glassy and uncertain, trying to piece together where this moment fits in the mess we've become. I can see the uncertainty in her eyes, the cracks that I've made in her trust. I step closer, my chest tightening as I look at her, the words I've been avoiding finally spilling out. I know, I say, barely more than a whisper. I've been distant. I thought pulling away would protect you, but all it's done is leave you alone. And I never should have done that. I thought I was doing the right thing, but all I've done is make everything worse. She looks down, her fingers trembling where they rest on the edge of the table. She's not looking at me, but I can feel the walls she's built, the walls I helped put up.
It's not your fault,
she says softly, her voice breaking.
I didn't want to worry you.
I shake my head, stepping closer. No, you shouldn't have had to carry this on your own. I should have been there. But I pulled away, thinking it was for the best, and now I see how wrong I was. I should have been by your side. My throat tightens, the regret hitting harder than I expected. I'm here now, and I won't leave you to face this alone. I won't make that mistake again. You hear me? She meets my gaze then, her eyes searching mine, and for a moment the world falls away. All I want is to hold her, to show her that I'm not going anywhere. I reach up, brushing a strand of hair from her face, my fingers lingering for a second too long.
You promise?
She whispers, and I answer her the only way I know how. I kiss her. Her breath catches, and then she's kissing me back, slow at first, as if it's something we've both been holding back for weeks. Every stolen glance across a boardroom table, every unspoken desire funneled into this single moment. Her hands slide up my chest, fingers gripping the front of my shirt, holding on to something solid, something real. And fuck, I know that feeling. I've been in free fall since the night of the gala, and she's the only thing keeping me from crashing. When I pull back just enough, our foreheads rest together. Her eyes stay closed, her breath soft and unsteady. I don't want you afraid. I murmur, my voice rough, low.
Then don't pull away again,
she whispers. Fuck. I kiss her again, this time deeper, slower. I taste desperation and relief and something else I'm not ready to name. Her arms loop around my neck, mine settle at her waist. We fit seamless, as if we've always known the exact way to align. And then we move. We end up on the couch. I lower her gently, but when she tugs me closer, all the tension we've carried snaps apart. Her fingers dive into my hair, my mouth trails along her jaw, her throat. Her breath stutters when I bite down, just barely, just enough to hear her moan my name.
Nick.
My name on her lips? Dangerous, addictive.
I've missed you,
she breathes. I pull back just enough to look at her. I've missed us. She touches my face, thumb brushing over my jaw, and for a second everything else fades. The threats, the texts, the note on her floor, Rebecca. Her eyes hold mine as she starts unbuttoning my shirt. She's taking back every second we lost. You're shaking, I murmur.
I'm mad,
she says, fingers still working down the row of buttons.
And scared, and tired, and I want you right now on this couch.
I let her strip the shirt off my shoulders, tossing it somewhere behind us. Her hands skate over my chest, palms flat, as if grounding herself on the heat of my skin.
I never stopped wanting you,
she says, brushing a kiss to the corner of my mouth. Then show me. She meets my eyes, pupils blown wide. Her voice is quiet but powerful.
I need my mouth on you. I need to taste you. I need to forget everything but the way you make me come apart.
Fuck. I sit back against the couch cushions, legs spread, pulse thudding in every inch of my body. She kneels between them, eyes locked on mine as she pulls my zipper down slow. No rush, no shame, just thick, humming anticipation filling the room with static before a lightning strike. Her nails scrape lightly along my abs as she frees me, and when her hand wraps around my cock, hot and heavy in her palm, I hiss through my teeth. "Fuck, Sarah." She leans in and licks the head, slow and teasing, savoring the first bite of something forbidden. I jerk in her grip, hips twitching, and her smirk is wicked.
"You've missed the feel of me, too,"
she whispers. I thread my fingers through her hair, not pushing, just holding, just watching her open her mouth and take me in, so goddamn slow, I nearly lose it right there. Warm, wet suction, the swirl of her tongue, the soft hum she makes deep in her throat as she sinks down farther, testing her limit. My head falls back. "Damn, your mouth is perfect. You know that?" She moans around me. I feel it vibrate all the way down my spine. She starts to move, up and down, hand twisting at the base, spit slicking my cock until I'm shining, pulsing, barely holding on. Her other hand presses against my thigh to brace herself, nails digging in just enough to make me groan. "Look at you." I grit out, eyes locked on the flushed curve of her cheeks, the way her lashes flutter. "So fucking pretty like this. On your knees for me." She pulls off with a gasp, lips glossy and red. A strain of saliva still connects her mouth to my cock.
"I want you to come in my mouth," she whispers, "but not yet."
My control snaps like a live wire. I haul her up, toss her back on the couch, and crawl over her, a man possessed. Her legs part automatically. I yank the t-shirt she's wearing over her head, drag my teeth along her collarbone as my hands roam, greedy and unrelenting. Her nipples pebble beneath my tongue as I suck one into my mouth, fingers already teasing down the waistband of her sleep shorts. She arches up, panting.
"Nick, please."
"Patience." I growl, sliding a hand between her legs, feeling just how soaked she is through her panties. This pussy's already begging for me. She whimpers as I stroke her through the lace, slow and dirty. I feel the fabric cling to her folds, sticky and hot, and it's all I can do not to tear them off with my teeth. But not yet. I lean in, voice in her ear. "You get me that worked up with your mouth and think I'm gonna let you off easy?" Her eyes flutter shut, lips parted.
"I want you to ruin me."
Fuck. I grab her wrists and pin them above her head with one hand, my other sliding her panties to the side. "You sure?" She nods once, desperate.
"Please."
I sink 2 fingers inside her in one smooth thrust, curling just right. Her back arches. She gasps my name, grinding down, greedy for more. "You're gonna come on my hand first," I murmur, thumb circling her clit, slick and swollen. "Then I'm gonna fuck you so hard you forget who you're mad at." A half laugh, half sob escapes her.
"Already forgot."
Her body clamps around my fingers, tight and pulsing, slick and hot. She's close. I can feel it. I press harder, faster. She comes with a strangled cry, thighs trembling, pussy spasming around my hand as if she's never been touched before. I don't stop, not until she's gasping, wrung out and wrecked. And then I kiss her, hungry and deep and filthy, before flipping her onto her stomach, dragging her hips back, and lining myself up behind her. "You ready?" I rasp. She nods, breathless.
Nick, yes, please.
And then I push inside her, inch by thick inch, until I'm buried to the hilt and all I can think is mine. She's panting beneath me, forehead pressed to the arm of the couch, fingers clawing at the cushion as if she needs something to hold onto before she falls apart again. But I'm not giving her anything to hold on to. Not yet, because this is mine. Her body, her sounds, the way she trembles every time I draw back just enough to make her whimper. Her pussy is soaked, hot, tight, fluttering around me, still riding the aftershocks from coming on my hand. I drag my cock almost all the way out, then slam back in with enough force to make her cry out. "Louder," I growl. "Let the whole building know who owns you." She moans, broken and ragged.
You... Fuck, Nick, you do.
"Say it again."
You own me.
Damn, the way she gives it to me, without hesitation, without pride, just hunger and need and submission so sweet it burns. I grip her hips tighter, tilting her just right, and start pounding into her with ruthless precision. Each stroke hits deep, relentless. Her wet heat clenches tighter every time I growl her name. Her breath's coming in sobs now.
Oh my God, yes, more.
"You're gonna take everything I give you." I hiss into her ear, wrapping one arm around her waist, the other snaking up to press 2 fingers into her mouth. "Suck." She does, obedient, desperate. Her tongue curls around my fingers, saliva coating them as her hips grind back to meet my thrusts. "You like being used like this, don't you?" She nods, eyes glassy.
Yes, use me.
Her walls flutter around me, letting me know she's close again, so close it's making me dizzy. "You're gonna come for me again." I growl, wrapping my arm tighter around her waist, fucking her harder now, unrelenting. I want to feel this pussy milk my cock before I ruin that pretty mouth. She chokes out a cry, body arching.
Nick, please.
"That's it, baby. Let go." My voice is a snarl now. "Come for me, right now." Her body jerks, trembling as her orgasm tears through her. She clenches around me, soaking and shaking, every muscle in her body going taut before collapsing in helpless waves. She sobs my name, voice cracked open with raw pleasure, and fuck, the way she breaks apart for me, it undoes me. I lose my fucking mind. I pull out of her soaking pussy with a wet pop and flip her again, dragging her to her knees between my spread legs. Her mouth opens before I say a word. "Good girl," I murmur, gripping the back of her head as she wraps her lips around me again. "That's it. Take me deeper." She does, without flinching, her throat flexing, swallowing around the head of my cock as I guide her down, slow at first, then faster. Her eyes water, tears slipping from the corners, but she doesn't stop. doesn't want to, doesn't need to, because this is her offering, her power, her worship. She moans around me, saliva dripping down her chin as I fuck her mouth, hips starting to move now, shallow thrusts, just enough to feel the back of her throat close around me. I'm so fucking close, it's torture. My fingers tangle tighter in her hair. Gonna come, I warn, voice shredded. Gonna fill that filthy little mouth of yours. She moans in response and swallows me deeper. That's it. That's fucking it. I explode with a guttural groan, hips jerking, cock pulsing hard as I empty into her mouth. Hot, endless, mine. She takes it. Every drop. Eyes locked on mine the whole time, like she needs it, like she lives for it. When I'm spent, she pulls back slowly, licking her lips like it's dessert. Open, I command, voice still rough. She does. Tongue out, mouth open, nothing left but the shine of her devotion and the wicked glint in her eye. I growl low, dragging her up onto the couch, into my lap, arms wrapped tight around her, never letting go. Fuck, Sarah. That mouth should be illegal. She grins, lazy and ruined and smug. Then arrest me. I kiss her, deep, tongue tasting the last traces of myself on her lips. I'm not done with you, I whisper against her mouth. Good, she murmurs, because I want to be ruined over and over again. I wiggle my brows playfully. If that's what she wants, that's what she'll get. Legs up, I rasp, voice low and cracked with hunger, hooking her thighs over my shoulders as I slide down her body. She's boneless and breathless, flushed with everything I just gave her, but I'm not fucking done. I anchor her to the couch with my palms just under her knees. You said you wanted my mouth, I murmur, meeting her wide eyes. I'm giving it to you. Her anticipation spikes, but she still doesn't know. She doesn't know what she does to me like this. I push her legs higher, folding her nearly in half until her knees are almost to her chest. The angle tips her hips toward me, makes her tremble. She's open, exposed, completely mine. Pussy flushed and soaked, pulsing from the orgasm I just wrung out of her. And I lose it. I dive in, driven by a hunger I can't ignore. I need her. If I don't have her, I might as well not exist. Shit, Nick. She tries to twist away, too sensitive, too undone, but that only makes my cock throb harder. She's shaking, already wrecked, and I haven't even really started. I wrap my arms around her thighs and lock her down, burying my mouth between her legs. I lick her in one long, claiming stripe, from the slick heat of her entrance to her swollen, aching clit. I drag my tongue in circles, flatten it, then flick. Then I suck her clit into my mouth and groan, deep and filthy and raw, as if the sound alone might brand her. She jerks, gasping. I don't let up. Her taste is everything, sweet and messy and mine. Too much. I breathe against her. My voice is wrecked, almost pleading. I want her to take all of it. I want her to feel how far gone I am. She shakes her head wildly.
Don't stop. Please don't stop.
Hell yes, she wants more, and I give her everything. I devour her, tongue fucking her, curling inside her, then dragging back up to assault her clit with brutal precision. The way she's folded gives me perfect access, tight and dripping and pulsing, and I don't waste a second. She starts panting, gasping, her hips jerking like she can't decide if she needs to escape or come again. And fuck, it turns me on more than anything has in my life. She's so raw, so vulnerable, so mine.
Oh, God, Nick,
The orgasm slams into her. She cries out, body convulsing, thighs shaking against my grip. And I don't stop. I want her oversensitive, want to watch her shatter again and again. She bucks and sobs, clawing at the couch, her voice cracking as another climax tears through her, intense and uncontrollable, and still, I don't stop. I'm gone, obsessed. There's something raw about seeing her in this way, crying my name, shaking apart, tears slipping down her cheeks as I lose myself in her, focused on nothing but her. I flick her clit again, suck it into my mouth, letting her feel every inch of the intensity. Her legs tighten around my head, trembling violently, and I hold her in place as she detonates. Her third orgasm hits with the force of an explosion. She screams, her whole body seizing, and she gushes into my mouth, soaking my face, dripping down my chin. It's filthy, carnal, and I've never been harder in my life. I lick her clean with slow, reverent strokes while she gasps for breath, her body trembling, her heart thudding wild beneath her ribs. When I rise above her, her eyes are dazed, lips parted, cheeks streaked with tears. She looks at me, torn between crying and kissing me, so I do it for her. I kiss her softly, let her feel how wrecked I am too. I'm not going anywhere, I whisper against her mouth. Not ever again. She nods just once, then pulls me down into her arms as if she never wants to let go. Neither do I.
Chapter 21. Sarah. The first thing I register is heat. Not just warmth, heat. Molten and decadent, seeping from the half-naked man pressed against me, enveloping me in a sin-drenched security blanket. One arm locks around my waist, rigid as steel. The other slides beneath me, his hand splayed low over my stomach, staking his claim. Mine. Me. Us. Nick Ashford is spooning me. He presses into me, taut and relentless, his movements demanding and raw, grounding me against his body with every grinding motion. I haven't even opened my eyes yet, and I'm already wrecked. His breath slides slow and warm across the back of my neck, but the rest of him trembles, uneven, uncertain. He's pressed hard against me, every pulse heavy and urgent, flooding through my whole body. An unspoken warning coils tight along my spine. I shift just a fraction, a desperate move to breathe, to survive this moment, and he groans, a low guttural sound, raw and unconscious, ripping through me, shredding me. His hips roll into me in that slow, lazy thrust that says he's not even awake enough to pretend he's not enjoying this. And God help me, I gasp, loud, needy, pathetic. "Sarah," he rasps, sleep-drenched and sex-slick. "You keep rubbing that sweet ass against me like that, and I swear to God, I'm gonna bend you over this couch." Oh. A shiver rockets through my bloodstream, hitting my knees with sudden, paralyzing force. My brain shorts out, caught somewhere between bend and over. I open my mouth to say good morning, try to play it cool. What actually comes out? A whimper. A real, honest-to-God whimper. His hand slides lower over my stomach, teasing just under the curve of my hip, like he's deciding if I've been good enough to earn his attention this morning. "You're not stopping me," he murmurs, dragging his lips down the line of my neck. "So unless you say the word, sweetheart, I'm gonna keep going until you're whimpering again." His teeth scrape the shell of my ear, just like last night. I arch into him, completely unguarded, as if shame has no hold on me, as if our bodies are meant to merge. He chuckles, a deep, confident sound that should require a permit. Then he flips me onto my back with one smooth, commanding motion. Suddenly, I'm staring up at him, tousled and raw. His eyes are half-lidded with sleep, but they burn with hunger. He's focused on me with a fierce intensity, not just seeing me as the prize, but as an obsession. "Fuck," he growls, hovering above me, every muscle tense, every inch of him hard. "How the hell are you real?" "Maybe I'm not," I whisper, breathless. "Maybe you're dreaming." "Then don't wake me." And then he kisses me, hard, open-mouthed, filthy. There's no patience in him, just tongue and teeth and hunger. His hand slides beneath the blanket, up my ribs, curling around my breast. He knows exactly how to touch me, and has no intention of stopping until I'm gasping his name again. I moan into his mouth. He groans into mine. Then his mouth is on my jaw, down my neck, over my collarbone, leaving a trail of scorch marks everywhere he touches. He's murmuring filthy promises in that gravel and gunpowder voice of his, and my body is practically vibrating. "You like being under me like this?" he murmurs, sliding his thigh between mine. "You like being taken apart before breakfast?" I nod, frantic, desperate. His mouth finds my pulse point and lingers there. "Good," he says against my skin, "because I'm not stopping until I hear you beg." I don't even get the chance to form words. Not real ones, not words with weight or meaning, only breathless, broken sounds that barely qualify as language. Because Nick Ashford, CEO, ex-pro athlete, 10 out of 10 dirty talker, is already between my legs. His mouth is back on mine, hot and bruising. His hand is still on my breast, thumb brushing my nipple in maddening, perfect circles that make my hips jerk up instinctively. I swear he smiles into the kiss when he feels it. Clearly my need is just more proof of his power over me. "Already so responsive," he murmurs. "You ache for me, don't you?" I manage a shaky nod, but it's not enough. "Say it." I try, but he pinches my nipple gently, and my words collapse into a moan. "Say it, Sarah." "I ache for you," I gasp. "Nick, please." That gets me a growl, real and deep and animalistic. He bites down lightly on my collarbone, then soothes it with his tongue, apologizing with heat. Good girl. The words melt me. He kisses down my body with soft pressure, his mouth tracing every curve and hollow. He pauses at my breasts, my navel, every inch of skin, treating it with care. By the time he reaches the edge of the couch, I'm breathless, barely holding myself together. Then he pulls the blanket off with sharp force, removing any barrier between us. I'm exposed beneath it, naked, open, still tender from last night. My thighs pressed together, aching with anticipation. I feel raw and unraveled, craving more. I'm going to ruin you, he whispers. It should sound like a threat, but instead it sounds like a promise. Then he manhandles me, gently, but with unmistakable dominance, gripping my hips and pulling me to the edge of the couch. Before I can blink, he hooks both my knees over his broad shoulders and tilts me back slightly, legs spread, hips braced against the cushions. Hold on to the back of the couch, he orders, voice dark velvet. Don't let go unless you want me to stop. My fingers scramble behind me, clutching the cushion as a lifeline. My thighs tremble where they rest on his shoulders. He hasn't even touched me yet, and I'm already begging in my head. And then his mouth is on me, hot, ravenous, devouring. His mouth is all possession, fierce, unrelenting. His tongue circles my clit with brutal focus, every movement a claim. One hand locks onto my hip, holding me down, while the other slides between my thighs, forcing me open. His thumbs press into the tender edges, spreading me wide, exposing everything. He doesn't hesitate. He takes. I arch with a cry. Nick, holy shit! He groans against me, every sound raw and hungry. His voice grinds through me, a rough edge that sets fire deep inside. That's it, he murmurs, lips brushing my soaked skin. Let me hear you. His tongue moves in tight, filthy circles. His fingers spread me, tease me, slide inside me, and curl. I whimper, then shatter. My orgasm hits with brutal force. I come hard, shaking, thighs clamped around his head. My spine arches off the couch, every muscle locked tight. My fingers claw into the cushions. The world fractures. White heat, no air, just the blinding, all-consuming break. I cry out, helpless, trembling, as he keeps going. Keeps licking, sucking, fingering, dragging me into a second climax before the first has even finished echoing through my bloodstream. Nick! It's part sob, part moan. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. He doesn't stop. Don't let go, he growls. Take it. You can take it, baby. And I do. I fall apart again, louder, messier. His name rips from my throat as I come on his tongue, harder than I thought possible. Everything shatters. My legs shake around his shoulders. My vision goes white. I can't breathe right, can't think. I collapse into the couch, wrecked, trembling, gasping. He kisses my swollen center once more before pulling back. His mouth is wet, his eyes dark, his voice a rough growl. You're mine now, he says, low and possessive. And God help me, I want to be. I'm about to reach for him. about to kiss that smug, sex-wrecked mouth of his, and maybe beg him to take me again right here on the couch. I'm still pulsing, still shaking, still so wet for him, I don't know if I'll ever stop. But then, click, the unmistakable sound of a door unlocking. We both freeze. Nick bolts to his feet, scanning the room as if we're under siege. What the? He doesn't finish. He's already yanking on his discarded pants from the night before, no underwear in sight, and hastily shoving his arms into the nearest button-down, inside out and still halfway unbuttoned, but at least not naked. I gape at him, clutching the throw blanket to my chest. Seriously? You got dressed? He gives me a sharp look. I'm not meeting whoever that is with my dick out. Fair. There's a second of silence, a breath, a blink, then a voice. Sarah? Laura. Oh my God, I whisper. I forgot. Breakfast. Nick blinks at me, confused, trying to piece together what I'm saying. I clutch a throw pillow to my chest, breath quick and tight. I told her to come over. Yesterday, I was spiraling, thought I might be followed, and shit, she has a key. He sits up just as Meatball explodes into the room, barks once in greeting, and launches himself onto the couch, wriggling into Nick's lap as if he's claiming his birthright. Nick grunts. What the? Meatball, no! I lunge for him, but he's already got his paws on Nick's shoulder, tongue dragging across skin with disgusting enthusiasm. And then, because the universe is cruel, Laura walks in. She's holding a bag of croissants and a cold brew so massive it needs both hands. Her cheeks are flushed from the sun, sunglasses perched in her hair, all effortless glow and caffeine-fueled purpose. Hey, she calls brightly. She stops. Dead. Oh, she says. Her eyes flick across the room. Nick disheveled and practically shirtless. Meatball proudly draped on top, and me hunched under a blanket as if I'd just crawled out of a haunted house. She blinks. Holy crap. It's him. I want to become a lamp. Meatball lets out a loud belch, then drops onto Nick's chest with all the weight and certainty of a creature who knows exactly who he owns. Laura just stares. This is not what it looks like, I say, which is a lie, and also the most suspicious thing anyone can say while half naked under a couch blanket. Why am I defending myself? I can do what I want, right? Nick looks mildly concerned, possibly for his life, possibly for mine. Laura steps in, slow and smug, every move dripping with certainty. Her eyes gleam as she says, So, I'm guessing you finally got him alone to tell him about the baby? Time stops. Actual freeze frame, scream into the void, did she just say that? Level silence. Nick's entire body goes statue still, as